The story begins at the royal estate of the Welton family. A young man with sea green hair lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling. He put on his slippers and sighed again, remembering the dream he had. This young man, the main character, was named Jamie Welton. He was the eldest son of the royal Welton family and its rightful heir. In his dream, he saw lightning and blood filling his eyes, and he saw a man with dark hair. As it turned out, it was himself in the past, when some gods were going to seal him. The young man sat among blue magical symbols. Traces of blood were visible around him. He watched with his eye closed and stated that the 12 heavenly gods could not control him. He believed that they were so helpless that they had to put a seal on him. The man told them to try, but he would still be reborn, adding that in that case their blinding light would be swallowed by darkness. His blood-stained face contorted into a cry of despair as he declared that they would beg for their own death. Suddenly he heard a voice that said that he would look forward to that day, because then Diablo Wolfer was doomed to spend eternity in suffering. This is how the young man was sealed by the 12 gods. However, it turned out that he managed to overcome the barrier, after which he was reborn as the firstborn in this aristocratic family. His parents were delighted with Jamie. They called him very handsome, and his father remarked that the baby looked like his mother. At this time, the baby himself wondered where he was, but he could not yet speak. The thing was that he became the child of aristocrats, and so he lived for 9 years. One day, the hero was walking down the corridor when a woman in a maid's dress ran past, clicking her heels. Jamie looked at her thoughtfully, sighing. A woman with a wide smile called out to the young gentleman. The young man smiled warmly and wished her good morning. Holding the clothes in her hands, the nanny noticed that Jamie was up early and asked what he was doing. The guy replied that he was looking at the beautiful morning sky. The woman looked happy and said that the gentleman even had a well-developed sense of beauty. The nanny handed him some clothes, adding that it was wonderful to admire the sky. The gentleman and the hostess were already waiting. She suggested that he change his clothes first. He agreed, and after changing, Jamie stood up, looking thoughtfully at his nanny, who had announced his arrival. Jamie closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that he would have to endure the same thing again. His parents and younger sister were sitting at the table and they invited him to join them. Jamie smiled widely and blushed. He walked up to the table as his parents laughed happily. His little sister Jamie, wolfing down her food, beamed as his mother talked about how beautiful their children were. The woman cupped her face in her hands and said they must have been so cute because they looked like their father. Jamie's mother was the only daughter of the noble Bell family. Her name was Sears Bell Welton. His father was the head of the Welton royal family and one of the 5 sword masters of the kingdom, Argento Welton. His father smiled and said that they were like angels because they looked like their mother. His parents exchanged loving glances, Jamie expressing his opinion that he thought his father was obsessed with his family. Suddenly, he remembered his sister, who handed him a fork with a piece of food. Her name was Sarah Welton. She was the second child and daughter in the Welton family. Everyone looked at Sarah with joy, smiling widely. The father of the family declared that this was what their beloved daughter loved the most. Jamie turned his head away, thinking that he was very tired and just wanted to be alone. After dinner, he sighed heavily as he lay down on the bed. He buried his nose in the pillow, thinking that he had never really gotten used to hearing those sweet words every day. He was not very pleased and added that at least he had grown up a little, because when he was younger, he lisped so much that he wanted to die. A round creature suddenly appeared next to Jamie. The young man thought that his level was quite low now, but not everything was so bad. He placed his hand on one creature, looking at it questioningly. It turned out that reincarnation itself had become a new chance for him. The young man reflected on the fact that the 12 stupid gods still existed. Jamie smiled as he looked at the liquid in his hand after squeezing the creature. He thought about how the believers supported these gods that were like blood-sucking parasites. It turned out that in this era, magic was not even developed. The young man's expression turned wild as a black drop with a yellow eye appeared from his hand. He thought that with his abilities, he was only capable of this back then, but time was certainly on his side. He mentally told the 12 gods to continue to sit arrogantly on their thrones, then clenched his jaw and fist. A smiling nanny looked into the room, saying that it was time to read fairy tales. Jamie stood silently, his head down. When the woman called him again, he assumed the appearance of a handsome prince, turned around and said that he would come now, mentally scolding himself. Jamie sighed heavily as the nanny left, telling him to hurry up, thinking that every time he pretended to be nice, he wanted to be sealed away again. The smiling mother told Jamie to come to her. The young man sat down on his knees at his mother's feet and asked what book she was going to read to them then. Both his mother and Sarah looked stunned, but a moment later they rushed to hug him, telling him he was sweet. Showing the book, the woman said that they were going to read Archmage Heinz's book that day. They sat on the sofa, and the mother held a book in her hands, reading aloud. Both children had already fallen asleep when the phrase about everyone living happily ever after was heard. The woman slammed the book shut and, smiling, asked if the children had enjoyed reading. Jamie smiled widely, saying that he liked it and that he also wanted to become an archmage like Heinz. His mother replied that her son was very smart and would definitely become a great wizard. Jamie listened awkwardly to the speech about how he had already surpassed 3 magic teachers and wondered if it was a joke, since he had asked for a replacement magic teacher. His mother stroked his head and smiled, saying that this time his dad called him the most outstanding wizard. The young man realized with regret that it was not sarcasm. He only said out loud that his dad was the best. Then the hero stood in the middle of the room, and his mother asked if he would go to the library. When he answered in the affirmative, she opened her arms and asked him not to be late. However, Jamie didn't look happy, thinking he just wanted to leave. His mother was surprised when he rushed towards her with hugs. However, she quickly hugged him back, not wanting to let go of her adored son. The young man sighed, sat down on a chair in front of a book and slammed it shut. He closed his eyes, saying that he had read this newest book on mana usage techniques, but it was mediocre. He wondered if there really were no books left that he could learn from. He walked between the shelves, saying that it was time for a snack again, but eating 3 times a day was too tiring for him. He decided that he had to leave before the nanny came for him. The young man walked out into the corridor and met a man with long hair standing near the statue. He wondered if the Welton family really only used such an artifact to decorate the entrance to the dining room. At that moment, Jamie didn't understand who it was. The man smiled and waved his hand in greeting. Jamie thought that he had so much mana that it just splashed out in a huge blast wave. He looked at the man questioningly, thinking that he must have been at least in the 7th grade. He wondered how he got there without a guide. Was it really teleportation? Jamie clenched his fist, thinking about how this man could barge in uninvited. He looked too relaxed for someone who had broken into a swordmaster's home. Then, Jamie asked who he was. The young man's heart was burning, and he wondered how this man got there, for it was not easy for an ordinary person to do so. At that moment, the old man thought to himself that the tiger's son was also a tiger, and this seemed unusual. The young man thought that before he would have immediately made the man kneel down. But now it was difficult to do this with a simple conversation. It irritated him, especially because the man looked so casual, assessing him. Then Jamie started casting spells, thinking that he didn't like it. He said that he would show the man what the consequences of his rash actions could be. The man looked surprised and wondered if he had been told that a 9-year-old child had such mana. It turned out that the man was curious, and he also began to cast spells, wanting to find out what the boy was capable of. Jamie became angry and mentally asked how dare he test him. The young man held up a gleaming finger, claiming that he, Diablo Wolfer, had nearly defeated the gods themselves. He directed his magic at the man who stood there as purple and blue magic sparkled. Dust rose as the young man thought he knew the trick wouldn't work. He didn't look happy, thinking that it must have caused some damage. Meanwhile, the man smiled, thinking that it was amazing. He wondered if it was really the magic of a 9-year-old child. The man happily began to cast a spell, asking if it was his turn now. Jamie was completely confused as the magic burned like fire. He looked ahead indifferently, realizing that it was not aimed at him, and there was no need to dodge. The man seemed surprised and amazed that this child did not even bat an eyelid. At that moment, the father of the Welton family appeared in the corridor. He frowned and said that the man had crossed all boundaries. He approached his son, asking if he was okay. After crying ostentatiously, Jamie said he was fine, but Argento was shocked, thinking his son was scared. Enraged, he told Marcus Linmel that they needed to talk. The man realized that the boy was pretending in front of his father. He burst out laughing, saying that he was jealous of the Count, and the boy's father was confused and thought that the man had attacked the child for no reason. After some time, the Count and Marcus moved into the room to talk about what had happened. The Earl, frowning, said that it was his son, and also Welton's heir. The man raised the cup to his mouth, saying he knew about it. Jamie's father was furious, and an embarrassed Marcus told him to control himself. Then Marcus smiled calmly and asked how well the Count knew his son. The disgruntled Count asked what he meant, so Marcus gave him a thumbs up, claiming that his son was a genius. Hearing this, the Count clenched his fists, saying that this was why he had called him, but he attacked the boy. In response, Marcus said that in this case, the Count apparently remained in the dark, and the wizard decided to pretend that he had not heard it. Marcus was the strongest wizard in existence, an 8th grade wizard. At that moment, Argento wondered why Marcus hadn't taken his son as an apprentice. his jaw clenching as he thought that Jamie wasn't as capable as he expected. However, Marcus replied that this was not the case. The Count was extremely surprised when Marcus said that his son was not up to his own strength, and that was why he could not take him as an apprentice. When Argento asked why an 8th grade archmage couldn't handle mentoring, Marcus smiled, saying that his son could read all of his actions. The confused Count thought that this was impossible. Then Marcus smiled even wider, saying that he was sure Jamie realized that his skill was not aimed at him. He explained that this was not all. Argento's son had reached 3rd grade on his own. If we take into account his level of physical development, he was already above the 4th. He said that his child was a monster and didn't need a mentor. It turned out that he only needed support. Thanks to this, he would have a chance to improve himself. Thus, Marcus claimed that he could become a legendary 9th grade wizard. The Count sat silently in his chair, clenching his fist. Dumbfounded, he thought that his son could become a legendary 9th grade wizard. Marcus stood up, apologizing for attacking Argento's son. He said that a strong wind of change would blow across the world. The Count sat with his head down, hearing the wizard's words that it would be fun. When Marcus left, he looked up and sighed loudly. Meanwhile, night fell on the street. Jamie hung his head, leaning against the door, his expression tired. It turned out his mother had heard about the incident with the old man. She hugged her son with tears in her eyes, asking if he was okay, if he was very scared, and insisting that she would definitely sort it out. The hero then placed the brooch on the table with relief on his face. He thought that for the first time in a long time, he was glad to see skillful spells. Jamie thought Marcus's level was not bad even for a legend. The young man realized that he knew his father was strong, but not that strong. However, Jamie believed that he was still worthy of being his father. Meanwhile, a smiling Marcus sat on his bed and asked what made him so happy. Jamie turned around in fear, not understanding how the old man had gotten there. The man was calm and wondered why he was laughing so hard that he didn't even notice the person entering. The next moment, the boy fell to the floor, screaming and asking what Marcus was doing there. Marcus burst out laughing, saying that this guy was so easy to surprise. The young man was stunned and did not understand how Marcus got into his room. Standing up, the man stated that he had gotten there by teleportation. The frightened young man responded that his father had not killed him after all. He thought he knew the old man was unusual, but was surprised that he could do it so easily. In response, Marcus smiled and said that Jamie had been a good son around his father, but had changed before his eyes. Jamie rose from the floor indignantly, asking if family and strangers were the same thing, to which Marcus laughed and called him funny. Then suddenly he stopped laughing and said that it would be a shame if his abilities were a little better. The young man turned away, thinking that this old man was spoiling his mood because today they met for the first time. Then Marcus looked at him strangely. A book appeared in his hand, and he said that it was a gift. The young man looked at the book questioningly, asking why he had given it to him, recognizing the book as magical memoirs. Smiling, Marcus said that his mana-breathing method was very outdated, so he gave him this book. Jamie looked unhappy, considering it an insult, but Marcus assumed he was touched by the gift. Leaning toward the boy, Marcus said that the book described a breathing method he had personally developed, and the boy was the first person he had shared it with. Jamie then looked at the book with enthusiasm, thinking that since the wizard himself had told him about it, it might be different from the existing ones. He remembered Marcus's words about his method of using mana being outdated and looked at the man with interest. Then suddenly Marcus said that he had high expectations for Jamie. He stated that he would be interested to see what would happen the next time they met, after which Marcus disappeared. Jamie smiled back, saying that he would probably be much stronger than Marcus could ever imagine. All the mana that was in this world, the magicians passed through themselves. Then it accumulated in the heart. This was the most effective method. But it had a big drawback in the form of volume limitations. The young man carefully read the book that Marcus had given him, admitting that after Marcus had said that his spells were too old, he had decided to check what spells Marcus himself had used. Jamie seemed to be completely immersed in the book and was very interested in it. He soon closed the book, thinking that the obstacle to entering this state was difficult to overcome. He admitted that he did not actually feel the mana particles. Then the young man plopped down on the bed, realizing that strict self-control was needed. He said that the old way was almost impossible to learn, and now he knew of two disadvantages. Suddenly Jamie smiled, remembering that he was Diablo Wolfer, after which he got out of bed, smiling happily. He said that the old man taught him useful things. Quite quickly, he came to the conclusion that he needed to gradually master this body. The young man suddenly snapped his fingers as he said he would need someone's help first. The squeaking creature appeared again, looking into the book. A creature named Blackie landed on Jamie's shoulder. He said that from now on they would share mana. The creature closed its only eye. Suddenly it opened it again, showering the boy with magic dust. It turned out that there was one drawback to this. The young man believed that it was the division of mana into particles that could be inhaled through the skin. He smiled, thinking that in a certain place, in a certain form, there was a limit to how long a person could go on. But he had Chernish for that. He sat down on the bed, thinking that thanks to the agreement made between the soul from his past life and Chernish, he could now help by sharing his mana with him. The young man smiled, looking at Chernish, and claimed that after eliminating the first shortcoming, the second would not be a problem. He thought that if the body and heart had a limit on the amount of mana they could absorb, then the mana supply could simply be divided. Jamie claimed that his possibilities were limitless. The next day, Count Argento stood waiting at the door from which strange sounds were coming, accompanied by his nanny. While the protagonist's father looked at the door in bewilderment, the elderly woman, folding her arms, called out to him with a worried look. The door was open, and now Argento was watching his son sitting in a dark room surrounded by blue mana. Jamie was sitting on the bed in a lotus position with his eyes closed. The Count was amazed to remember that Marcus had given Jamie something and to see such a quantity of mana from his son. Sweat broke out on his face as the man thought about his son, amazed at how talented he was. Now Argento stood opposite the nanny, asking her not to disturb Jamie today, but to appoint a servant in case he went out. She asked the man not to worry, stating that she would stay herself. As the Count turned and prepared to leave, the nanny folded her hands again, lamenting the fate of her young master. Argento came to the conclusion that his son was a skilled magician and assumed that this talent was passed on to the boy from his mother. The man closed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction, realizing that Jamie was already in her 9th year of magic. Meanwhile, Jamie was still sitting in his room with his eyes closed, surrounded by sparks of mana. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes, looking straight ahead. A wide smile appeared on his face, and Jamie stood up joyfully with a clenched fist, exclaiming that he had finally managed to separate the mana into particles. He came to the conclusion that at the moment he was capable of using a maximum of the 4th class. Jamie sighed sadly, realizing that he had very little time left before 5th grade. The Blackie on the boy's head began to squeak curiously, looking at him. Jamie looked back at the creature, realizing that she was warning him about the weakness of the young body and the need to avoid excessive stress. The round demon, landing on the boy's shoulder, continued to squeak. Jamie concluded with a smile that there was no need to rush into improvement, and that things would be much easier the second time around. The protagonist raised his index finger, ordering Chernish to activate invisibility. As the demon floating in the air began to become transparent, Jamie looked at him happily, telling him that he would go to his father. He told Blackie to hide his mana so that he would not be discovered. Standing with his back to the door in his nightshirt, the boy closed his eyes and with a satisfied smile told the disappearing Chernish that he barely felt his presence. Jamie then raised his hand and stated in an obvious tone that it couldn't be any other way. Since the demon was his pet, he was sure that his father would definitely not notice him. Then the boy moved with measured steps along the corridor of the mansion, accompanied by Chernish, a long, shapeless shadow stretching behind him along the floor. Meanwhile, the action moves to the hall, where Count Argento, sitting in a chair, was receiving a guest. Sitting down on the sofa and bowing his head in greeting with folded hands, the dark-haired man noted that he was aware of the low popularity of the faiths in the Haze territory, smiling as he expressed his deep gratitude to the Count for approving the Zenith religion. Hearing this, Argento's spirits were lifted, and he enthusiastically admitted that he considered the new religion to be beneficial for the local people. His interlocutor raised his eyebrows, expressing incomprehension. Then Argento said with a satisfied smile that he always strives for the best, and now hopes that he made the right decision regarding the Zenith religion. After these words, the guest realized that the Count had thus designated the hierarchy. The dark-haired man, listening to the speech of the head of the district, frowned and began to sweat, correctly interpreting the warning not to treat the residents as subjects of God. With his arms folded, Argento told his guest he could go, to which the man sitting on the couch grinned and thanked him for his concern. When the Count turned to the priest and closed his eyes, he wished him a safe journey, and with a smile his interlocutor folded his hands in a prayerful pose and nodded his head politely. While the priest was leaving, Argento kept a friendly smile on his face, but as soon as the man left the hall, the Count opened his eyes and assumed a stern look. Meanwhile, Jamie hid in the hallway behind the wall while the man walked back down the long corridor. The boy, holding onto one of the snow-white columns, stuck his head out from the shelter, gritting his teeth in irritation. He came to the conclusion that he knew it. He looked at the guest's clothes in detail. On the hood, there was a symbol of the moon surrounding a yellow sphere. He thought about the disgusting aura emanating from the old man. Jamie thought with disdain at the god he knew in his past life, his mouth twisting. He couldn't believe that Zenith dared to enter the land he lived on. He wondered why his father had suddenly decided to allow this particular religion to be preached on their lands. Gritting his teeth, Jamie came to the conclusion that he couldn't just watch as the faith in Zenith spread throughout his territory. The boy looked at the white walls of the corridor and then turned his gaze to the windows. He came to the conclusion that he needed to make sure that his father changed his mind about spreading the religion. Deciding to meet Argento, Jamie stood waiting by the door, hands behind his back. He called out to the man. Now Argento and his son were sitting in the Welton family's living room. They held hands, deciding to start a conversation. The man turned sharply to his son and happily asked if he was free yet. Jamie answered in the affirmative with a satisfied smile, closing his eyes. Argento then calmly suggested that his son liked magic, to which the boy immediately agreed. After this, the Count assumed a thoughtful look. Staring at the floor, Jamie smiled curiously and asked what had happened. Argento expressed his thoughts, expecting Jamie to grow up to be an ordinary boy. The Earl looked at his son closely. He came to the conclusion that Jamie's abilities were truly outstanding. The man closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows, thinking about how difficult the life of a genius was. The image of a crowd of jeering people surrounding his little son and ready to tear him apart now appeared in his mind. And later the Earl wondered if being a genius was really a good thing for Jamie. He then looked at his son hopefully. He said that if Jamie wanted to give up witchcraft, he could do so at any time, adding that his father would always support him. Hearing his father's words, Jamie laughed lightheartedly and told him not to worry, as he had no intention of giving up his magical training. Clenching his hand into a fist, Argento tried to show his son his carefree and happy expression in order to maintain his interest. Meanwhile, Jamie, sitting with a surprised face and wide eyes, watched as the Count used X-ray vision to observe the circulation of mana in his body. The Count asked if it was really the magical energy of a 9-year-old child. The man looked at Jamie with a worried frown, thinking that the boy was constantly absorbing mana right now. Suddenly, Argento's eyes widened as he realized with horror that he could sense mana throughout his son's body. Trying to remember if magic could accumulate somewhere other than the heart, he looked at Jamie in confusion and asked if the boy had mastered the book. Jamie answered in the affirmative and mentally added that he had even eliminated all his shortcomings. Argento, horrified by what Marcus had done, opened his eyes wide and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his cheek. The man sat up a little in his chair, leaning on the armrests, and asked how much better his child had gotten in just one day. Argento wondered if the boy was really capable of becoming a 9th-grade wizard. To ease the tense situation, the Count closed his eyes and laughed carefree, thinking how untalented he was compared to his little son. Jamie's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open as he asked his father in surprise what had happened. The man said with a warm smile that he was proud of his son and happy with what happened today. Then he began to rise from his chair with a smile. Jamie chuckled, closing his eyes and tilting his head forward as his father ruffled his hair. But in his heart, the main character, twisting his mouth in irritation, mentally asked his father to stop stroking his head. The boy froze in shock when Argento pointed to the black one located on his head and asked if Jamie had summoned it himself. The demon took to the air in fear, and Jamie, shocked, asked if his father had actually seen the creature. The boy looked away anxiously, not believing his ears because Chernish had hidden himself securely, casting an invisibility spell. Argento then spread his arms with a carefree expression, showing the approximate size of the demon and saying that it looked like a large bat. Thinking about his father's incredible strength, Jamie lowered himself and, lowering his head, admitted that he had not told his father anything, fearing to unpleasantly surprise him. The protagonist froze in shock when his father hugged him tightly, joyfully exclaiming that he was incredibly happy with his talent. After a while, Jamie stood silently, hunched over, near the door to his bedroom. He leaned his hands on the door and thought with an exhausted look about how tired he was of the excessive love of his current family. It was night outside, and lights were on in several windows of the mansion. Passers-by were walking along the street illuminated by lanterns. Jamie pulled his hood over his head, looked to the side and called out to Blackie. The room filled with blue bolts of energy, and Blackie appeared above the gloomy boy's head. With a stern face, Jamie said that it was necessary to find out the reason why the missionaries invaded his territory. He told Blackie to leave. A moment later, Jamie, cloaked, soared above the night city on demonic wings. In one of the dark alleys, two men, sitting on boxes, were discussing the words of their boss with curses. One of the interlocutors, named Philippe, the leader of the rival criminal organization Lival, folded his hands in front of him and, closing his eyes, said with concern that they were in trouble. The second interlocutor, Jans, a fellow criminal with a scar on his eye, furiously declared that the head of their organization would sacrifice half of his subordinates for his own benefit. The dark-skinned man continued to rant, loudly expressing to his interlocutor his dissatisfaction with human trafficking, which went beyond any criminal activity. After listening attentively, Philip lowered his head slightly and dejectedly expressed the hope that he would have nothing to do with this if he was very lucky. Jans, with a displeased look and a twisted mouth, objected, declaring that they would definitely be caught someday. Rising from his box, the dark man also said that Count Argento loved his children very much. Jans imagined in vivid detail the day when this man learned of the child trafficking, and in anger took up his sword to completely wipe out the criminals in his county. Philip looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment, coming to the conclusion that the commander opposite was confident of impunity for such actions. Then Jans, closing his eyes in fear, asked the man if he believed that they would not be caught by the swordmaster himself. Crossing his bandaged arms over his chest, Jans concluded with displeasure that Khan's men would do anything to achieve this. Then his interlocutor asked himself many questions. Guided by the code of the criminal world, Jans, with a serious expression on his face, declared that it was better to run away than to become a traitor. Philip, looking at him with hope, agreed. Sitting on the ground in the lotus position, Jans gloomily asked if his interlocutor had an escape plan, to which Philip replied that everything possible must be done. The dark-skinned guy asked if they had any other choice, and Philip added that it was worth making every effort to achieve it. While two members of the criminal organization were loudly protesting the idea of human trafficking, Jamie overheard them from around the corner. The hidden boy, looking shocked, took in the men's words. Suddenly, the interlocutors turned around at once, casting worried glances at the young spy. Both men stood up from their seats, their mouths twisting in anger, and Jans asked loudly who was in front of them. Jamie, hidden by his robe, asked with an angry look whether the criminals wanted him to reveal his identity. Deciding that the spy did not want to give himself away, the man clenched his fist in a fit of anger, waved his hand and aimed it at the boy, wishing him death. Philip also pulled out his sword, deciding to strike the unknown. Both men began to attack the boy at the same time. Suddenly they stopped in bewilderment, turning their heads and not understanding where the passerby had gone. Their faces froze in horror, and cold sweat broke out when they heard the voice calling them weaklings and hinting that it had heard the entire conversation. Caught off guard, Jans and Philip's eyes widened as legs appeared from the dark blob of energy in the air in front of them. Jamie, with a sly grin, pointed his index finger at his interlocutors, from which electric discharges emanated, and asked them to tell him everything in more detail. Purple lightning struck directly at Jans and Philippe, paralyzing them. Sometime later, the protagonist sat on a wooden box, while the criminals obediently knelt before him, finishing their story. Jans and Philip sat with calm expressions on their faces, making no attempt to harm Jamie. The Count's son looked at the men with open mouth and concern, mentally concluding that his father despised the child trade the most. As Jamie pondered the words of the two criminals, he wondered what their organization was even thinking. The boy bared his teeth in contempt, thinking with indignation about how arbitrarily the gods could manipulate people. Jamie rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful as he wondered what the leader of the men across from him was thinking as he accepted such an offer. The boy had a bad feeling and hurried to his feet while the criminals continued to kneel before him. Jamie skillfully cast a magic circle in front of Jans's head, hypnotizing both criminals and ordering them to tell the Count all of their plans. And after a moment, the glassy-eyed men obediently agreed. Jans and Philip stood up and walked away, heads down and shoulders hunched, and with one last look at them, Jamie concluded that there would be a commotion in the morning. The protagonist stood in his place, watching as the hypnotized criminals slowly walked away. He calmly told Chernish that they were returning when demonic wings appeared behind him. At that moment, suddenly there was a sound behind him. The boy, turning around in horror, saw Philip, covered in blood and frightened, who, gritting his teeth, flew past him. Turning sharply to the wall, Jamie was puzzled to find the criminal standing there with a huge hole in his stomach. Now both men lay limp on the stone tiles, and Jamie looked at their bodies silently, not understanding what was happening. Loud laughter filled the air as four men from the criminal organization angrily walked out of the alley towards the boy. Noticing the gang, Jamie calmly asked where this madman came from. He raised his hand, activating his magic, and thought furiously about what the crime lord had done to the people he had given orders to. Raising his hand high, the boy created a huge magic circle behind him. He directed his hand at the corpses of Philip and Jans, using mana to delay their death until the order was carried out. A bright blue glow emanated from the dead criminals as Jamie concentrated on casting the spell. The scarred gang leader named Han Ni grinned evilly and ordered his subordinates to bring Philip, Jans, and the child. Watching Jamie's actions from behind, Han Ni sarcastically asked why he was making so much noise and asked if he really wanted to die. The boy, hearing the loud words, looked worriedly at their source. Jamie did not move while the leader loudly gave orders, and his subordinates dragged away the bloody bodies of the two traitors. Philip, with tears in his eyes, prayed sadly and intermittently for salvation. Looking down, Jamie stood with his back to the bloody wall, saying nothing, his eyes flashing with anger as he cast a disdainful glance at the gang of bandits. Jamie was caught off guard and wishing for death. He felt part of his head being pierced as he looked at his attackers. Soon more holes appeared on his body from which blood oozed. Meanwhile, Khan continued to furiously shout at him to die. Looking at Jamie's mangled body and rejoicing at his death, Han Ni laughed evilly, releasing streams of fiery energy from his hand. A scarred man, consumed by bloodlust, lay on the stone tiles and black smoke hung in the air above him. One of the concerned subordinates examined the body and asked why the boss dealt with Finn so cruelly. Han Ni became angry and shouted that it was he who killed the child. The leader froze in shock when he heard Jamie's voice nearby. Jamie sarcastically asked if the sadist had calmed down. Han Ni, tightly clutching his staff, bared his teeth and hurried to turn around. He was alarmed to see a small figure in a robe in front of him. Jamie, pointing to the corpse of one of the four, maliciously asked whether it was fun to kill a subordinate. Han Ni's eyes immediately widened in horror. He couldn't understand why the boy was now alive and standing in front of him. He also noticed the ominous energy emanating from Jamie's body. The protagonist, standing in front of Han Ni in a worn-out robe, came to the conclusion that he shouldn't act like a madman if he only had third-grade mana. The man was greatly offended by these words and bared his teeth in uncontrollable anger. Once again wishing for the boy's death, maddened with rage, Han Ni released a powerful stream of third-class explosive magic into the air. The leader of the criminals, looking at the enemy with fury, came to the conclusion that even though his strength could not compare to a fifth-class strike magic, he was still able to incinerate the child's body. While Han Ni was cursing Jamie, a blinding flash of light surrounded by a light purple glow flashed in the sky. Han Ni froze, looking down and trying to say something. The protagonist came to the conclusion that humans become incredibly insignificant when faced with powerful opponents, skillfully pulling the strings of mana and controlling the brainwashed person like a puppet. Jamie grinned evilly, and the next moment the leader of the criminals, deprived of his will, fell to his knees. Han Ni's body, no longer obeying him, flew straight onto the stone tiles while Jamie stood to the side. The remaining criminals watched in shock as the little boy easily dealt with their boss. The trio loudly called him a monster in horror and decided to run away in fear. But they couldn't move. Jamie waved his hand, raising it higher, and asked the criminals to consider that they were just unlucky. An ominous black energy with a purple tint reached out to one of the men, his eyes widening in horror as he watched the mana envelop him. Jamie suddenly clenched his fist and activated destruction. Then the heart-rending scream of the victim was heard. The boy watched with a predatory smile as he killed the criminal, who screamed in agony, engulfed in a dark energy. After Jamie dealt with him, he walked towards Han Ni's body. The protagonist grabbed the leader of the criminals by the hair tightly, and Han Ni made strange sounds, unable to resist. Raising Han Ni's head, Jamie looked at his scarred face with an evil smile and ordered the slave to answer his questions. Now there was no trace of reason on Han Ni's face. Drool was flowing from his mouth, and the man obediently agreed to the order with a detached look. With a worried expression on his face, he told him about the little children and their fate. Lowering his head, the protagonist stated that he had not heard anything new, noting that he had wasted his time. Then Jamie noted that human trafficking was not just a rumor, stating that through these two, a denunciation could be made to his father. Looking at the man, the protagonist wondered what to do with him. In his thoughts, he noted that he had taught this man only a small lesson. Adding that his soul was completely destroyed, he stated that even if everything was fine with his body, he would still die soon. Continuing his thoughts, Jamie reported that the man was a third-class wizard, wondering if he should turn him into an undead the protagonist thought that even in this case, due to the man's soul, he would begin to decay. The protagonist suggested that the battlefield would look different, noting the sight of rotting undead that would destroy such a quiet place. Jamie smirked and noted that there was nothing that could be done in such a situation, saying that other options needed to be considered. With a purple aura covering his face, the protagonist stated that a third-class wizard must have a lot of mana. Wishing himself an appetite, he joined his hand to the man, freezing in one pose. As Jamie put on the cloak, he noted that it was not bad. After wiping his face with a towel, he reported that the mana contained impurities from outside the physical body, noting that he was lucky to have absorbed it in such a volume. Turning around, the protagonist wondered what to do with the remaining men. Approaching the boys, Jamie noted that despite the fact that he injected them with mana and saved them against their will, they would not last long. Suddenly, Chernish appeared behind him and tried to figure out what happened. In his thoughts, the protagonist noted that he couldn't just kill them, since they still had unfinished business. Continuing to reflect, he said that it had been a long time since he had resorted to necromancy, necromancy being the power that controls the bodies of corpses. It is similar to bringing the dead back to life, but it is not the same thing. Because a corpse resurrected by necromancy is no longer alive, Jamie stated that they exist in defiance of fate, rejecting the laws of nature and contradicting the divine plan. Looking at the guys standing next to him, the protagonist declared that the undead are the living dead, saying that from now on, they are his loyal subordinates. Jamie raised his head and shouted, urging them to live in defiance of death. Turning to Chernish, the main character asked him for help. Towering over the boys, Chernish pierced them with a beam of mana. Focusing, Jamie called the shots, asking the boys to leave their lives behind and rebel. The veins on Philip's face began to bulge as he bared his teeth. The protagonist noted that Philip was still clinging to life. Turning to the boys, he declared that an immortal body awaited them. Seeing the tears streaming from the men's eyes, he asked them to be immune to death. Calling the boys sinners, Jamie ordered them to come to him. Staring into space, Philip began to scream. Drooling from Jance's mouth, flapping his wings, Chernish was lost in his own thoughts. Clots of dark energy were visible near the main character's body. The boys dropped to their knees and said they were following his orders. With a worried expression on his face, Jamie wondered if he had made a mistake somewhere. Looking at the stunned guys, the main character could not understand why black smoke started pouring out. Nodding his head, Blackie squeaked indignantly. Jamie tried to find out why Blackie was making such a noise, ordering him not to dare doubt him. After catching Chernish, the protagonist said that he did everything perfectly, asking him not to worry as he began to stretch Chernish's body. Jamie stated that something was missing, saying that he thought he might not be able to cope with it, adding that it was unpleasant to see. Looking at the stunned Chernish, the protagonist declared that he would not cling to his reputation, saying that it was a little depressing. Then, looking at the boys, Jamie noted that if he couldn't use them, he should just get rid of them. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist stated that if they had emitted black smoke, they would not have been able to get into the Zenith Church or even just the hotel. Outraged, Chernish began to turn his head from side to side, after which he bit Jamie on the face. Outraged, the main character was perplexed as to how he dared to bite his cheek so brazenly. Landing on Jance's head, Chernish looked down, spreading his wings. He began to watch the black smoke with an excited expression on his face. The main character was amazed by Chernish's skill. Frowning, Chernish closed his eyes and blew with unimaginable force towards the black smoke that enveloped the boys' bodies. Watching the guys now standing on one knee in front of him, the protagonist noted that he could now use them. Hearing some sounds, Jamie turned around and his gaze fell on a very tired Blackie. The protagonist patted him on the head and said that he had done a great job. Smiling, he said that now he had to give them names, after which he ordered the boys to wake up. Looking at Johns, who had closed his eyes, Jamie said that his name was Azard. Looking at Philip, who was standing next to him, the protagonist said that his name was Rise. Jamie smirked and ordered them to wake up. Suddenly, the boys opened their eyes and stared into space. Then the main character lowered his hand, leaning on his fist. Rise froze in one position, and Azard's face reflected bewilderment. Looking down, the main character thought that the guys were now confused, saying that he needed to wait until they came to their senses. Azard looked up and wondered if Jamie had created him. Nodding, the protagonist said that it was so. Horrified, Azard wondered who Jamie was, noting that he was no more than 9 years old, and wondering why he felt such a powerful and terrible energy. Watching the protagonist's body, which was enveloped in dark streams of mana, Azard continued to think. He noted that it seemed to come straight out of the pages of a book he read as a child, calling it evil incarnate and adding that it should not exist in their world. With an expression full of horror, Azard thought it was disgusting. Smiling, the protagonist tried to find out if everything was okay. Turning around, Jamie wondered if Azard saw him as a demon king. Staring into space, Rise became lost in thought before he slammed his fist into the ground, screaming. Rise stated that he didn't know if Jamie was the demon king, noting that he definitely didn't seem human to them. Raising his hand thoughtfully, the protagonist spoke of his curiosity, saying that they resisted, adding that subordinates do not look at their master with such a look. Pointing his finger forward, he thought it was his fault. Continuing to think, Jamie noted that he wasn't going to just leave it like that. He then swung his finger down with unimaginable force, causing Rise's head to hit the ground. Jamie stated that he forgave him only this once, adding that if Rise dared to look at him like that again, he would wipe him off the face of the earth. A frightened Rise reported that he realized it. Looking at Azard, who was sitting next to him, the protagonist noticed that he also needed to remember this. The boys looked at each other and froze in one pose. In his thoughts, the protagonist noted that he understood what enslaved souls were, saying that whether they wanted it or not, as long as the contract was valid, their lives belonged to a lie. After which Jamie stated that it was dark magic. Suddenly, what he saw caused surprise to appear on his face. Wiping his face with a towel, the protagonist noted that despite this, he was not the Demon King. Taken aback, Azard wondered who Jamie was. Taking off his hood, the protagonist announced that he was a dark magician. Continuing his thoughts, he stated that he was trying to kill the gods and has not backed down from his intentions to this day. Laughing, Jamie said that all they had to do was watch the Zenith Church and gather information. The boys put their hands to their chests and shouted that they understood it. Putting his hood back on, the protagonist ordered them to find a person involved in human trafficking and bring him to him, adding that this person should testify in their place. The boys lowered their heads and froze in place. Rising back up, one of them suddenly noticed that the main character had disappeared from the place where he had just been. Exhaling, Rise announced that Jamie was gone. Turning his head, Rise said that they must definitely carry out the protagonist's order, his face showing concern. Meanwhile, Chernish, continuing to walk down the street, tried to call out to Jamie, who said that everything would be fine. He reinforced the sign of submission for them, which meant that they would not be able to disobey his orders. A surprised Jamie said that in this case, his father would solve the problem of human trafficking himself. Having bitten the protagonist on the face, Blackie began to make a piercing squeal. Jamie stated that he could not close his eyes to what was happening, noting that these lands would eventually become his. Suddenly, someone started to quickly approach Jamie. Looking away, the protagonist mentioned that he had to return home today, when suddenly someone attacked him from behind. Returning to his thoughts, Jamie wondered what had happened, stating that someone had crashed into him. Looking at the small, frightened child, Jamie tried to figure out why he wasn't looking where he was running. The indignant stranger shouted that the main character was also a child. A stunned Jamie, whose hair had turned dark from the blackie that had spread across his head, noted that he was 9 years old in this body. Bowing his head, the protagonist said that he would forgive him this time, adding that he would have to be careful from now on. The stranger stood frozen in his pose, his elbows on the ground, his face full of anger, mentally wondering how he could pretend to be an adult when he didn't have a single gray hair. At the moment when he threw a stone at him, Chernish appeared in front of him. The wary stranger continued to look towards the main character. Surprised, Jamie turned to Blackie, trying to ask him a question. Continuing his thoughts, the protagonist tried to find out whether Chernish did this because he made fun of his hair color. Frowning, the protagonist was perplexed as to how Chernish dared to stop him even in this case, asking where he had picked up such bad habits. Suddenly, the boy heard someone's voice saying that he needed to watch his words if he didn't want to die, and dark mana appeared around the protagonist's body. Running forward, the stranger asked the protagonist for forgiveness. Jamie then turned to Blackie, who was on his head, trying to figure out if he was happy now. After looking around the city, Jamie suggested that they quickly go home. Chernish looked away with a sad expression on his face. Leaning on the bed, the protagonist declared that Chernish knew perfectly well what he had done wrong, shouting that if it happened again, Chernish would not get off so easily. Looking at Jamie, Chernish began to nod his head. In his thoughts, the protagonist wondered where Chernish learned this. Falling face down on the pillow, Jamie remarked on the heaviness of the day, saying that he had expended more energy than he expected. Turning around, the protagonist said that he would be very busy in the future anyway, adding that at least he had managed to live a calm, measured life after reincarnation. Jamie was amazed that in this life God would appear on his land. A silhouette appeared in his head that was associated with God. In his thoughts, the main character talked about Zenith, whom he hated. Suddenly, Jamie froze in place. At that moment, he thought that it didn't matter how many followers God had. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist was lost in his own thoughts. His eyes were enveloped in a bright purple glow. In his thoughts, he declared that he would get to everyone. Meanwhile, somewhere on the street, noticing the burning torch, someone tried to find out the whereabouts of the elder. With a stunned expression on his face, the guy was amazed that Jans was alive. Jans, in turn, asked again where the elder was. The frightened boy reported that Han Ni said that he would personally kill them, asking how Jans survived. In his thoughts, the boy wondered if Jans really fell into the hands of the protagonist who didn't even know how to control mana. Suddenly, Jans slammed his fist against the wall, causing Pip to close his eyes. Turning to a worried Pip, Jans said that he wouldn't do it again. Thinking about Jans' incredible strength, Pip wondered what had happened to him. Staring into space, he continued to think that nothing had been heard from the members of the organization, noting that if they had learned of Jans' return, there would have been an immediate uproar. Raising his hands, Pip thought about how they had all suffered, wondering what he should do next. He said he didn't know where the elder had gone. Watching Pip in shock, Rice wondered if this was true. With a serious expression, Rice asked Pip if this was true. Taken aback, Pip confirmed that it was true, adding that the other boys would have told them the same thing. Frowning, Rice thought he was getting annoyed with the current situation. Noting that they needed a leader to carry out Jamie's orders, Pip stated that the boss was informed of everything that was happening in the city, so there was a good chance he knew something about the church. With a red glow enveloping his eyes, Rice turned to Pip, wondering where he thought the boss might be. With an agitated expression on his face and in his thoughts, Pip declared that this time he had to answer them properly, noting that otherwise his head would be cut off. With his hands down, Pip said that since the boss liked booze and girls, he could check out the bars associated with them. Turning around, Jans noted that this made sense. Rice said that in that case they would go to the bars. Pip exhaled and noted that everything was going well. Suddenly, Jans punched Pip in the face while looking straight ahead. He said that the protagonist ordered the accomplice to be brought to him, adding that he would develop a plan. Closing his eye, he wondered where to leave it, suggesting to tie it up and leave it in the forest. After kicking Pip in the head, Rice remarked that it was a good idea and offered to drop Jans off at the warehouse in his house. Heading towards the exit, Rice asked Jans to go faster, adding that they were already losing a lot of time. Meanwhile, someone's hand touched the door, opening it. Entering the room, the stranger saw many bloody bodies. The stranger, looking around, could not understand what had happened. Looking away, he thought that he would get into trouble again for not meeting yesterday's quota, noting that no one would beat him now. As he headed towards the exit, the stranger thought he needed to escape before other members of the organization started asking questions. The next day, once the protagonist woke up, he assumed that he was indeed tired, noting that he woke up late. Jamie looked up, lost in his own thoughts. Closing his eyes, he said that today he too would not be able to avoid this, after which the protagonist walked forward. Looking around and turning to Blackie, who was hovering nearby, Jamie said that since his father had sensed his presence, he would be canceling his call for a moment. Approaching the entrance to the dining room, the main character wished good morning to his father and mother. Smiling and turning to Jamie, Argento tried to find out if he had slept enough. Sarah told her older brother that she had slept very well. Jamie looked down and noticed that his mother was not there. Finding herself behind the main character, Sears shouted that she was here. Taken aback, the protagonist asked where she was hiding, saying that he hadn't even noticed. Looking away, Jamie noted that, in fact, he had noticed her. After patting the protagonist on the head, Sears asked if he was surprised, and the protagonist, in turn, noted that he was, adding that he was more happy than scared. Sears folded her arms and asked why Jamie was so nice, with a confused expression on her face. Leaning against Jamie with Sarah, Sears called him adorable and asked if she could hug him again. In his mind, the protagonist begged for someone to calm them down. After that, they started eating. Seeing Sarah nearby, Sears rushed into her arms. At this point, Jamie blushed, and in his mind he noted that he too felt like squeezing his cheeks, saying that babies had very soft cheeks. Suddenly, continuing his thoughts, the protagonist wondered why he was even thinking about this. Hitting his head on the table, Jamie froze in place. The protagonist thought that he was too used to a serene life. Taking Sarah in his arms, the protagonist tried to figure out what they were talking about when he heard his father talking about events that were supposed to happen tomorrow. Taken aback, Argento wondered if Sears had told Jamie about this. And turning away, Sears exclaimed that she had completely forgotten, noting her intense concern for her son. Fragments of his memories surfaced in the protagonist's head. In his thoughts, Jamie guessed that Sears was talking about the day she saw all the mana technology. Continuing to reflect, the protagonist noted that, given his mother's character, she was very reserved. With a face full of irritation, Jamie, with a serious expression, asked her for forgiveness. However, Sears said she was okay knowing her son was okay. After what was said, she added that if the main character did it again in the future, closing her eyes, she said that she would just faint somewhere in the hallway and start crying because she would be so upset. Jamie said that it would not happen again. With his head down, the protagonist thought about what would happen tomorrow. Sears said that tomorrow they would go to the ball. The talk was of a grand ball being held by the counties of Simon and Welton. Most of the gentry from the east would be present. Sears folded her arms and said they hadn't taken children before. Noting that now they were old enough, she said she was dying to get them. In the evening, the main character decided to go on a secret sortie. Frozen in place, the protagonist called out to Chernish, standing on the windowsill. Jamie announced that they were heading towards those two. At that moment, some sounds were heard on the darkened street. Someone was heading forward. Suddenly, there was the sound of a door opening. Leaning on the table and turning to Jamie, Azard was glad that he had finally arrived. Taking off his hood, the protagonist tried to find out how things were going with his task. There was concern on his face. Rise apologized, saying that they were unable to find out about the Zenith Church. Then he stated that the church was currently under construction. With a serious expression, Jamie stated that he understood, asking about the second task. In his thoughts, the protagonist noted that even the leadership of Livel would have a hard time getting the information in a day. Turning his attention to the tied-up Pip, Rise stated that he was here with a dumbfounded expression on his face. In his thoughts, Pip wondered about the color of the protagonist's hair, assuming that the Welton family had guessed everything. Lowering his head, Rise stated that it was one of the leaders of Livel, revealing that he knew Han Ni was trying to kill them, the protagonist noting that in this case, Pip would be the perfect informant. Turning to the protagonist, Azard noted that Pip knew nothing, but Jamie said he would check it himself. Frowning, he ordered the boys to remove the gag from Pip's mouth. Pip's mouth began to drool and he began to scream, begging for help. He stated that he had nothing to do with it, noting that if they left him alive, he would find out everything. Turning to the main character, Pip wondered to himself why he was trembling. Enveloping his body in streams of dark mana, the protagonist said that he did not even think about killing him, and that he only needed to complete one task. In his thoughts, Pip realized that he felt a huge amount of sinister energy. Beginning to cry, Pip said that he would do whatever the protagonist ordered, noting that if he needed to find the boss, he would do so, while begging for mercy. Jamie stated that he was too noisy, looking at Pip, who lowered his head. The protagonist said that only one thing was required of him, continuing to think. Pip wondered why he could not utter a word. Jamie's hand reached out to Pip's head, and the dark mana continued to swirl around his face, touching Pip. The protagonist ordered him to go to the Count and report on the affairs of his organization. Later, using his leg as support, Pip tried to stand up. Turning around, he headed towards the exit, looking ahead. Jamie noted that he shouldn't sympathize, adding that the organization wouldn't go after Pip because the Earl wouldn't let him go that easily. Turning to the others, Jamie asked them to leave the city and hide somewhere. Approaching the main character, Chernish began to whisper something. Jamie was surprised to note that today, they did not ask about the reason. With their heads down, the boys declared that his orders were unconditional, saying that they would follow them. Reyes looked up and assumed he understood why the protagonist had told them that. In his thoughts, Jamie noted that Rise was assessing the situation well, with a serious expression on his face. The protagonist stated that Rise was thinking correctly, believing that his father would completely destroy the rival organization and that in the process no one would remember the two missing members. Turning around, the main character said that he would be gone for a few days, asking the guys to hide until then. After that, he pulled his hood over his head and went outside. When he opened the door, Rise tried to call out to Jamie. Turning around, the protagonist tried to figure out what had happened, with a face full of bewilderment. As it turned out, Rise was curious about what they had become. He said that they already knew that they were corpses, adding that they had come to terms with the irreversibility of this fact. He said that they did not particularly want to return. Rise stated that he was pleased with his strength. He put his hand to his chest and wondered what kind of creature it was that needed to know. Frozen in place, the protagonist tried to figure out what exactly interested Rise. He, in turn, noted that their strength had become many times greater compared to what they had in life. Looking at the stunned Jamie, Rise wondered if it was possible that they had turned into high-class undead. Rise apologized, saying it was a stupid question. Raising a finger, Jamie noted that this was not the case, saying that Rise was funny, which made him laugh. The protagonist then tried to find out if Rise was asking if he had become undead. Jamie noted that he had never encountered such an ability to adapt. Taking hold of his shirt, Rise thanked the protagonist for what he said. Jamie closed his eyes and thought that this was the first time he had ever experienced anything like this in his life. They usually vehemently deny the new entity and act like monsters who have lost their minds, adding that these guys were the complete opposite. Looking at the surprised boys, Jamie assumed that he had come across some rare specimens. Looking forward, the protagonist stated that they were just zombies, noting that after death their appearance did not change, but their physical strength was many times greater than that of a human. Lowering his head, Rise said he understood, laughing. Jamie noted that based on the boys' efforts, they could become high-class zombies. After this, Rice's face lit up with genuine interest. Turning around, the main character announced that he was setting off on a journey, asking the boys to hide well, and they, in turn, wished him a safe journey. Towering over Jamie, Blackie began to make a high-pitched squeak. The protagonist noted that they were not pathetic, adding that he thought the opposite, calling them interesting. He said that they reminded him of someone from the past. Looking around the estate, Jamie noticed that they were very late and asked Blackie to hurry home. As it turned out, that night, Count Welton turned everything on its head. The leadership of the major criminal organization Livel, rooted in Hayes, brought charges against its internal divisions, forcing the Count to postpone his trip to get to the bottom of it. Jamie tilted his head and noted that they could make quick work of the teleport, as he and his family were currently heading to Reborn, the largest city in the east. As he continued to reflect, Jamie noted that things had improved here compared to the old days. Exhaling, the protagonist thought that compared to that period, progress was clearly visible, adding that he did not know how many years had passed since his death. Jamie said that history books describe events that happened after that, adding that at that time, demons occupied the earth and the Demon King descended to earth. Crossing his legs, the protagonist thought about the certainty that it was a peaceful time without such incidents, noting that he could be the very being that would disturb the peace. Suddenly, clots of dark mana began to form on Jamie's face. At that moment, he said that the stupid 12 gods could not even unite for a long time, saying that compared to last time, now he could easily overthrow them. Then the protagonist declared that countless living beings would die, indicating that it was no longer his business. While in her sleep, Sarah began to make some sounds. At this point, Jamie was lost in his own thoughts, concentrating. While Sarah continued to doze, the protagonist thought that this evening should end. The carriage that Jamie was in soon pulled up to the entrance to the city. Looking out the window, the protagonist declared that Reborn was incredible. Smiling, Sears said that the reason for this was because it was the best trading city in the kingdom, noting that there weren't many centers on the entire continent that had so much money circulating. Jamie noted that it was truly incredible. Leaning against the carriage, the protagonist thought that it was thanks to this city that the kingdom of Seldom flourished. After looking around the city, Jamie reported that they were almost there. Smiling, he said that his heart was beating faster because he would soon see Count Simon. Hugging the protagonist, Sears declared that her son was cute, noting his excitement. She closed her eyes and said that Jamie had dreamed of becoming a wizard, and asked if that was the reason he trembled so much when he thought of Earl Simon. Looking away, the protagonist said that it was so. Turning her head, Sears said that Count Simon was magnificent, saying that he was a 7th-class archmage despite being the same age as their father. She noted that the two were the most influential aristocrats in the East, as well as the feudal Count of Rena. Sears reported that the Count's magic fully lived up to his nickname, the Red Lotus Mage, speaking of rumors that he could take thousands of lives. A wary Jamie wondered who he looked like. Sears closed her eyes, lost in her own thoughts, caught off guard. She said he was striking, with hair the color of blood. Jamie guessed that wasn't what interested him in the Red Lotus 7th-class mage. In his thoughts, Jamie said that his power was capable of taking many lives, adding that he was curious about what made such a difficult task possible. The protagonist remarked that he wished he could talk to him further, and that he wished he could have talked to Marcus longer, wondering how he could have started a dialogue with Count Simon. Holding her dress up, Sears turned to her children, asking them to follow her, saying they were getting out. Getting out of the carriage, the protagonist followed Sears, raising his hand. The guy asked if she was the wife of Count Welton, and Sears answered in the affirmative. Having looked around the expanse of the castle, the young man said that he would show them their chambers. Soon he led them to chambers that looked incredibly luxurious. The boy stepped forward and said that they could stay here for the duration of the ball, and could also use the servants' services if any problems arose. Smiling, Sears said that Count Simon had taken care of them. Opening the door, the butler turned to Jamie and invited him in. In his thoughts, the protagonist noted that there was a reason for this, adding that he did not want to be in the same room with his parents, stating that he did not even want to think about it. Turning her head, Sears asked Jamie to unpack her things and come back immediately. Later, two maids came to Sears, who talked to her and helped her put her hair and dress in order. When her son entered the chambers, a soft blush appeared on her face. Jamie called Sears beautiful with an embarrassed expression. She closed her eyes and wondered if she really was beautiful in his eyes. She folded her hands and said that she was pleased to hear such things. Running up to him, Sears said that her son also looked charming, at which point the maid turned to her. The subordinate asked her to be careful, as her makeup might smudge. With tears in her eyes, Sears thought she wanted to hug him tightly at least once, but the subordinate said she couldn't do that because the dress would wrinkle. Turning her attention to Sarah, who was holding her dress in her hands, the subordinate said that she was ready too. Overjoyed, Sears said her daughter was very cute. Jamie remarked that Sarah looked like a doll. Smiling, Sears turned to her brother and asked if she was pretty. Approaching her, Jamie replied that this was indeed the case, asked if she felt uncomfortable, and advised her to be patient for a little while. After this, the family headed to the main room. The people sitting at the table were engaged in a heated dialogue. Looking around, the main character wondered if aristocrats always dress so elegantly. The protagonist asks if Count Simon likes such pretentiousness. Sitting next to her father, Sears noted that he would still have time to be surprised. Behind her back, the girl remarked that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling her beautiful. The woman asked them to look at the quality of the dress, saying that Sears was a real mistress of Welton County. Speaking of the coat, the woman said that it was woven from their cotton, adding that she had prepared it for herself for the winter. The protagonist's face reflected confusion. Sears thanked the woman for her concern. In his thoughts, the protagonist believed that the woman was trying to curry favor with the Welton family, adding that he had often met people like her before. Then Jamie remembered a period of time that there are no records of. The protagonist stated that at that time there lived little people who shamelessly sucked up to the gods. Jamie looked down and thought it was disgusting, amazed that his mother could get along so well even with people like that. Meanwhile, standing in the middle of the room, the male presenter wondered if he could be heard well. Lowering his hand, he greeted everyone, calling them honored guests invited to the Simon family ball. He stated that he was Rival Bannon, adding that he was in charge of governing the Regan region. There was a lot of noise in the main hall. Smiling, Rival announced that the banquet would begin soon, asking everyone to remain in their seats. Raising his hand, he greeted Count Simon's family, who were due to arrive any minute. Wary, the man was lost in his thoughts, after which he slowly walked towards the main hall. From what he saw, the protagonist was shocked. Looking ahead, the Count noted that he had not seen everyone for a long time. A bead of sweat slowly trickled down Jamie's face, and he realized that this was indeed the man in front of him. With a serious expression on his face, the man greeted everyone, asking them to continue having fun. Heated discussions began in the main hall. Continuing his thoughts, Jamie stated that this was nonsense, noting that his strength was similar to Marcus's or even higher. Leaning on the table, the protagonist thought about the Red Lotus Mage. Grinning, Jamie noted that he exceeded all his expectations, saying that he found it very interesting. Finding himself behind Sears, the man noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, adding that she had become even more beautiful than last year. Sears, taking hold of the hem of her dress, noticed that he was flattering her by saying that she was glad he was in good health. Turning around, the man asked if Count Welton would be coming this time. Sears said he would be arriving that evening, mentioning that he had business on their lands. Looking at the protagonist, the man tried to determine if it was Sears' son. Turning his attention to Jamie, Sears confirmed that it was indeed him. Then, looking at the confused Sarah, Sears declared that she was her daughter. Turning to the children, Sears asked if they should say hello. The protagonist leaned over and introduced himself, after which Sarah, lifting the hem of her dress, introduced herself. The blonde girl complimented Sears' children, calling them beautiful, and Sears thanked her, noting that they were very smart. Looking away, the man noticed that the protagonist had noticed this. Lost in his thoughts, the man smiled. The main character felt like the man was looking at him askance, and in his thoughts, Jamie commented that the man could look as much as he wanted. The protagonist's fist was enveloped in a bright stream of mana, and an evil smile appeared on the man's face. Raising his head, he asked the name of the main character. Jamie confirmed that this was indeed the correct name. Approaching the main character, the man noted that he would see him a little later. Having received his consent, he turned around and walked forward. As the protagonist continued to reflect, he noted that Count Simon had definitely exceeded his expectations and was looking forward to their conversation. Soon, many aristocrats from different countries began to arrive in the banquet hall, filling it. The young red-haired boy turned his head, trying to find Jamie. At this point, Jamie looked at his mother and asked her about his father's arrival time. Sears replied that he would arrive by midnight. Count Simon's family of 4 sat down at one of the tables. The boy sitting opposite his father asked him what he thought of the Count of Welton's son. But Simon did not answer. He asked why his son was so interested in a 10-year-old child. With a smile on his face, the boy explained that although the boy was still young now, he would become the head of the Welton family in the future. And since they were the same age, he would like to get to know him better. Simon's pupils sparkled as he looked at his son. He had heard rumors that he showed leadership qualities among the noble children. Turning away, Simon realized that his son wanted a confession from him, albeit in a somewhat stupid way. Nevertheless, he decided to play along. The boy's face flushed slightly and his lips stretched into a wide smile. When his father praised him, saying that he was wise beyond his years, he asked his father if he could tell him anything else about Jamie. The entire Simon family, seated at the table, fell silent and stopped eating when Simon asked for an aperitif to go with his tea. The boy's mother placed her hand on top of his and stroked it. As Al turned to his mother, she asked him to improve his relationship with Jamie, as their families had been allies for a long time. The boy put on a smile and told his mother that, of course, he would grant her wish. Hearing this, his mother smiled and calmed down. The boy silently watched as his mother turned and asked the maid to bring an aperitif. A moment later, he frowned, mentally asking his mother for forgiveness. Looking at Jamie from afar, Al realized that he was not going to get along with him. He imagined Jamie kneeling in front of him, covered in blood. Suddenly, the boy turned around, feeling the touch of his father's hand on his shoulder. Simon leaned down as he walked towards his surprised son and praised him. This made the boy blush slightly with joy, as he desperately wanted to get his father's recognition. The boy's brother looked at the smiling boy with confusion. He smirked, realizing what his older brother was thinking. People continued to fill the banquet hall. Empty tables and chairs were occupied by new arrivals. Sears stood up, holding her dress, and told Jamie to make sure he made friends with everyone, waving goodbye. Jamie looked at his mother with narrowed eyes and froze in place, shocked by her words. He didn't want to make friends and planned to use his time more productively. Soon after, he found himself in the garden, admiring the beauty of nature. In this charming garden, a greenhouse with flowers was built, as well as a chic gazebo for tea drinking. Looking around, Jamie was amazed by the flowers, gazebos, and greenhouses planted everywhere, which made him think that magic was not the only advantage of his acquaintance. He walked along, talking to himself. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and looked back wearily. Hearing the girl asking him who he was talking to, Jamie instantly opened his palm, forming a blade of mana. Jamie turned around, swinging his almost formed spear. The golden-haired girl became nervous and scared. Her teeth clenched and her eyes widened in fear as the tip of the magical weapon pressed against her throat. Jamie, who had been standing with his arm outstretched, froze, barely managing to stop the blade. He cursed in displeasure when he saw the girl. Jamie raised his hand, dispelling the blade, and looked at the girl who approached. The girl clenched her fists and with tear-stained eyes began to scream at Jamie, scolding him for the sudden attack. Jamie, looking at the girl, asked how she managed to sneak up on him unnoticed. Then the girl suddenly stopped being angry. Her lips stretched into a smile. She asked if Jamie was interested in her, then pretended to wonder out loud whether she should have spoken up after Jamie had attacked her. Jamie looked shocked and frowned at her. He found her too unpleasant, not only because of her speech, but also because she could appear behind his back. Suddenly, a magic bullet flew towards the girl at great speed. When it hit the ground, it raised a small amount of dust under her feet, and the ground in the place where the magic bullet landed began to crack in a small radius. The golden-haired girl was horrified when she saw Jamie's magic. Her pupils dilated in fear as she stared at the tiny crater that had formed beneath her. Listening to Jamie explain that it was an air bullet, a second-tier magic. Jamie stood with his hand raised and his finger extended, smoke coming from it. Jamie frowned at the girl, telling her that if her magical defenses weren't developed enough, the bullet would have passed right through her. And for someone like her, it would have been fatal. The girl seemed to be electrocuted and froze when she heard Jamie's words. Jamie's pupils narrowed as he extended his finger again, asking if she still wanted to resist. Then the girl waved her arms, screamed, and begged Jamie to stop. They stood opposite each other in the garden. Jamie, threatening her with a bullet, urged her on. Finally, the girl introduced herself. Her name was Ash Val. She closed her eyes and screamed that she was the eldest daughter of Viscount Vale and that she could summon spirits. She was a summoner. A summoner was a term for magicians who made contracts with mysterious spirits of nature. Jamie recalled the map of the continent, remembering the few summoners, as they were considered to be the outstanding mages who could claim the title of Baron. Jamie then looked at Ash. He was a little doubtful that Ash was really a summoner. The hero looked at Ash's sad face, realizing that thanks to the wind spirit, she could easily sneak up silently, just like she could in his past life. Ash looked at Jamie with a puzzled look as he thought about her. He was amazed that, even though she was the same age, she was already a summoner. Usually people would start learning nature magic at the age of 10. But Ash was clearly a genius when she started her training. She could even make a contract with the Spirit King. Suddenly, Ash grabbed her dress and told Jamie, who was standing in front of her, that she had introduced herself and now it was his turn. She asked who he was to use such dangerous magic. Jamie looked at Ash awkwardly, his mouth hanging open involuntarily as he thought about her trying to interrogate him. Ash, looking at Jamie, kept screaming, demanding to know his name. Then Jamie calmed down and, with a smile, introduced himself as the heir of the Earl of Welton. Ash looked shocked. Her eyes widened. The Vale family were loyal vassals of Count Welton. At this point, Argento stood in front of a dark-haired man kneeling with his hands tied. Argento told the man that his group was annoying, but he didn't touch them as all they ever did was cause trouble. Sometimes they even benefited him. The man began to sweat heavily, and another coughing fit caused him to spit out blood. Argento then brought the edge of his boot to the man's jaw and lightly hit him, asking if they had decided to pay him back for his part in the human trafficking. He kicked the man in anger, saying that only a madman or someone tired of life would undertake such a task. Standing up, Argento glared at the man, stating that since the man wanted to die, he would grant his wish. The man, whose clothes and lower jaw were covered in blood, was crying and trembling, begging Argento for mercy. The Count turned around, ordering his servants to kill the man tomorrow. The two servants at the door looked at the Count's retreating back and accepted his order. The Count stopped and ordered a carriage to be prepared for him, as he was planning to leave immediately. Soon, a carriage drawn by 4 horses left the estate. The shackled criminals cried as they were led away. Meanwhile, the man hiding in the bushes, wrapped in a dark cloak with a hood, turned around. The blue ball in his palm cracked, and he immediately said that the group had failed and they were now moving on to Plan B. The story moves to a huge garden with various vegetable gardens, a fountain, a small artificial river, and a pond. Jamie and Ash walked along the garden path, approaching the bridge over the pond. Unable to bear it, Jamie turned around and angrily asked why she continued to follow him. Having calmed down a little, Jamie looked at Ash and said that if her father was his father's vassal, it didn't mean anything. In response, Ash slightly bowed her head, looking away. She wanted to say something, but she was interrupted. Jamie asked her to stop talking so strangely. Suddenly, Jamie grabbed Ash by the arm, and after he screamed at her to come back, the enraged hero dragged the crying girl along with him. Jamie then turned around sharply, looking at Ash and asking why she was bothering him. Ash clenched her fists and screamed that it was the first time she had met someone her age and wanted to make friends. Jamie was shocked by her words. His eyes widened. He couldn't imagine such a reason for them to meet. They stood silently opposite each other. He couldn't understand why Ash needed a friend. He closed his eyes, thinking that for kids her age, friends were very important. Jamie looked at Ash, who was looking away. Internally, he told himself that it wasn't his problem. Jamie then turned around, hands in his pockets, and shouted at a shocked Ash to find someone else to befriend. Then Ash shouted after Jamie, asking him to stop. As a result, she couldn't take it anymore and raised her hands, clenching her palms into fists. She screamed, calling Jamie a pest. As he walked along the park path, Jamie cursed his friends and Ash, who didn't understand that friendship, like any relationship, was irrational. As Jamie approached the gates of the mansion, he began to regret not having gotten rid of such feelings in his past life. Looking away, he thought that if he didn't have emotions, he wouldn't have to experience this. Jamie frowned and looked down. He began to mentally scold Ash again, remembering the unpleasant events of his life. Jamie's eyes snapped open when someone called out to him. Alf and his 2 friends smiled sarcastically behind Jamie. He turned around and immediately recognized Alpha as the son of Count Simon. Looking at Alpha, he asked what he wanted. One of Alpha's friends, whose hair was more like a bowl, frowned and raised his hand, gesturing in disgust. He was offended that Jamie, being younger than them, spoke to their elders in such a manner. Alf's second friend pointed at Jamie, loudly informing him that Alf was the son of Earl Simon. Alf, pleased with his minions, smiled and nodded, feeling proud. Then Jamie put his finger to his mouth and smiled, casting a silent spell, demanding silence. Suddenly, Alpha's two friends fell silent, their mouths open in shock. They tried to say something, but it was as if they had lost the ability to speak. Alf, alarmed by the situation, asked if Jamie had cast a silencing spell on them. Jamie snapped his fingers, grinning widely as he remarked that he was surprised that Alf had magic, adding that Alf seemed smart compared to these monkeys. As two of Alf's followers fell to their knees, struggling to breathe, Alf began to speak of his status, threatening Jamie. Jamie raised his hand, wiggling his fingers in a way that made Alf nervous. He threw up his hands and declared that he had not come to argue, but simply to talk. Then Alf praised Jamie for his ability to use the magic of silence. Jamie turned his head and looked at Alf and said that he was talking nonsense and was not interested in listening. He told Alf to go where he was going. Alf flinched, his mouth hanging open in shock and his hand raised. At first unsure if Jamie knew who he was, but Jamie quickly mentioned his father's name, reassuring Alf. Alf explained that he only wanted to talk to him because Jamie was the Earl of Welton's son, and expressed confusion that Jamie was speaking informally, which caused a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, two of Alpha's followers continued to suffer. One of them clutched his head in pain. Jamie understood that if he had not demonstrated his abilities, Alpha would have used force. Alf smiled sarcastically, telling Jamie that in the future they would become the most influential in the Eastern aristocracy, and that it would be better for them to be friends. Jamie listened without enthusiasm, not even moving a muscle, realizing that Alf wanted him to be his subordinate. He felt disgusted by Alf's childish and disgusting words. Clenching his fist, Jamie declined the offer, stating that he had no interest in Alpha's games and wanted nothing to do with them. Ashamed, Alf screamed, threatening Jamie for refusing his offer. He picked up the wand and told Jamie to look at it and compare it to his pathetic amulets. The Alpha smiled madly as he looked at his glowing wand and informed Jamie that from now on he would tiptoe around him and treat him with the respect he deserved. When Alf pointed his wand at Jamie, he didn't react at all, silently watching the wand. Suddenly, Jamie's lips stretched into a cruel smile. He realized that Alf had intended to demonstrate brute force all along. Still smiling, Alf furrowed his brows and began to concentrate the surrounding mana into his wand, saying that he wanted to use magic. However, he changed his mind, deciding that he was more comfortable following his usual methods. Jamie stopped smiling, disgusted by Alf's hypocrisy. He remembered the moment when Simon and his wife had greeted his mother and wondered if adults would let Alf do whatever he wanted. He raised his hand and made a gesture, warning that if there was any noise, it would only be Alpha's problem. However, Alf smiled maliciously when he heard this. He then took a white ball into his hand, into which mana was continuously poured. He used it to create a large blue formation beneath his feet, sealing them both in a transparent mesh energy dome. Inside the dome, Jamie came to the conclusion that Alf had used an illusion magic artifact. Alf screamed that Jamie would soon weaken and crawl at his feet, directing his anger at the two followers watching him, telling them not to sit idly by. A small stream of mana passed past the heads of the two followers, causing them to flinch and stop suffering. They stepped forward, blocking Alpha and glaring at Jamie. The two were angered by Jamie's indifference, but Jamie looked at the artifact curiously, giving it an excellent rating. He turned to the two boys with a smile. Alf frowned as he continued to talk about the Welton family, but Jamie interrupted him by saying the word suffering. The dark energy descended like lightning, unnoticed by Alf and his followers. Suddenly, they began to bleed from their noses, eyes, and mouths, and Jamie advised them not to deactivate the artifact, warning them that they would suffer. Jamie raised his finger to his lips, still smiling. He watched as all three fell to their knees, screaming in intense pain. When the dome disappeared and Jamie left, Alf was the only one who didn't collapse to the ground, unlike the others who were begging for help. Alpha vomited the contents of his stomach. The guy's mind was empty, his eyes saw nothing, and only the thirst for revenge filled his subconscious. Alf was shaking. Blood continued to flow from his nose and tears ran down his face. He couldn't understand why a fourth-class mage like Jamie was so powerful. He thought of Argento, wondering how a family renowned for their swordsmanship could produce a son with such terrifying magical abilities, a talent he lacked. Alf, with his head bowed, began to cry even harder, his tears falling straight onto the ground, and his fingers dug into the earth in anger. He stood up, turned around, and walked away, declaring that he would never forgive Jamie, drooling from his open mouth, determined to destroy Jamie's talent so that he would never be able to use magic again. As the Alpha team walked along the red-carpeted balcony, two boys stopped and looked at their friend with concern. Sweat broke out on their faces, and one of them asked if anything would happen because of the theft of the magic item. Alf, confused by the question, didn't even turn to look at his friend. He silently asked him to follow him. Suddenly, the red-haired boy, hearing someone calling him, frowned irritably and looked away. His friends looked at each other, alarmed. When the red-haired boy, Lennon, peered out from behind a column and waved at them with a smile. Alf, displeased, asked what Lennon was doing there. Then Lennon extended his hand with a sly smile. There was some red-yellow substance in it, and then Lennon said that he could not remain idle when his beloved brother was wounded. A frightened Alf broke out in a cold sweat and asked where he got such a dangerous thing. Lennon smiled and nudged his brother to take the substance, intending to deal with Jamie of the Welton family. Alf grinned evilly, coming to the conclusion that the real goal now was to kill Jamie. Soon night fell and a carriage pulled up to the estate. The doorman opened the door to Count Argento, who was already waiting for Count Simon. A red-haired man, dressed in formal attire with fur on his shoulder, extended his hand in greeting. Seeing the man, Argento laughed and jokingly said that if Count Simon himself had come out to meet him, something incredible would have happened. The old acquaintances shook hands, and Argento asked how things were going. Count Simon invited them inside. The two counts sat down at the table, and Argento asked about the banquet, receiving only a short answer from Simon. Then, Simon said that he had met his son, Jamie. After Simon's expression changed, Argento asked about his son. Simon leaned on his leg, noting his skillful concealment of his loving father's nature, admitting that his children were everything to him. Argento, observing Simon's strange reaction, asked with concern if anything had changed since their last meeting. Then Simon cast an irritated glance to the side and lowered the corners of his lips without answering. He then turned to Argento, waving his arms excitedly and saying that Jamie was amazing. Argento, raising his eyebrows in concern, asked if Simon thought his son was talented. Simon cast a sly glance at Argento and grinned. He started praising Jamie, calling him the best. He said that in the history of all mankind, there was no more talented person than him. Argento was pleased to note that Simon had used words from Marcus's book, to which Simon asked if he had met Jamie in person. Argento said he knew his son had talent when he was little, but never thought of it as anything special. With his head down, the turquoise-haired count explained that his son had an innate talent for magic that would allow him to use it for good as a sorcerer. Simon laughed in response, surprised that the High Warlock had become Jamie's mentor. Argento awkwardly added that Marcus had refused, but Simon slyly noted that such a genius would develop his abilities on his own and reach the 9th grade. Admitting that he was even envious of Jamie's natural talent, Simon said he wanted to see what a magician with his skills could do. Argento, taken aback, looked at Simon in confusion. Then Simon said that people are very weak. Civilizations were built by humans, but in reality, mages were weaker than dragons and elves. Compared to them, human magic is a breeze in the face of a hurricane. Argento sat with a serious expression, pursing his lips, as Simon pointed out that the world was held together by master swordsmen. Simon noted with a grin that if a 9th-class mage were born, then everything would be different, in which case such a mage would be higher even than higher magical creatures such as dragons. Simon, lounging in his chair, declared with delight that such a man would change everything. With a serious expression, Simon admitted that he wanted the human race to dominate the world. A worried Argento noticed his vanity. Simon then frowned slightly, convincing Argento that it would be wise, given the forgotten history of their lands. Argento, confused, stared at the floor, unable to find words to object. Only a few people on the continent knew about the secret of the events that happened 10,000 years ago, that led to the disappearance of all previous history. Argento closed his eyes and came to the conclusion that the gods had not revealed the secret to people. According to Simon, it took strength to stand up to them to prevent history from disappearing again. Soon, the owner of the estate looked out the window at the full moon and invited the guests to rest, citing the late hour. At this time, Jamie was sleeping quietly, covered with a white blanket. Count Argento leaned over his son, watching him sleep, and concluded with surprise that great hopes had been placed on this child. The man, with a serious expression on his face, thought that, as a caring parent, he was worried about his son's incredible innate abilities. Argento looked lovingly at the peacefully sleeping Jamie, who remained his sweet and charming son to him. The man stood over the boy's bed with his fists clenched, mentally promising to do everything he could to ensure that Jamie grew up to be a good man. The next morning, guests dressed in elegant dresses and suits gathered at tables in the banquet hall. Jamie sat in his chair, his head thrown back, wondering why his father had been so worried last night. Suddenly, Jamie called out to Ash, who suddenly appeared with her eyes wide open in surprise. The main character looked at the blonde with undisguised irritation, repeating once again that he was indifferent to her. She grinned back, happily reporting that the opposite was true. The girl put her hands to her face and called out loudly to her sister, still smiling. Jamie looked at the blonde, annoyed by her behavior, since she decided to call someone else. The protagonist rose from his chair, rudely declaring that he did not want to be near Ash, to which she loudly began to persuade him to at least say hello. Rebecca looked at her little sister with concern, throwing up her hands and scolding her for her insolence. Jamie looked at the blonde in shock as Ash tried to justify herself to him. The boy was caught off guard, his eyes wide and staring ahead with a distant expression. Meanwhile, Ash was laughing behind his back, thinking that he had fallen in love with Rebecca. Jamie was greatly shocked to recognize in this young girl his acquaintance Jane from a past life. It was the woman he had loved his entire life who sacrificed herself to the gods for her own good, leaving Diablo an emotionless monster. Jamie soon came out of his thoughts, turned around and walked away. Ash stood there, not believing her ears. Alf approached them with a contemptuous grimace, holding a ball in his hand. The boy clutched the artifact tightly while Jamie glanced worriedly at Rebecca, the alpha declaring that he was now a corpse. The protagonist cast a shocked glance at Rebecca, calling her Jane. The blonde looked surprised, her eyes wide, but she responded to the name. Jamie and Rebecca looked at each other in shock, while Ash stood between them with a surprised expression on her face, wondering if the boy really had fallen in love with her sister. Meanwhile, Alf cast a sly glance at Jamie, his eyes sparkling, and smiled, saying that he had found him. The boy frowned sharply and, activating a stream of fire, furiously ordered them to call him Elder. Jamie watched the offender with concern, while Ash looked away in fear. Rebecca, who was very worried about her sister, rushed towards her. Suddenly, someone's voice demanded that everyone stay away, and the flames began to disappear. Alf, who had been clutching the fiery artifact tightly in his hand, was now surrounded only by sparks from the fire. He looked ahead in confusion, unable to believe what had just happened. Meanwhile, Rebecca hugged a shocked Ash tightly. The rest of the room looked at Alpha, who froze in shock as he realized that Jamie had stopped the 6th-tier fire magic that his father had created. The protagonist cast a concentrated look at the attack blocker, activating the mana flows in his outstretched hand and wishing death on Alpha. The red-haired boy's shoulder began to be covered in ice, which continued to spread, enveloping his head and arm. Alf held his arms out in front of him, still watching in shock as Jamie's face became increasingly covered in ice, leaving only one silver eye. He let out a loud, heart-wrenching scream. Jamie stared at Alpha with glowing purple eyes as he continued to use his magic. The main character was surprised to see an open palm in front of his face. Count Argento stood behind the boy, looking serious, holding his hand in front of Jamie's face and stopping the spell. The boy looked to the side through his father's fingers and saw two blonde sisters hugging each other and watching him with concern. Argento didn't remove his hand, and Jamie closed his eyes. Count Argento was on one knee, holding Jamie in his arms, while Count Simon stood opposite him with his hands behind his back. The turquoise-haired man looked at his unconscious son with concern, thinking about the seriousness of the situation. Argento recalled that when he first noticed the children arguing, he thought it was just a misunderstanding. However, remembering how Alf was gradually covered in ice, he came to the conclusion that it was definitely not an accident. If he had not intervened, the boy would have died. Simon now stood in front of the Earl with his child and thought about the situation with admiration. He was amazed at how Jamie was able to destroy the magic of the Flaming Phoenix and prevent the ballroom from turning into a blazing inferno. Count Simon looked at the young genius with a sly look, dreaming that he would reach the 9th grade and realize his plans. Meanwhile, his wife, Countess Simon, sat on the floor with an unconscious Alf, screaming loudly that Jamie had harmed their son and wanted to punish him. Then Sears immediately stood up for her son, her yellow eyes flashing menacingly and reminding him that Alf had tried to attack first. She remembered the boy, looking angry, directing a stream of fire at Jamie, which started a fight, and the broken artifact that Alf had used to attack Jamie lying on the floor. Frowning and clenching her fists, Sears asked Alf's mother how all this had happened. Countess Simon began to scream furiously, claiming that her son had only meant to scare Jamie a little. However, Sears asked her to finish the sentence. Jamie's mother screamed angrily at Countess Simon, and Argento hastened to calm her down, carrying his son away in his arms. Countess Simon sat lost with Alf in her arms, catching a lot of contemptuous glances. She turned to her husband, who was standing to the side, looking for support. He slowly began to turn around. The Countess was full of hope, thinking that her husband would stand up for their son. Bitter tears flowed from her eyes as she heard from her husband that their son had made a mistake that day. Earl Simon apologized to Mrs. Sears with a serious face while his wife looked at him with disdain. Now, all the people in the room surrounded the two families, watching to see how the situation would be resolved. The Countess bowed with her eyes closed, accepting the apology and announcing that they would leave the room immediately. An alarmed Count Simon turned to Argento with the child in his arms, inviting him to rest as well. After this, the red-haired man loudly addressed everyone gathered, asking for forgiveness for the chaos that had arisen at the ball and announcing the end of the event. Countess Simon watched her husband's back in silence as the crowd parted, emptying the ballroom. The woman looked at the Count, who was seeing the guests off with a smile, and could not understand how he could do this without stopping crying. The Countess screamed and reminded her husband that Alf was their son, while continuing to blame Jamie for everything. Count Simon glared at her and rudely demanded that she shut up. The woman's eyes widened in shock at this attitude, while her husband ordered them to take Alf and leave the room. Meanwhile, night had already fallen in the city and a bright moon rose over the estate. There were some disgruntled cries from Count Simon in the room. The Count turned to Alf, asking if he wanted to get his attention. His wife looked on from the side with pity. Simon looked at his son with his silver eyes, menacingly demanding an answer. Alf trembled with fear as his father told him of the terrible consequences of their reckless actions. The boy, still trembling, began to shed tears. Count Simon gave the child a menacing look and explained that Jamie was being insolent. Opening his eyes in surprise, the father indignantly asked Alpha who gave him the phoenix ring. Alf raised his eyebrows pitifully and began to cry even harder, not daring and afraid to admit it. Looking menacingly at his son, the Count reminded him that he did not like to repeat himself. Alf looked at his parent in fear, tears flowing more and more from his eyes. The boy stuttered out the name of his brother Lennon. After some time, the red-haired teenager stood in the open door of his father's wooden office. Lennon frowned and looked displeased as he watched Alf. The boy came to the conclusion that his crying older brother was pathetic because he literally offered him a solution to the problem. Lennon decided to pretend innocence, closed his eyes and smiled, turning to his father. Count Simon asked his youngest son if he had given the artifact to his brother, to which he received a short affirmative answer. The man frowned and asked why Lennon had given Alf such a dangerous thing. The boy propped his chin on his hand and, with a thoughtful look, stated his confidence that Alf would only lose with this child, and he did not want to see his brother lose. Lennon was left in shock when his father said he had manipulated his older brother. Lennon was very confused and puzzled, not understanding how his father had figured this out. Alf, hearing his father's words, looked questioningly at his younger brother. Standing between his two sons and shaking his head, Count Simon admitted that he was not interested in either of them. Looking away, the man asked if the children wanted to know the reason. Alf and Lennon looked at their father in shock as he admitted that they lacked extraordinary abilities despite having his blood in them. Count Simon looked at the boys with disdain, deciding to tell them about a way to get his attention. Father said that they needed to prove their blood relationship through their actions. Walking up to the door and lowering the handle, Count Simon finally said that his sons must deal with the consequences of their actions. Looking back, Simon said that tomorrow the boys would apologize to Jamie until he forgave them. Alf and Lennon watched in silence as the door slammed after their father left the room. Alf scratched the back of his head and broke out in a cold sweat from fear for Jamie. He asked his little brother if he was going to apologize. Lennon, frozen in place in confusion, decided that what had shocked him so much was his father's words. The Count's phrase, proving that they were of the same blood as him, flashed through his mind. As he played this over in his head, Lennon stood with his silver eyes wide open, then clenched his fists and, grinning evilly, promised that he would definitely prove it. Meanwhile, Sears stood by Jamie's bedside, looking at her son with concern. She studied the calm face of the boy lying unconscious in the bed. Sears was shocked to wonder what had really happened since their child had first tried to kill Alpha. She thought it was just childish pranks, but if the artifact had worked as it should, something terrible would have happened. Sears clenched her fists and thought that she couldn't forgive Alf's behavior, despite the Count's apologies. The Countess was surprised to see Jamie tossing and turning in bed, and she looked at her son with soft eyes, while the boy remained completely under the covers. Then Sears shyly covered her face with her hands, driving away the terrible thoughts of retribution. Suddenly, someone's hand fell on her shoulder. The woman looked in surprise at her husband who had approached her. He asked with concern if everything was okay with her. The Countess turned her gaze to the hand lying on her shoulder. She asked why she should feel good about this situation. The Count began to ask what his wife expected him to do, and she closed her eyes. Sears chuckled and noted that her husband had stopped her before, to which he said he was afraid of the woman's sadness. Sears shook her head and said that Count Simon had already deeply apologized, and she didn't want to cause a quarrel between the Western and Eastern aristocracy because of this incident. The couple were delighted, thinking that Alpha had been scolded for his misbehavior. Meanwhile, Jamie remained completely under the covers. His parents hurried out of the bedroom, giving him time to rest. The boy stirred under the blanket and stuck his head out, with an indifferent expression on his face. He concluded that he understood his parents' feelings, since at that moment he could not control himself. He sat up abruptly in bed, leaving his feet under the covers. Then Jamie closed his eyes, his thoughts on Jane. He remembered the beautiful Rebecca, the reincarnation of his beloved. Jamie believed that her reincarnation was natural because he too was reborn after tens of thousands of years. The boy calmly concluded that, unlike him, Jane had no memories of her past life. Jamie looked down in confusion, trying to figure out how he and Jane had been reborn at the same time. His mind wondered if this was an irony of fate or someone's plan, perhaps the plan of the 12 gods. Suddenly, Blackie appeared next to Jamie, squealing and rubbing against his cheek. When the demon sat on the boy's shoulder, he closed his eyes and smiled, throwing away thoughts of the gods. He cast a soft glance at his familiar, saying nothing. Before his eyes appeared the image of Jane's death, with her clutching her stomach as blood flowed non-stop. The boy closed his eyes sadly as he came to the conclusion that he had to meet Rebecca again. The scene shifted to a dark room where an unknown man dressed in a robe tied a message to the leg of a dove as he pondered the changes in magical society. Now tied to the bird's leg was a white note stating that the Earl of Welton's firstborn son, Jamie, was an amazing magical genius at the age of 9. The man then went outside and released several pigeons, each carrying a message. When dawn broke, Jamie walked down the garden path towards the pond edged with rocks. He let the air flow through his turquoise hair, while Blackie squealed happily as he felt the gusts of wind. Jamie looked at Blackie in confusion and asked if he really liked the fresh air. He continued walking when the demon squeaked, explaining that he understood everything. Jamie stood in the middle of the garden with his eyes closed, enjoying the silence after many of the guests had left. He walked along the path, clenching his fists, intending to see Rebecca, and Chernish flew after him. Suddenly, Jamie froze, clearly hearing the sound of raindrops. He started to turn around, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. Jamie looked around worriedly, but couldn't find the source. He then formed a seal with his hands and activated the mana. When Jamie found the source with glee, he rushed towards it. The boy saw Rebecca nearby, sitting on the path with her back to him. Before her was an aquatic creature, Undine, whose body was woven from water and hovered in the air. The mermaid watched as Rebecca created a ball of water in her outstretched palms. Hearing footsteps, the worried blonde turned around and noticed Jamie. She immediately rushed to him, asking about his health. He, taken by surprise, replied that everything was fine. Seeing the guy's embarrassment, Rebecca laughed softly. She straightened her shoulders and then introduced herself again as a water elementalist and gave her full name. Rebecca looked at him questioningly when he asked if she was still a water elementalist like in her past life. His beloved Jane's request to never forget her flashed through his mind. The protagonist, taken by surprise, continued to look ahead and did not react to Rebecca's voice. The girl asked why Jamie looked sad, and he noticed that her loose blonde hair was now blue at the ends. The boy and the girl stood opposite each other. Jamie's old warm feelings for his beloved returned when he looked at Rebecca. She, worried, decided that he was very scared because of yesterday's incident. Moving her leg, she came to the conclusion that everything was fine now. The next moment, Rebecca was hugging Jamie with a warm smile. His eyes widened in shock, but he decided that these emotions were relics of the past, although it was still normal to feel something. Afterwards, Jamie and Rebecca sat by the water, chatting pleasantly. The girl smiled and said that her father was right. Problems will disappear if you share them with someone. Turning to Rebecca, Jamie asked if Viscount Valley was her father. She laughed and blushed, loudly confirming this. As the boy and girl sat by the pond, Rebecca expressed her joy at meeting Jamie, and he reciprocated her feelings. With a satisfied smile, the girl asked if this was really so. A puzzled Jamie timidly confirmed, concluding that his interlocutor was a completely different person. Jamie then stated that he was confident that the Vale family had fulfilled their agreement with the air spirit. Rebecca looked at Undine in confusion and explained that the spirit of the air itself had reported the incompatibility and disappeared. Now the girl grabbed her head, not understanding what the mermaid wanted to say with the drawn circle, and told how one day Undine came to her with the intention of concluding a contract. Jamie listened carefully to the girl's story. She admitted that she didn't even consult with her father and agreed. Caught off guard, Jamie's eyes widened and he came to the conclusion that the spirit god knew everything. The Spirit King's contract was not a contract with the body, but with the soul. So when Jane's soul was reborn, the Spirit King should have known about it. Turning to Rebecca, Jamie asked if the Viscount was angry. She replied that he was upset. The boy looked at the girl's face in shock, saying that this was a special case. Rebecca looked at him questioningly, and he explained that this was the first time he had heard a spirit personally offer a contract. Smiling, Jamie apologized, but noted that the water spirit had chosen her and asked her to believe in herself. Rebecca was stunned, not expecting to hear this from a boy she barely knew. Her cheeks turned pink and a wide smile appeared on her face. Jamie soon rose from his seat and waved goodbye to the girl, informing her that it was time for him to go back. Before Rebecca could say goodbye, the boy had already run away, which surprised her. She looked after him sadly, regretting that they couldn't talk longer. Rebecca suddenly felt very ashamed and hung her head, not understanding what was wrong with her. Walking back to the estate through the garden, Jamie smiled and asked Blackie if he had been polite enough. Blackie squeaked questioningly. After a while, the boy was already inside the estate, walking along a carpeted corridor with Knight standing at the entrance. When Jamie heard someone calling his name, he looked away questioningly. Alf and Lennon stood in front of him, looking awkward, ready to apologize. When Jamie stopped, he asked what was wrong. The Alpha scratched the back of his head and spoke hesitantly, closing his eyes and covered in sweat. Suddenly, he screamed loudly, asking for forgiveness, which was not easy for him. Jamie blinked in confusion and twisted his mouth, not believing that the brothers had appeared so suddenly. A moment later, the boy grinned sarcastically, realizing that the Count had ordered his son to apologize to him. Alf turned purple when he heard this question, which took him by surprise. Looking sideways at Lennon, Jamie asked Alpha, who was standing next to him, in confusion, and he explained that he was his younger brother. Putting his hand on his hip, the protagonist asked if Alf was really afraid to apologize alone, but Lennon explained that it was he who gave his brother the artifact. Jamie froze in shock upon hearing this confession, the black man's gaze never leaving the boys. The familiar watched the owner, who concluded with a sly smile that the two brothers had decided to fool him and find out the name of the younger one. Closing his eyes and smiling broadly, Lennon hastened to introduce himself. Suddenly, Jamie opened his eyes. Their blue color sparkled. He scanned Lennon Manoy and came to the conclusion that the guy had pretty decent abilities and brains. Jamie stared at Lennon, realizing that Earl Simon was indifferent to his son, while Alf looked at both of them in confusion. The Earl's youngest son continued to smile, asking if Jamie had accepted the apology and if they could leave. The protagonist frowned with displeasure, smiling sarcastically, realizing that Lennon was looking down at him. Jamie suddenly remembered the incident yesterday at the ball in front of a full room of people, where the Earl's youngest son did not even show up. He hid in the crowd of dressed-up people, calmly watching what was happening. Thinking about Lennon's arrogance, Jamie decided that action had to be taken. Otherwise, the boy who saw no one but his father as a full-fledged person would cause trouble again. The protagonist pointed at Alpha with both index fingers and smiled, hinting that he should try to become the heir. Lennon frowned and looked down when Jamie asked him about his older brother. Walking across the carpet, the Earl's son declared that it was none of his business. Placing his hand on Lennon's shoulder, Jamie gave him an angry look and said that the instigator of the incident should be punished. Now Jamie stared at the Earl's youngest son, Simon, with violet eyes, creating a dark aura around him. Lennon frowned and asked worriedly what Jamie was talking about. The red-haired boy looked away in fear as dark energy emanated from him. Lennon saw only darkness before him and trembled, biting his lip, feeling his body go numb. After this, the boy fell to his knees and a large purple eye appeared in front of him. A voice said that this was his last chance. Sitting on his knees, Lennon, surrounded by a dark aura, looked at the floor in fear, and tears rolled from his eyes. He bit his lip nervously, trying to figure out whether he had really gone beyond the limits of consciousness or was just hallucinating. Suddenly, Lennon grabbed his head, leaned forward and screamed. The Alpha watched his little brother with concern, trying to call out to him. Meanwhile, Lennon continued to sob, looking stunned. Detached from reality, He sat on the floor, sadly shaking his head and bursting into tears. Jamie watched him with a wicked smile. Knowing that there would be no second chance, Lennon looked up at the boy, deciding that now was the time for him to get on his knees. Trembling with fear, he leaned over and asked for forgiveness. After a while, a crowd of people from the estate watched as the ball guests got into their carriages. Jamie thought with joy about the long-awaited return home. Looking around, the boy with a dissatisfied look concluded that the problems began from the moment their family left their native mansion. It would be better to stay and receive affection from his mother. After these thoughts, Jamie grabbed his head and tried to switch over with a puzzled expression on his face. The protagonist turned around abruptly when he heard Count Simon approaching, assuming he was not in the mood. The Count looked questioningly at the boy. Jamie quickly smiled broadly at the owner of the estate, sincerely saying that he was happy only at the thought of returning home. Simon smiled softly, looking at his young interlocutor with interest, expressing sadness from such a short conversation. Jamie smiled back, admitting that he was sorry too, because he had waited so long for this opportunity. After the Count offered to stay, the boy awkwardly crossed his fingers, indicating refusal, and stated that he would like to rest at his native estate. Count Simon looked at Jamie with a puzzled expression, as if trying to understand the real reason why he had not stayed longer in Reborn. Closing his eyes and smiling, the Count shook his head understandingly. He looked at his mansion and mentioned that Jamie was being watched in the magical community, to which he agreed. Turning to the boy and smirking, Simon came to the conclusion that he knew his own worth very well. Jamie waved his hand, grinning wickedly and agreeing, confirming that this was indeed the case. The man and the boy were walking together along the garden path, discussing the punishment and behavior of Lennon, the youngest son of Earl Simon. Jamie, looking at the Earl in confusion and covered in sweat, asked if the man was really angry because he had punished his child. The Count looked questioningly at the boy, believing that Lennon had gotten what he deserved. Jamie looked at the Earl strangely, shocked, finally understanding why his sons were acting so strangely. Turning to the Count, the boy hastened to say that his son Lennon had a talent for magic that could be developed, and he was listening with interest. Simon then looked dejected and said that his son's abilities were unremarkable. Embarrassed, Jamie tried to jokingly counter that hard training would improve Lennon's level. Having expressed his point of view, the protagonist pointed his finger at the disgruntled Count, accusing him of burying the talent of his own children and ignoring them, which outraged the man. Now Count Simon looked at his interlocutor with dejection, suggesting that perhaps he had failed to recognize talent. Jamie nodded with a smile, while the man wondered why the child was so sure he was right. As a level 8 owner, Simon was unable to see the potential of a mage in his son. Count Simon had a feeling that the boy who confidently used blue mana was a great mage, and this was true because he had the soul of a legendary mage. The red-haired man froze in shock, his eyes widening as Jamie stated that with Lennon's help they could get through the tough times. The boy who had been talking to the Count now turned towards the voice of his parents. Hearing that it was time to leave, he shook his head with a smile, waving his hand goodbye. The boy walked away from the Count, hurrying towards the carriage, his tailcoat fluttering in the wind. Simon followed Jamie, watching him run away, then closed his eyes completely for a moment. The Earl turned around on the garden path, completely alone among the trees, and decided that this was truly unfortunate. The action moves to the wooded area of Welton County, where the protagonist, dressed in a robe, makes his way through the night. Blackie turned around in the air and, looking at Jamie, said something with a squeak. A rustle was heard from the dark bushes, indicating movement. Hearing this, Jamie threateningly ordered the figures hidden among the plants to approach him. When the familiar criminals Rise and Azard emerged from the bushes, the boy loudly asked why they had arrived so late. The men, now standing next to Jamie, who was sitting on the rock, asked Rice to explain that Azard was very slow. Then Jamie, looking seriously at the men, asked them to tell him what they had learned. Rise, who was standing closer to the boy, said that the Zenith Church had spread its influence throughout Hayes. Jamie frowned at the speaker, considering his words about the townspeople's well-earned love for the church. Rise continued, stating that the situation began after the rival group broke up 2 months ago. Count Welton completely destroyed the criminal group, and since then the Zenith Church actively preached its religion, the clergy began to help the poor and spread God's will. At first, the residents did not understand what was happening, but over time they became filled with compassion. Through such actions, the people of Hayes County became deeply religious and righteous, which greatly improved the religious position in the Welton family lands. With a serious expression, Rice added that Zenith was currently the most respected and beloved religion in Hayes. Jamie's eyes widened in shock and he asked again, clearly not expecting to hear that. The boy raised his hand to his chin, baring his teeth angrily, and loudly expressed his displeasure. He turned around and asked indignantly whether war and peace could coexist together. Rise and Azard looked at each other in bewilderment, sweating from excitement, and unanimously gave a vague negative answer. However, a moment later, Rise, plucking up his courage, declared that the two phenomena could indeed be connected. Jamie looked grim and muttered through clenched teeth that that was exactly what Zenith was like. A picture of a prosperous county flashed through the boy's mind. However, he knew that his divinity was only revealed in war. Looking into the distance, Jamie grimly came to the conclusion that the hated missionary was now trying to force everyone to believe in Zenith. The boy then ordered his subordinates to find out what the chief priest was planning, and they took action without question. Jamie was beside himself with impatience to learn all of Zenith's plans in the smallest detail. The next day, at the Zenith Church orphanage, Ricky clutched his broom tightly and happily listened to his teacher's praise as he swept the cobblestones of the street. The boy happily declared that after his wanderings he felt as if he had entered heaven, while a green-haired man in a cassock watched the events from the sidelines. The young priest smiled and said that the boy's suffering was over. Ricky smiled broadly and agreed. As Ricky entered the room, he remembered that it had been a month and a half since he and his sister had ended up in the shelter, which had become a ray of hope and happiness. Anna, who was sitting at the table in a green tie, shook her head with her eyes closed. Hearing that her brother had returned, a happy smile appeared on the girl's face. She was holding a book in her hands. Ricky clenched his fists and loudly exclaimed that it was him. Anna, the blind girl, joyfully turned her head towards her approaching brother. Ricky painfully recalled how, after learning about the girl's blindness, their parents threw their two children out into the street and ran away. In order to survive, Ricky had to take on the dirtiest work. Horrible memories flashed through Ricky's mind as he and Anna sat together on a crowded street, and no one wanted to help the abandoned children. The moment Ricky and Anne extended a helping hand, the boy began to cry, looking at her in confusion. The Zenith messenger extended his hand, and it was then that the children found a new life. The boy remembered well the symbol of the Zenith Church that popped into his head, and dreamed of becoming a disciple of God to preach. As Ricky led Anna along the stone path through the crowd of children, a joyful boy ran up to them and asked if they had heard the news. He said that God's choice had fallen on Shino, and next week the lucky one would go to the temple to become a priest. Ricky turned pale upon hearing this news and asked in confusion if Shino would really become a priest. The action shifts to nighttime, where Jamie hovers above Hayes using Blackie's demonic wings. Turning to the creature, the boy asked them to come down as they were almost there. The Blackie squeaked in agreement. Then Jamie looked down and noticed something strange. Lying on the stone tiles was the unconscious body of a man in a robe, with a sword, hovering just above the ground. The boy came down, landing softly on his tiptoes, and looked at the lifeless body in confusion. He began to sweat because he felt an unusual energy coming from this man, and Chernish looked over his shoulder. Looking closely at the young man's face and sensing the evil divine energy, Jamie came to the conclusion that this was the rector of the church. Noticing the long blade on his belt, the boy changed his mind and decided that the Holy Knight was lying on the ground. Resting his chin on his hand, Jamie asked thoughtfully why the Holy Knight was lying in the middle of the street. Without taking his eyes off the young man, the protagonist headed into the alley with the thought that he would still bother him. He walked up to the body, put his foot on the blonde's head, and began to think about the possibility of simply killing the knight. Suddenly, a man's hand grabbed Jamie by the ankle, causing the shocked boy to scream in outrage. The man said only 2 letters, looking at the ground with a glassy gaze. Jamie, still confused, asked what it meant without letting go of the boy's leg. The knight repeated the same thing with a mad look, which made the enraged protagonist start screaming. Then, before falling face down on the ground, he loudly asked for food. Jamie grinned angrily at the stranger and wished he would just die here of hunger. Meanwhile, the knight, with his face buried in the ground, was making strange sounds. Jamie turned and took a step, calling for Blackie to follow him. Soon, a new day dawned, and the Welton mansion was illuminated by the rays of the morning sun. Putting on her dinner napkin and smiling weakly, Jamie mentally fumed at the situation. The night stranger sat right in front of him, lying on the road, and happily devoured potatoes, waving his hand in greeting to the boy. Jamie, very grim, watched with hatred as the knight, who had been invited by Count Argento himself to a family meal at a sumptuous table. He looked at him with a satisfied expression, happily concluding that since these were Argento's people, he was the boy's savior. Watching the pleasant conversation with the stranger, Jamie looked at him with displeasure and handed the strawberries to the happy Sarah. Count Argento looked at the young man with awe, asking if he was a member of the Church of Pyro. The knight enthusiastically confirmed it. Sears said she was a little surprised by this, and the guy didn't understand why she was surprised. Then the woman asked him if he had ever heard of Bishop Saphira. The Countess, turning sharply to her husband, answered with surprise his question whether she really was from Afton, confirming that she was from the Bell family. The knight continued to look at his interlocutor in shock, without stopping chewing. He stood up abruptly from the table and walked towards the puzzled Countess. Jamie, no less confused, stared at the knight as he bowed to her, saying he had met a noble woman. Jamie, shocked, wondered in his mind what was going on. Count Argento turned around, asking his son with concern why he looked so strange. The boy made a cute face and asked, pretending to be curious but mentally angry that he had to pretend to be a 10-year-old. He folded his arms, looking sly as his father promised to explain everything later. Then Sarah happily reached out to her brother, calling him dear, while he sat there ashamed after his failed attempt to pry information out. Jamie looked thoughtful and came to the conclusion that there was a problem. If there was a close connection between Bell's family and the Pyro Church, his mother's family would become his target for assassination. The action moves to the Count's reception room, where Argento and the Holy Knight were now talking over a cup of tea. The man glanced sideways at the guest, trying to find out the reason for his appearance in the East. He suggested that the Pyro religion was planning to expand its influence. The blonde knight, taken aback, raised his hands in denial, explaining that he was chasing someone. The knight turned away, and when the Count asked for clarification, explained that he had been tracking down the creator of the chimeras, who had crossed the line with his experiments. Hearing this, Count Argento became angry and loudly asked who exactly this man was. The knight bit his lip, sweating and lowering his eyes in fear. The man looked at the knight in surprise when he revealed that it was a secret church, although he was willing to pay for his cooperation. Raising his hand, the Holy Knight firmly stated that the Sword Knight could provide invaluable assistance. Then Argento looked down at the floor, turning over in his head the words about the creator of chimeras. The chimera was an artificially created living creature that combined the powers of several creatures. Its creators were called sinners for using people as material. Leaning on his leg, Argento explained that as far as he knew, he could not help financially or spiritually, but he could not stand aside. Hearing this, the knight immediately felt inspired. His cheeks flushed. Then Argento smiled happily, deciding that he would really help. The Holy Knight stood up in triumph, raising his hands in gratitude. But Argento stopped him, answering his question about the state. The knight hesitated, scratching his cheek and looking away, bright sunlight streaming through a crack in the dark curtains. The young man admitted that in this case the authority of the Pyro Church would be undermined. In a cold sweat, the Holy Knight confessed that more than 10 clergymen had suffered due to the fault of the creator of chimeras. Argento glanced at the young man in shock, a terrible realization dawning on him. The Count's mind flashing with the idea that the terrible man was using the priests as the core for the chimeras, imbuing them with divine power. Meanwhile, Jamie was strolling through the garden, passing under an arch covered with scarlet roses. The boy looked puzzled, coming to the conclusion that it was time for tea. He walked up to the columned gazebo where the dinner table was set, and Sears and a joyful Sarah were already waiting for him. Strong tea was poured into a cup from the teapot, and after receiving a portion of the drink, Jamie drank it greedily. His mother, noticing his haste, looked away, and Sears asked with an innocent expression if Jamie was in a hurry to go somewhere. Jamie, feigning ignorance, asked why the knight had knelt before his mother. Smiling and closing her eyes, Sears explained that she knew her son would ask. The Countess folded her arms and proudly informed Jamie that her grandfather had been a benefactor of the Church of Pyro. Jamie was unpleasantly shocked by the fact that his great-grandfather was closely connected to the Church of Pyro. Looking down, Sears continued calmly, telling Jamie that long ago, when a valuable item was stolen from the church, her grandfather came to its aid during an incident in Portsmouth. The Demon King's followers attempted to resurrect him using Pyro's sacred relic, but failed. The Countess explained that her grandfather had died trying to prevent the incident, and the church had posthumously proclaimed him a privateer and an honorary bishop. Watching his mother's emotions with sadness, Jamie realized that she had a strong connection with her grandfather. His eyes flashed purple as he considered the Church of Pyro's oath to Bell's family. Smiling wickedly and with sparkling eyes, Jamie decided to take advantage of the opportunities that had opened up. He froze, his eyes wide with confusion as his mother's address suddenly brought him out of his reverie. He quickly made a cute face, turned around and folded his hands with a smile, responding with feigned affection. He agreed to Sears's offer to have another cup of tea. The scene moved to the shelter, where night had already fallen. Shino was accompanied into the temple by a priest dressed in a blue robe with the church's symbol, the priest towering over the others as he offered to raise their cups in celebration. Shino, surrounded by a shining halo, rejoiced at the opportunity to become a priest. Ricky and Anna stood in the crowd, looking at their friend with awe, genuinely happy for him. As Shino was getting into the carriage, two priests, a brother and sister, ran up to him to say goodbye. Ricky looked at the boy with a smile as he greeted his friends, fearing that he would never see them again. Shino, clenching his fist, happily assured his friend that he would not cry when they parted because his brother and sister would soon join him. As the wheels of the carriage began to turn, the coachman urged the horses on with a loud shout. Ricky watched the carriage drive away, wishing Shino good luck. Clenching his fist, the boy firmly declared that one day he too would become a priest. Sometime later, a carriage pulled up to the temple, driving along a forest path, and a priest in a cassock sitting inside with Shino informed the surprised boy that they had already arrived. Turning to the window, Shino looked around the room with curiosity. Entering the huge building shrouded in fog, Shino was surprised at how quickly they reached the main temple. He hesitantly asked the abbot if this was the main temple. The mysterious hooded priest smiled and asked Shino to follow him. The boy slowly moved towards the temple, shakily, shaking his head with concern, and told the priest that it seemed they were in the wrong place. The priest assured him that everything was fine, waving his hand, and took out a book with a burgundy cover. Shino clenched his fists, feeling anxiety creeping up on him. The abbot pushed him forward, leading him down a long staircase into the dungeon. As they approached the door, Shino froze, turning to the abbot. When he looked through the open door, he was horrified to see a creepy limb reaching out towards him. Shino caught up with the mysterious priest, shaking his head in fear and admitting that he was scared. A bishop came out of the darkness to meet them, the symbol of the Church of Pyro shining on his cassock. The man was a dark-haired bishop who spread the genus religion throughout the Heisa territory. The boy, folding his hands and looking at the bishop, wondered if he had been chosen by God, tears flowing from his eyes from fear. The bishop tried to reassure Shino with a forced smile. Shino folded his arms across his chest, sobbing, asking why he was brought here. Standing against a backdrop of brightly colored test tubes, the bishop declared with an angry expression that everything was being done to create an ideal world. Suddenly, the door opened and someone entered. A shaggy brunette with internal organs on his head and an outstretched hand, reaching for Shino, who was shaking with horror, stood in the room. The monster commented that Shino would make a great chimera. The action moved to Hayes County on Felbart Street, where the skies were clear. Jamie hurried after the knight, explaining that they were walking down the largest street in the city. The guest noticed that he was dying of hunger. Jamie looked away, frowning, coming to the conclusion that the reason he had accompanied the knight was simple. He remembered his morning tea. Upon hearing his father's offer for the guest to explore Hayes with Jamie, the boy angrily smashed his mug and cast a contemptuous glance at the adults. Now Jamie walked grimly ahead, and the holy knight followed him, noting with surprise the incredible memory and endurance of the 9-year-old boy. The boy turned around in confusion when someone called his name. The knight thanked him sincerely for the tour of Hayes, and with a good-natured smile, extended his hand to Jamie, inviting him to return. Jamie, deciding to ask something, stopped in the middle of the street. The knight scratched his head in confusion, agreeing to answer the question. The boy looked at the knight with wide eyes and asked curiously what he had discussed with his father the day before. The question caught the knight off guard, but he tried to remain nonchalant, smiling as he jokingly brought up the fictitious topic of conversation. Then Jamie, frowning angrily and embarrassed, asked him not to lie. The knight held out his hands and awkwardly tried to convince Jamie that it was true. Jamie immediately walked forward, walking quickly and clenching his fists, while the young man, smiling and giving a thumbs up, declared that his father loved him very much. Smiling awkwardly, the knight admitted he had lied and explained that it had been an adult conversation. Looking at the knight with shining eyes, Jamie came to the conclusion that something was wrong with Hayes, since he was asked to accompany the guests. The knight timidly asked if the child was angry. Jamie pressed his hand to his chin, gritting his teeth, deep in thought. The puzzled knight concluded that Jamie was angry and looked away in surprise. The hero then looked at the boys in confusion, smirked, and raised his index finger. Jamie, pleased that he had found traces of the Church of Genis in this matter, watched them. The carriage that had taken Shino to the temple that night was returning along the paved road. When the youth and the boy arrived, the knight continued to think that the child was still angry with him. In the orphanage, Ricky stood looking at the broom in surprise, his green eyes widening as he noticed two people approaching him. Tired of the conversation, Jamie walked ahead, and the joyful knight followed him, putting his hand to his head. Ricky, holding a broom in one hand, pointed at the guests in amazement. Noticing the boy, the knight assumed that the boy was Jamie. A memory of Ricky flashed through the protagonist's mind as the boy ran up behind him, which Jamie was very unhappy about. Turning away, Jamie muttered that he didn't know the boy with the broom and thought changing the color of his hair wouldn't make any difference. Meanwhile, the coachman urged the horses on and the carriage rushed along the road at great speed. As the carriage passed by, indignant cries were heard. Ricky turned around in confusion and heard the coachman shout furiously at the boy to get out of the way. It turned out that he was unable to stop the horses quickly enough. The knight and Jamie watched the situation in shock. The horses racing along the road suddenly reared up. The knight rushed to Ricky's aid, holding out his hand, not wanting a tragedy. The boy froze, trembling with fear, unable to move, tears streaming from his eyes. The rearing horses neighed loudly, and Ricky looked at them in fear, not letting go of the broom. The knight, realizing with alarm that he would not make it in time, rushed forward. The boy sobbed and wavered, saying he would die. Then Jamie clicked his tongue, giving him a flashing purple look. He activated his mana, extending his hands to create a magic circle, sending purple chains towards the horses. As the chains flew through the air, the knight quickly moved, grabbing Ricky at the last moment. He turned around to see what had stopped the horses and was extremely shocked by what he saw. Chains filled the space, binding the horses and preventing them from moving. Rescued, Ricky stood in shock, in tears and snot, with a stunned expression on his face. He rushed towards Jamie gratefully, squeezing him so tightly that Jamie's eyes bulged. The knight watched silently from the side as a disgruntled Jamie struggled to free himself from Ricky's tight grip. Ricky tearfully thanked his savior, but an irritated Jamie pushed him away, telling him to get lost. The amazed knight came to the conclusion that the magic Jamie had used was much stronger than the sorcerer's magic. As he watched, he saw Jamie angrily push away the boy who was still tearfully thanking him, the protagonist angrily asking Ricky to get lost, as the knight came to the conclusion that Jamie was a genius. The blonde boy froze in amazement when Jamie called out to him as he was about to leave. The protagonist explained to the knight that they were going to the Janus church. Soon, Ricky ran ahead, eager to see the boys off. The boy blushed, smiled, and explained that there was an orphanage there for orphans like him. Noticing the student, the gray-haired nun folded her hands in prayer and asked where Ricky was heading. Looking at the surprised Jamie and the knight, she also asked who they were. Ricky then admitted that he was almost hit by a crew and that these two saved him. The nun became very excited, bowed slightly, folded her hands, and thanked them. Hearing the knight mention the Pyro Church, the woman's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, the knight pointed with a smile at the dissatisfied Jamie, saying that he had done much more. The nun standing opposite them looked at the child with blue hair in surprise. The boy looked at the old woman in amazement and said her full name. Smiling awkwardly, the nun asked the young master for forgiveness, citing her shock over the incident with the carriage. Jamie frowned at the odd reaction and concluded that if the nun had been born in Haze, she should have recognized him immediately. Looking at the knight with bewilderment, the woman asked if he had really come to take Ricky. He convinced her otherwise. Ricky then stood frozen in front of the others, shocked that a nun had asked him to give Jamie a tour of the order. The blue-haired boy looked at the nun tiredly, coming to the conclusion that she was trying to separate him from Ras, the knight, so he decided to play it safe. He waved at her in a friendly manner and reminded her of the dinner with his parents. The knight was stunned when he heard about the dinner. He waved goodbye back and broke into a happy smile. Pointing ahead, Ricky gave a confusing tour of the shelter due to the tension. Throwing an irritated look at the boy, Jamie asked him to relax. Ricky turned questioningly to the guest, who, displeased, said that he did not attach importance to good manners and asked him to behave as before. Ricky folded his arms across his chest and asked happily. Then Jamie angrily told him not to make him repeat it. The inspired orphan called out to the frightened Jamie with a smile, waved his arms and ran away. Having led the Count's son to the wooden door, Ricky put his hands on his hips and joyfully announced that this was his room with his sister. Opening the door, the boy loudly told Anna that he had brought a friend, a word that outraged Jamie. The girl expressed her admiration, leaning on the wooden table. Anna, with a smile, hurried to get up and headed towards her brother. Jamie kept his violet eyes on the girl with a puzzled look, while Anna held Ricky's hand. She asked her brother to say hello to Jamie with a hearty laugh, calling him amazing. The boy looked at the blue-haired guy and, confused, asked what was wrong with him. Anna held her brother's hand tightly, while a shocked Jamie felt the adult aura emanating from her, as well as the sacred power of her eyes. The girl was the one who had the most free control over the power of God. Jamie thought darkly that once Anna's power as an adult awakened, she would be able to see all the flows of the world through the eyes of God. With a grim expression, Jamie came to the conclusion that she could become a nasty enemy for him in the future, so he thought about killing her. However, the boy frowned, realizing that the top brass of the church had long ago discovered Anna's hidden power, which made it dangerous to kill the girl now. Ricky, who was watching Jamie, widened his green eyes in surprise, causing Jamie to panic, thinking that his intentions had been discovered. The orphan pointed his index fingers at him and concluded with a smile that he had fallen in love with his sister, which outraged the boy. Then Anna swung her arm and laughingly hit Ricky on the back of the head with the book, causing him to choke while Jamie watched from the sidelines in amazement. Ricky clutched his aching head, his eyes wide, and Anna asked him with a smile to read an excerpt from the book. The sister sat on the bed next to her brother, swinging her legs in anticipation as he asked with a smile which part to read. Jamie watched from the sidelines, trying to discern the prevailing force. Ricky began to read a fairy tale to his happy sister, and the main character, who no one was paying attention to, froze, deciding to slip away unnoticed. He had already quietly reached for the door handle, but Ricky noticed it. He asked Jamie in confusion if he was going to the toilet, but the boy said that it was time for him to go, and gave the book to a smiling Anna. Then Ricky rose from his seat, intending to see his guest out. Now he was walking down the street with Jamie and asked happily if he would come again. Jamie seemed tired of Ricky's chatter. Suddenly, Jamie turned to the guy, curiously asking if he wanted to become something, and asked in confusion why his interlocutor was asking. In response, Ricky beamed with happiness and put his hand on the boy's shoulder, deciding that the guest was showing friendly sympathy, but Jamie looked displeased, watching closely as a joyful Ricky began to answer the question without lying. With his eyes closed and a wide smile spreading across his face, Ricky admitted that he would like to become a priest of Zenith. Looking down, Ricky said that he envied Shino, who was chosen and taken to the main temple the day before. Jamie's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. Memories of human trafficking in the church, his rival, and the election began to flash through his mind. Soon all the facts began to fit together into one terrible picture. Jamie suddenly asked angrily where Ricky had been before he came here, to which the taken-aback boy honestly replied that he had been outside. Then the protagonist screamed furiously, asking what had happened earlier. Ricky, who didn't understand anything, said that he held a minor position in the criminal organization Livel. Hearing this, Jamie smirked sarcastically and came to the conclusion that Zenith was behind everything. Meanwhile, Ross, standing opposite the old woman, said that it was nice talking to her, to which the woman reciprocated. The woman in the cloak asked him with a smile if it was time for him to return, noting that she would take him to the young master. Ras, looking after the woman with a serious expression on his face, thought that she was very careful in her words and wondered if the priest could be trusted. Further, he expressed in his thoughts that perhaps they were somehow connected with that incident with the Chimera. The elderly lady walking in front of the guy asked if Ricky had shown Jamie everything, to which Ricky replied that he had already shown everything. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice addressed the boys. Ricky turned around and noticed that someone was heading in their direction. The man accompanied by the knight smiled and said that during his absence they had received important guests. Ricky greeted the bishop with a smile. The bishop, with his eyes closed and smiling, greeted Jamie and Ricky. Jamie then turned to the bishop and said he was pleased to meet him, noting that his name was Jamie Welton. Then in his thoughts, Jamie said that now everything became clear to him, noting that the Zenith Church was using children. The bishop turned to the boy and asked who he was, to which he replied that he was Ras Armetic, a follower of Pyro. Jamie looked at Ras with a thoughtful expression, then mentally wondered why they were doing this, noting that it could have something to do with his appearance. The bishop went on to say that he was very sorry that he couldn't meet them in person, to which Ras in turn said that there was nothing wrong with that and that they had a great time. Then Jamie, looking at the knight standing behind the bishop, mentally wondered what kind of strange feeling he was experiencing because of this knight. Looking at the knight, Jamie noticed a dark aura emanating from him. Looking at the terribly frightened Ras, Jamie mentally noted that his reaction was alarming. The protagonist then noted that something was wrong with this knight. Turning around, Jamie cast a threatening glance towards the bishop. The bishop responded to the protagonist's glance with a displeased expression on his face. As sunset approached, Jamie looked back and noticed that Ras had his eyes downcast, looking at the floor. Turning around with a menacing look, Jamie said that Ricky had told him everything. Jamie went on to say that Ricky's friend was chosen and sent to the main temple, noting that Ricky was jealous of his friend and was also going to become a priest. Ras, hearing Jamie's statements, looked up and perked up, smiling. Ras said that Ricky was a good guy and would definitely succeed. Jamie, looking at Ras with a displeased expression on his face, thought that Ras didn't understand anything. Turning to Ras, he asked if his father had told him anything, to which Ras wondered what exactly they were supposed to say. Jamie, looking at the stunned knight, said that 2 months ago his father suppressed the criminal organization Livel, which stole children. Looking at the terrified Ras, Jamie continued to report that, in addition, Ricky was also part of Livel. Jamie looked at the knight with a smirk, wondering to himself if Ras knew what he was talking about, noting that he should add one more clue. Then Jamie, turning his back on the stunned knight, wondered if the Zenith Church was doing too much charity. The plot moves to the Welton estate. Ras, sitting next to Argento, mentions that the orphanage now houses a boy named Ricky, who was once a member of a rival group. Argino, noticing Ras's irritation, noted that the Church of Janus was having a positive effect on his domain, so he simply watched without interfering. Argino admitted that he was unaware of the events that were unfolding. Ras then mentioned that he saw a knight arriving with the bishop, clearly horrified. Ras expressed his bewilderment at the situation, which caused Argino to ask what he meant. Ras, remembering the image of the knight, said that he felt a powerful aura emanating from him, and tried to determine whether the knight belonged to the Zenith Church. Ras then informed Argino that the knight was emitting a chaotic and erratic holy power, and concluded that this was most likely the case. Interrupting Ras's explanation, Argino remarked that it seemed to him as if a chimera using holy power was standing in front of them. Turning his gaze to Ras, Argino stated that if this was true, then he could not sit idly by and would immediately teach the scoundrel a lesson. Ras, noticing Argino's readiness to resolve the issue, insisted that they needed evidence. Rising from the couch and clenching his fists, Ras declared that he would get them. Seeing Ras's determination, Argento warned him against acting on his own. Explaining that it was too dangerous, Ras replied that he was ready to take any risk. With a serious expression, Argento asked what their chances of success were. Then Ras confidently replied that they had the advantage. Raising his hand, Argento announced that he would assign 3 people to help Ras. In an instant, 3 masked strangers appeared behind Ras, moving at lightning speed. Turning around, Ras was surprised by their sudden appearance and thought that he had not even sensed their presence. Argino, noticing Ras's surprise, explained that they were Shadow Knights whose sole purpose was to protect the Velen estate. Ras, processing the information received, noticed that the Shadow Knights carried long swords. Their appearance and movements reminded him of hired killers, but he admitted that they were still formidable knights. Looking back at Argento, he expressed his gratitude and vowed to get to the bottom of the truth. Meanwhile, from the street, Chernish watched as Argento told Ras that he was counting on him. Jamie, holding Blackie in his arms, thought about how terrible it was that a chimera with sacred powers and children was being used as material. Sitting on his bed, Jamie noted the pure nature of the children, noting that they were perfect subjects for experimentation. He wondered how such actions could be in line with divine will, and came to the conclusion that James was a real scoundrel. Falling onto the bed, Jamie muttered that there seemed to be reasons for continuing the unfinished experiment. Looking at Chernish, Jamie gave the order. Handing Chernish the letter, Jamie told him to deliver it to Ras. Chernish, having received the letter, flew out the open window. Sitting on his bed and looking out the window at the night sky, Jamie decided it was time to prepare. In his mind, he knew that the next battle would require stronger magic. Surrounding himself with lightning, Jamie decided to become a serious obstacle for James. The system told him that the subconscious is a technique for sealing summons and mana in the soul, allowing one to use magic without difficulty. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Azard sat in a building, wondering how long they would have to stay here. Looking out the window, Rise stated that they should stay here until they noticed any suspicious activity. Sitting down on a chair, Azard looked at his comrade's back and complained that there wasn't even a rat in sight in the area, let alone a knight. The man turned to the idly sitting Azard and reminded him that they were only following orders. With his head down and his eyes closed, Azard noted a complete lack of activity and admitted that he was getting bored. As the men continued their conversation, they were suddenly interrupted by the sound of an unknown man entering the room. Turning around, Rice noticed a knight approaching them. The knight, holding a sword, declared that they must die. Azard was surprised by his appearance. The knight, drawing his sword, raised his hand to strike. Azard, jumping up from his chair, noticed how the knight pointed his sword at him. Meanwhile, Rise, looking at the horrified Azard, wondered what kind of cruel, holy power emanated from the knight. The knight, holding out a glowing sword, said that he would kill them. Azard and his ally noticed the knight's eyes glow red under his helmet, completely enraged. The knight leaned back and spread his arms. Then Raiz turned to Azard and told him to leave immediately and report everything to the master. Turning around, Azard ran as fast as he could, telling the man to wait for him. The knight with bright red eyes watched as Azard tried to escape, taking a stance and swinging his sword. The knight made a long-range attack. Turning around, a shocked Azard noticed the knight's reception heading towards him. While running away, Raiz shouted at his partner to be careful. The man ran up to Azard and pushed him away from the knight's attack. He pushed him into the street and then Azard flew out the window and he landed on the ground. Azard held out his hand, his face full of horror. Meanwhile, the second man, having been hit by the knight's technique and coughing up blood, called out to his master. The house was surrounded by a region of darkness. The guy in the cloak stepped onto the windowsill. Jamie stood on the windowsill, wondering if the man was calling him. Surrounded by darkness, Jamie extended his hand and called the man his servant. Jamie, in his robes, jumped down from the windowsill towards the wounded man, pointing his finger behind him with an evil grin. He said that no one would know what was happening because it was a powerful spell. Jamie further reflected that so far he understood the use of the subconscious with Black, noting that, in the end, 6th tier magic was still too hard for him. Then the knight looked at the arriving Jamie with his bright red eyes. After retreating from the attack, the knight said that he would kill Jamie. In turn, the protagonist said that the knight should try. The protagonist clasped his hands and created a purple ball, then declared that it was 5th level gravity magic. After using the magic on the knight, the hero explained that it increases the force of gravity in a certain area and suppresses the target to the point that it cannot move. Surrounded by the spell, the knight fell to the ground. Placing his hands on the ground, the knight used his Death Grip. Death Grip is a magic that calls upon the dead to destroy the target. Trying to get up, the knight held out his hand and muttered something. Raising his hand, the knight said that he needed to kill Jamie. Surprised by the knight's actions, the boy heard him use sacrifice magic. Sacrifice is a magic that sacrifices summoned souls, creating a huge explosion. Jamie, looking at the knight who began to envelop himself in dark energy, heard the system notify him that he was in danger. The protagonist watched as the knight exploded, releasing dark energy. Shielded from the blast, Jamie, covered in dust, looked at what was left of the knight. Jamie, watching the knight bleed and fall to his knees, was very surprised. The hero, looking coldly at his opponent, wondered if the knight was at the expert level. Taking up the sword, the knight continued to say that he would kill Jamie. Rushing towards the protagonist and waving his sword, the knight declared that after the boy, he would kill everyone else. Jamie, not dodging the knight's blow, said that he was strong in spirit. Then he noted that, unfortunately, he met the wrong opponent. Surrounded by a purple aura, Jamie crossed his arms over his chest and began to prepare to use the puppet skill. By binding the attacking knight with magical bonds, Jamie completely immobilized him. A puppet is a magic that pierces the target's soul with threads to subjugate it. The knight, bound hand and foot, fell to his knees, completely immobilized. He tried to say something to Jamie. The knight then thought that he could not remove the shackles, noting that it was also impossible to analyze the danger. Jamie, leaving his place, went to the immobilized knight. Then the protagonist said that perhaps the knight was wondering what was happening to him. Looking at the knight with a maniacal expression, he then noticed that the fragments of the dead entered his body, causing an explosion. Jamie's eyes lit up with purple energy as he declared that everything that belonged to the knight was now his. He noted that the knight could do nothing. The knight, shaking in pain, looked up at Jamie standing over him. The knight mentally realized that he had lost control of his body, noting that it was impossible to use black magic. Thus, there was no point in continuing the battle. Surrounded by an aura of lightning, the knight mentally declared that the best course of action against an invincible opponent was to flee. Jamie, shocked by what was happening, wondered in his mind if the knight had begun to use self-destructive magic. Rising from his seat, he declared that he would not allow the knight to do this. Jamie extended his hand, shrouded in dark energy, and used the Hand of Darkness. Jamie used the Hand of Darkness to pierce the knight's breastplate. However, Jamie, trying to pull his hand out, was shocked that he was unable to do so. The knight, continuing his technique, began to glow with a bright light. Jamie, horrified, looked at the knight and noted in his mind that he couldn't dodge. Soon the knight, overflowing with energy, began to explode, the explosion illuminating the entire room. Then Jamie, surrounded by dark energy, mentally said that if it weren't for Blackie, he would be in trouble. He can't even imagine how to get out of the dark dimension by releasing all his holy energy. Jamie also noted that this won't help him. Surrounded by darkness, he stood in the middle of the room and commanded Churnish to absorb the light. The knight realized he had to leave, so Jamie folded his arms across his chest and began to prepare for the spell, then announced that the knight should slow down. Jamie looked at the enemy's back and noticed a purple glow coming from the armor. Suddenly, the knight, bleeding, released many tentacles. Jamie, surprised by what was happening, wondered if the knight's true nature as a chimera had been revealed. Noting that it looked unpleasant, the protagonist extended his hand and cast a chain field spell. Surrounded by purple blades, Jamie told the knight to go away. Surrounding the enraged knight with chains, he pierced his chest with a purple magical blade. Jamie's eyes were filled with magical power. Then he folded his hands and cast a spell of deadly explosion. The knight with the blade in his back released a spray of blood from the spell. The deadly explosion is an explosion of darkness that destroys even the strongest armor. Then the knight, lowering his head, groaned in pain, after which he mentally reported that his physical shell was in a critical state, noting that it was now impossible to move. He then mentally declared that he would perform the last function, at which moment a small red creature, lightning fast, jumped out from the knight's back. Jamie was shocked when he saw the creature, and then wondered in his mind if this was the knight's true form. The creature, jumping out of the open window through which Jamie had flown, headed out into the streets of the night city. Jamie ran to the window, looked after the creature, and then reported that he had lost it. Rising to his feet, the wounded Rise turned to Jamie, who was standing heavily on his feet. The man turned to the prone husk of the creature and reported that Jamie had dealt well with the chimera. Rise also asked what happened to him, to which Jamie, in turn, said that he missed it. Then Rise turned to Jamie in confusion and asked if this was normal. Jamie, looking at his charge, who stood with a confused expression on his face, said that it didn't matter. The man, further wondering why the escaped enemy was of no importance, noted that they had been tracking him for so long to capture him. Clutching his side, Rise apologized, noting that he did not understand Jamie's motives, then asked if Jamie could explain them to him, to which Jamie, in turn, replied that there was nothing to explain. The protagonist, looking at the remnants of dark energy, said that traces of black mana are not so easy to erase. Jamie, recalling the details of the battle between him and the knight, thought that at the moment his magic, Hand of Darkness, pierced the knight's chest, he was completely filled with his black mana. Jamie noted that this meant that he could now easily track him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the bishop's room, where he signed some documents. The bishop, hearing a sound from the window, was puzzled as to what it could be, and watched in surprise as a red creature climbed into his window. Looking at the creature made of eyes with an irritated expression, the bishop wondered how he could defeat it. The bishop further noted that the basis of their research, the Holy Knight Chimera, imbued with holy energy, could not be destroyed. The plot returns to the protagonist and his ward. Rise wondered what they should do in this case. The man wondered in surprise if the enemy didn't know that black magic was used on the Chimera. He then noted that if they knew, they could try to find out the identity and location of the owner of black magic. Jamie then calmly turned to the worried man and said that he understood his concerns, but everything would be fine, noting that they would not be able to find out anything. The man, in turn, asked what the boy meant. Enveloped in dark energy, Jamie turned to the man and said that his current abilities were completely different from black magic. Jamie then mentally stated that he understood why black magic was so weak against holy magic. Standing in front of the man, Jamie filled his hand with lightning using magic. Jamie extended his hand to the man and then said that killing gods is a form of darkness created to kill sacred beings. It also allows them to completely erase their existence without leaving any traces. Jamie noted that this is the type of magic he uses, noting that no matter how hard they try, those who use holy energy will never be able to track him down. Meanwhile, the bishop, beside himself with anger, wondered who could have done this to the chimera. Jamie, dressed in a dark hooded cloak, stood with his arm outstretched, using telekinesis to completely submerge the chimera's body into the portal. He turned to Rise and said that he had nothing to worry about. Just as Jamie was asking about Azard's whereabouts, the door to the room suddenly opened sharply. Azard abruptly walked through the door and started screaming, trying to call out for his friend. However, upon seeing Jamie, Azard smiled awkwardly and gave a thumbs up, saying that he thought the knight would have turned his brother into a pile of bones. But it seemed his master had taken care of everything. Then Jamie pointed his finger at Azard, saying that it was his fault for solving the problem. Later, Jamie asked Azard where he went. Azard scratched his head remembering what happened and said that earlier he lost consciousness after falling from the window. When he came to, he immediately came here. Jamie looked at Azard in confusion, not understanding how the zombie could lose consciousness, while Rise, who was standing behind him, awkwardly scratched his face and turned away, whispering that it was he who pushed Azard out of the window. Jamie looked at Azard, making him nervous. Rise, as if not noticing what was happening, looked at the ceiling. Azard trembled because Jamie sat on him, having previously ordered him to put his head on the floor. Jamie then, while sitting on his back, told Azard that they would cancel the order to keep an eye on them because they noticed it too quickly. As a result, they would get caught if they just kept staring at them. So they needed to be much more careful. Rise turned his head and looked at Jamie, taking his order. Jamie's lips curled into a weak smile before he waved his hand. Rise looked in shock at Mana, who began to envelop him. Soon, Rise leaned down slightly, noticing a stream of mana flowing into his wound and healing it. Then, a shocked Rise heard Jamie's voice explaining that it wasn't hard for him to heal him, but that Rise should have been more careful with his body. Then Jamie stood up from the trembling Azard, put on his hood, and stood in front of Rise, ordering Azard, who was lying behind him, not to leave Rise and to take care of him. Jamie then walked to the window, looking at his subordinates one last time and ordering them to return, but reminding them to be careful. After that, he jumped out of the window and spread his demonic wings behind his back. Meanwhile, the story moves to the bishop's estate. The bishop clenched his hands into fists, his hands shaking with anger and tension, as he looked at the jar of substance sitting on the table in front of him. Part of the chimera's organs were enclosed in a flask, resembling many eyes forcibly attached to muscles. At this moment, the bishop screamed, not understanding how this was possible. He couldn't believe that an expert-level paladin chimera created from 4 life forms had been turned into this. Suddenly, the bishop froze and stopped shouting, remembering someone. He pictured the figure of Earl Welton with a sword in his hand and wondered if the Earl could do such a thing. The bishop closed his eyes, thinking. Then he took the flask with the chimera's organ in his hand and realized that if it were the Count, the main body of the chimera would not have survived. The bishop recalled the moment when the running chimera suddenly stopped as if it had been struck by an electric shock. He tilted his head, thinking that it was definitely not the Count. Even the connection between him and the paladin was severed in an instant. Something that only destructive magic could do. It was impossible without a barrier. The bishop then remembered his meeting with Jamie and his companions. He couldn't help but think about Jamie because he was the only mage of his level in the region. But after a moment, the man began to shake his head, rejecting this idea. Even if Jamie was a 4th-rank mage, it would take at least a 5th-rank mage to defeat the chimera. This made the bishop doubt the identity of the magician, given the increased speed of the experiment. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a blade being pressed to his throat. A female voice asked if the bishop's second plan had failed. The bishop froze as he heard a woman's voice behind him, her body almost completely hidden by her cloak. Her lips stretched into a cruel smile, revealing sharp teeth. Then the man, trembling, looked at her and declared that his plan had not failed. The woman, whose bangs completely covered her forehead and eyes, smiled and asked what it meant if it was not a failure. Instantly, the blade approached the bishop's neck. The woman was not satisfied with this answer and asked him what it meant. The bishop began to shout and make excuses, claiming that some obstacle had appeared in his way, but he assured her that everything would be ready after a couple of experiments. The woman's lips stretched even wider, and she asked if she thought he would like to be a talkative bishop to take part in the experiment. The next moment, the woman turned into a shadow behind the bishop and disappeared, finally declaring that she would watch him and reminding him that everything would be over if the Count decided to interfere. When she disappeared, the bishop took a deep breath, clenching his jaw and cursing with hatred at the 7 knights watching him. All of these knights had master-level strength. The bishop slammed his fist on the table, shouting about the church's shameful treatment of him. He was determined to quickly complete the experiment and take up the post of archbishop. Meanwhile, the story moves again to the estate of Count Argento. Jamie, now dressed in different clothes, stood with his hands on his hips and leaned over to inspect the body of the chimera, clad in armor. Looking at the hole in the chest, Jamie realized that he had overdone it a bit. He straightened up, slightly surprised by the chimera created with the help of holy power. Jamie leaned down again and brought his hand to the armor, intending to determine what life forms the chimera was created from. Soon the hero's face was covered in bloodstains as he examined the chimera, praising its creator for the efforts he had put in. He separated various parts of the body, including the insect's legs. The entire floor and the legs themselves were completely covered in blood. He realized that they were fireproof. The chimera used the insect's phaser eyes, and its head simply served as a receiver for the complete processing of information. Jamie looked at the body that served as the base of the chimera. It was a human body. At this moment, Jamie held a magical sphere in his hand. It was a core filled with divine power that the creator of the chimera used to turn it into a paladin. Jamie could not understand the reason for the creation of such chimeras. Looking at the dead chimera's hand, he wondered if Genis was planning to start a war. Jamie, now covered in blood, stared at the corpse, thinking angrily that no matter what the jinn's purpose was, there was nothing more vile than them, the ones who hadn't changed at all over the years. Dark mana began to surround Jamie. His pupils glowed brightly. Then he heard an otherworldly voice speaking to him, asking him to live for their revenge. Jamie gritted his teeth as his mana spread even more intensely throughout his body. An otherworldly voice addressed Jamie as Diablo, telling him that they would be waiting for him in hell. A dark circle flared up beneath Jamie's feet, the protagonist standing motionless in the center of the circle, thinking that the reason he was reborn in this world after millennia was to stop them. He bit his lower lip, barely containing his anger. His brows furrowed while his pupil continued to shine brightly. The story moves to the bishop's estate, where cries of indignation echo through the halls. The bishop sat with his head slightly bowed and looked at the magic ball. He noted that the situation had exceeded all his expectations, but expressed relief that the main building remained intact. A moment later, a voice full of indignation came from the magic ball, asking if he thought that excuses would be enough after all the hard work had crumbled to dust. Closing his eyes, the bishop awkwardly apologized, blaming all the misfortunes on the unknown magician. Outside the city, a man with a large tumor-like organ on his head slammed his hand on the table and, staring at the magic ball lying in front of him, demanded to know what the plan was. The bishop opened his eyes slightly, his lips curling into an expectant smile, and explained that he was considering choosing another man. His interlocutor expressed hope for the birth of a child with a holy essence, adding that he would be happy to test it in practice if the bishop would provide it. At this, the bishop slammed his fist on the table, firmly rejecting the idea, insisting that the holy essence would not be wasted on some chimera. However, a few moments later, the bishop calmed down, smiled, and announced that suitable material had already been found. Taking the document with detailed information about the person in his hands, the bishop looked through the profile of Genis's faithful servant. Suddenly, he began burning documents, including a photograph of the saint's only blood relative, a boy named Ricky. Meanwhile, Ricky, unaware of what was happening, calmly swept the streets. Having finished his work, he closed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. When one of the nuns approached Ricky, the boy immediately asked if she needed his help. The nun informed him that everyone was being called to gather in the main hall. Ricky agreed without hesitation. Students, monks, children, and nuns gathered in the main hall, talking among themselves. Ben and Anna sat together and called Ricky over with joyful smiles. Seeing Ben, Ricky frowned and angrily asked why Ben was sitting next to his sister. Ben tried to explain, but Ricky came over and started pushing him aside. Having calmed down, Ricky turned his attention to those gathered and thought about the reason for such a gathering. He reasoned out loud about the possibility of the appearance of the Chosen One, and Anna smiled at his assumptions. However, Ricky was shocked when his thoughts were interrupted. A bishop stood at the pulpit and asked if everything was okay. The man smiled and clasped his hands, announcing that great news had arrived, a new prediction from their God. With his arms spread wide, he listened to the crowd whisper among themselves, guessing at the nature of the prophecy, which was that someone had been chosen. The bishop, smiling slyly, confirmed that their guesses were correct. Ricky and the other children listened in amazement as the bishop explained that Genis wanted one of them. Inwardly, the bishop mocked the children, considering them brainless for their passionate desire to be chosen. However, despite this, he admitted that becoming a paladin is truly a blessing for the orphans. Hiding his cruel smile behind his hands, the bishop decided to provoke the children even more. When the crowd had settled, he lowered his hands and ordered those standing to sit down. Pointing straight at Ricky, the bishop announced that Genis had chosen him. Ricky clasped his hands and stared at the bishop in shock, at which point the man chuckled internally, calling Ricky the next chimera. The scene then shifts to the luxurious mansion of Count Argento. Sears and Jamie were sitting on the couch watching the rain outside the window. Sears noted that the rain had almost stopped and cheerfully remarked that tea parties on rainy days were simply delightful. She then asked Jamie what he thought. Jamie looked away nervously and replied that the smell of rain was refreshing, but being with his mother was even better. Sears, delighted by his words, hugged him tightly, showering him with praise, while Jamie looked like a prisoner desperately trying to escape. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. The butler entered, apologizing for the disturbance. Sears and Jamie looked at him in surprise when he explained that Jamie had a visitor. The butler mentioned that the visitor was a commoner and asked if he should send him away. Jamie then turned to the butler, deep in thought about the identity of this new visitor. Suddenly, Jamie's eyes widened as he realized the identity of the new arrival, and he jumped up from the sofa and ordered the butler to bring the commoner here. After a while, a nervous Ricky entered the room and immediately began to greet and introduce himself to Sears. She smiled and said it was wonderful that her son's friend had come to play with him. Jamie looked at Ricky and was inwardly outraged that Ricky dared to consider him his friend. Jamie then watched with sadness as his mother and Ricky interacted with each other. Both with smiles on their faces, Sears asked Ricky where he lived, to which Ricky honestly replied that he lived in the Church of the Jinn. She smiled sweetly and closed her eyes at Ricky's words before asking why he decided to visit Jamie. Ricky immediately smiled broadly and, looking at the Countess, was about to explain the reason. Jamie's eyes widened as Ricky began to speak. He immediately jumped up, covering Ricky's mouth with his hand. Then he turned his head to his mother and with an awkward smile told her that they would play by themselves and she could go and rest. Sears, who was sitting on the couch, was not offended by her son's words. She continued to smile, realizing that he was embarrassed in front of her because his friend was here. At that moment, Jamie was thinking that he could not let anyone catch him. Sears then clasped her hands together, touched by what she saw, and demanded that Jamie kiss her goodbye. Jamie seemed to be electrocuted. He was numb, looking at his mother. For him, this was an even greater test. He realized that he had only one way out of this situation. Then Jamie walked up to his mother and kissed her on the cheek. Ricky's eyes widened in shock at what he saw. At this point, Jamie sat down on the sofa, and Ricky bowed to the departing Sears, who wished them a good time. Ricky turned his head smiling towards a sad and depressed Jamie and told him that his mother loved him very much. In response, Jamie turned away and asked Ricky why he was there. Then Ricky closed his eyes and said that he had been chosen, so he would soon leave this place. Jamie turned away, horrified by Ricky's words. Meanwhile, the day was drawing to a close. Ras stood in the courtyard of the Count's estate, his head slightly bowed from the despondency that had overcome him. He could not learn anything while he was watching the church. Suddenly, Ras's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the voice of a boy saying goodbye to someone. Looking to the side, he noticed Ricky smiling at him. Ricky saw Ras and immediately turned around, greeting him with a wide smile. Then Ras walked up to Ricky a little nervously and hugged the boy. Then he pointed at him and asked him to call him brother. A smiling Ricky agreed. Ras, having calmed down, asked Ricky if he had come to see Jamie. Ricky, still smiling, confirmed this and told him that he had been given a prophecy by the god Janus. Ras instantly became nervous, beads of sweat running down his face. However, Ricky closed his eyes and happily informed him that he had been chosen and would now go to the main church the next morning. Ras frowned, feeling both horror and enlightenment. He realized that this was how they were deceiving the children. Ricky looked at Ras in surprise after he brought his hand to his head and stroked it, stroking his head. The man smiled and said that Ricky would make a great priest. Ricky, who had stopped smiling for a moment, smiled again, saying that he would become someone who would help those in need, just like Ras. Soon after, Ricky and Ras waved goodbye to each other. After Ricky left, an assassin instantly appeared behind the knight. Ras looked over his shoulder at the killer. His smile and feigned joy vanished as he ordered the killer to follow the cart that Ricky was to ride in. He was going to show the church the real punishment. The next day, Ricky stood between two churchgoers, holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand, smiling as he thanked everyone who came to see him off. Anna closed her eyes, holding back tears, as did Ben, who stood next to her. Ricky then lowered his hand and smiled. Ben began to reassure him, telling him not to worry about Anna. Ricky thanked Ben, deciding to trust him. Anna smiled, holding back tears, and told Ricky not to worry about her and to be sure to return to them as a priest. Ricky looked at his sister tenderly, and drops of tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. The next moment, he jumped up to Anna and hugged her. He bit his lower lip, trying not to cry out loud, and gently instructed his sister, telling her to listen to her sisters and fathers and not to forget to eat well, even if her brother was not around. Tears streamed down Ricky's face as he smiled, telling her that he would write constantly and try to get back as soon as possible. Anna also began to cry, tears streaming down her face as she listened to Ricky's promise to become a priest and return. She told him that she would wait for him and finally wished that he would not get sick. Soon, a carriage drawn by a pair of horses was driving along the city road. The man in the brown coat watched Ricky closely as he sat in the carriage. It was Ras. his hood pulled down over his head, his eyes watching Ricky. At this time, Jamie was sitting on his bed with his hands folded, gathering mana in meditation. Then Jamie suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the people leaving. He smiled and brought his hand to his face, holding 2 fingers up. A magic circle formed, and Jamie used it with his fingers extended. He looked at the flask he had sealed earlier and muttered that the traces of black mana belonged to the genus Church. He imagined a man folding his hands in a prayer gesture. Jamie knew that to create a sacred chimera, 3 things were needed: a human sacrifice, a chimera creator to oversee the experiment, and finally, a high-ranking priest who could infuse the holy energy. Then Jamie looked down, thinking. He remembered that there was only one high-ranking priest in the area, a man in a priest's uniform. Meanwhile, the events moved to the forest. Ross, wrapped in a cloak, moved along the branches following the carriage in which Ricky was sitting. At this time, Jamie realized that if Ras and his knights took up the matter, they could take care of the lab themselves. Jamie tied his tie with one hand, holding his dark coat with the other. He smiled at Blackie and said that he just needed to take care of the bishop. The events then shift to the Church of Genus, where the bishop stood in the middle of one of the rooms. His cloak fluttering in the gust of wind that blew through the window, he thrust his hand into the mirror, and a moment later the surface of the mirror rippled as his hand penetrated it up to the elbow. The bishop was thinking about getting a blessing for the orphan who was destined to become a holy priest. At this time, Ricky stood with his back to the mirror in another room, accompanied by one of the cloaked monks of the church. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the mirror behind Ricky and rushed to grab him. The bishop's hand almost reached Ricky's shoulder, but something happened that made the bishop flinch, and he looked at his hand in confusion. A whip of dark energy wrapped around the bishop's arm and torso, pulling him back. Dark strands of mana blossomed as the bishop nearly fell to the ground. The bishop clenched his teeth in anger, immediately stood up and asked the magician who had attacked him about his identity. Jamie, wrapped in a dark hooded cloak, appeared before the man, telling him that he was too rude to be a priest. The bishop, who was sitting on the floor, flinched, assuming that the wizard hovering before him was a black magician. Jamie, who had dark mana tentacles wrapped around him, smiled as he heard the bishop's arguments. He assumed that the bishop was the same mage who defeated the Holy Knight. Suddenly, the bishop clasped his hands. His brows drew together and his jaw clenched, furious that Jamie had dared to interfere in his affairs. A moment later, the mana in the room went berserk, raising a pillar of energy, the bishop shouting that he would show Jamie the wrath of God. A glowing formation with the symbol of the Church of Genus formed under Jamie and the bishop's feet. Jamie watched the bishop's actions closely, assessing the sacred field. He guessed that the bishop would have enough strength to destroy the boulder with his bare hands. Holding one hand with the other, the bishop smirked, saying that he would quickly finish Jamie off. A moment later, his fist raised to strike, the bishop lunged straight at Jamie with a mad grin. He approached Jamie with his fist raised, coated in holy power. Jamie was able to dodge the bishop's strike at the last second, and the bishop's magical energy passed within inches of his head, making him nervous. The bishop then began to laugh madly, asking Jamie about his condition. He decided to use Jamie as an offering. The man's fist, shrouded in mana, slammed into Jamie's chest with great speed, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. But suddenly Jamie's lips stretched into a smile. He mockingly asked if this was all the bishop could do. The bishop stopped smiling and clenched his teeth, starting to get nervous. Dark strands made from Jamie's mana began to wrap around the bishop's hand. The man frowned, not understanding what was happening. Then Jamie brought his hand to his mouth and held out 2 fingers, smiling as he listened to the bishop approach him and ask how he could use black magic on the sacred field. Jamie squeezed the dark mana whip on the bishop's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. In an instant, a wound appeared on the bishop's hand, blood spurting out. Although his hand was enveloped in dark clumps of energy, he looked around and realized that the holy field was being engulfed in darkness. The bishop's eyes widened in fear. He could not believe what was happening. Jamie smiled, put his hands together, and said it was possible. The bishop flinched as a whip of dark energy wrapped around his torso. He pulled his hand back and tried to get away, but couldn't. A whip of dark energy sent the bishop flying, causing him to crash into a wall. After the man's head hit the wall behind him shattered into pieces, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. Jamie then approached the bishop, around whom tentacles of dark mana were constantly writhing. He leaned slightly towards the bishop, saying that he had a lot of questions and he really needed answers. The man smiled in response, despite the pain, mocking Jamie for thinking he would tell everything. Jamie smiled madly, looking at the bishop with his glowing pupil. He extended his hand and formed a magic circle, saying that he did not need the bishop's permission to get answers, as he would simply open his mind. Jamie then placed his palm on the man's head, dark mana swirled around them, and a magic circle formed under their feet. The bishop clenched his teeth, starting to cry, and his eye capillaries couldn't take it anymore and began to burst, causing his eyes to turn red. As the flask flew past his head, the man began screaming, blaming Lincoln. He slammed his palms on the table, shouting that the experiment was being delayed because of Lincoln. The priest turned around, saying that he would go and have a look. But suddenly, when he turned completely, a spike pierced his head. The man stood with his arm outstretched, from which a tentacle separated and attacked the priest. The man looked at him with anger and noticed that he was too slow. Then he raised his head and looked at the ceiling, realizing that there was someone up above. Meanwhile, a group of people in cloaks entered the building. They stood in front of the bookcases, looking at them carefully. One of them put his finger to one of the books, trying to feel something. Ras looked at the boy, who removed his hand from the book and reported that there was a draft in that place. Ras looked at all the books and was able to notice one that stood out from the rest. He began to carefully take out the books with his hand. Suddenly, the cabinet moved to the side, surprising Ras. The guy, holding the scabbard and hilt of his sword, carefully entered the passage, feeling the strange smell emanating from it. Suddenly, an iron chain burst out of the passage and rushed towards him. Rasu managed to grab his sword and block the blow, but the blow was too strong, forcing him to bite his lower lip to keep from screaming in pain. The second blow, delivered with a swing of the chain, sent Ras flying. He slid, trying to stop himself from falling. The red-haired girl from the squad screamed, worried about Ras. Meanwhile, Ras opened his eyes wide, watching the enemy, and assured the girl that he was okay. He also confirmed that they had come to the right place. A huge blue monster, covered in scars all over its body, emerged from the passage, a chain with a morning star wrapped around its arm. In Jim's subconscious, there was a formation with various patterns, and the main goal of his subconscious was to create a powerful army. Meanwhile, Jamie stood in front of Lincoln, asking if such a prediction had been received. Lincoln confirmed the prediction was true. Then Jamie turned, ordering Lincoln to report everything to the Earl. Suddenly, the hero remembered something and stopped abruptly. He walked back up to Lincoln and brought his hand to his head, creating a magic circle in front of his open palm. Soon, Jamie ordered Lincoln to leave. He watched the man walk away, then turned his head, thinking that he had strengthened the memory replacement, meaning that Lincoln definitely didn't remember him. Then Jamie reached out his hand to the mirror, a faint ripple of energy running across the surface as Jim's finger touched it. The boy's mouth dropped open slightly in surprise, and he waved his hand in front of his face, changing his appearance to resemble Lincoln. Meanwhile, the disfigured man slammed his fist on the table again, cursing. He bit his lower lip, saying that if it weren't for the experiment, he would have removed Lincoln's head from his shoulders long ago. The man turned around abruptly and looked at the capsules with liquid inside. He walked up to one of them, touched it with his hand, and said that he was sorry, but he had no choice but to send it. After some time, the glass of the capsule shattered into pieces and the liquid spilled across the laboratory floor. A man's voice was heard saying that he had to take care of the uninvited guests. The man stood in front of Ricky's body, which was lying on the couch. He looked at it carefully, at the same time regretting the absence of the most important thing. Ricky was unconscious. His eyes were closed, and a man's voice could be heard next to him, ordering the body to be pulled away. The man looked away as a human figure entered the lab and apologized for being late. The man immediately turned around, starting to yell at Lincoln, but stopped abruptly as Lincoln, holding his shoulder, walked into the lab. His palms, some of his clothes, and his face were covered in blood. He said he was attacked by a strange man, and he stayed behind while he dealt with him. The man then stood in front of Lincoln and asked about the identity of the attacker, to which he replied that it was most likely the one who killed the Holy Knight. Lincoln said that he could not take the enemy alive because he was too strong. The man frowned at Lincoln's words, realizing that the mage might have been among those who attacked them, meaning that if they were delayed in any way, it might interfere with the experiment. The man then reached out and nudged Lincoln, asking where the body was. Lincoln gritted his teeth in pain, asking if he should wait despite the uninvited guests. The man angrily yelled at the bishop, saying that it would soon be over because he had sent the same sample. Then Lincoln held out his hand with the flask, wondering what sample the man was talking about. The man brought the flask with the chimera's body to him and smiled, saying that he could finally confirm the results. He took out a strange, writhing organ from the flask and applied it to Ricky's body. He wondered what size the chimera would be born and how strong it would be. After this, the man turned to Lincoln with a smile on his face and asked what he thought. In response, Lincoln turned away and closed his eyes, saying that she would be stronger than that failure. However, the man stopped smiling after Lincoln's words and asked why he said something so obvious. He then took a syringe with blue liquid and began to inject it into the chimera's main body. The needle entered the chimera's body, causing it to experience terrible pain, and due to the agony, capillaries appeared in its eyes. The man squeezed the chimera's body, screaming and ordering it to merge faster. The man's entire body shook with ecstasy, and his lips stretched into a smile, after which he asked Lincoln if he was happy. Suddenly, the man's pupils lit up when Lincoln, standing behind him, said that he was also very happy. Then the man turned around and looked at Lincoln. The veins on his face appeared and bulged. He angrily asked who he was. Lincoln then smiled awkwardly, trying to reassure the man of his identity, but inside he was panicking. The man screamed, accusing Lincoln of cheating, and then pointed his tentacles at him. In response, Lincoln raised his hand, watching as two writhing tentacles approached him. At this moment, the head of the chimera that wanted to attack the group was separated from its body with one swing of the sword. The head, covered in scars, rolled across the floor. One of the group said that this was the last creature. The whole group followed Ras down the stairs, but a moment later one of them was hit by something and sent flying. Ras's eyes widened as he felt a gust of wind behind him, turning around to see the chimera's muscular green arm. The chimera's massive hand slammed into the body of one of the group members, sending him flying into the wall. The girl screamed as she began to approach the monster. She jumped up and slashed at Chimera's arm with her blade. The huge monster with fangs and green skin looked at his hand, which didn't even have a scratch on it. Then the whole group realized that compared to the others, this chimera was on a completely different level. Ras's eyes widened in fear, and he began to scream, saying that this place was too narrow for his attacks. The chimera tilted its head, looking at Ras, who began to circle around it. After that, Ras ran towards the exit, looking for a wider place to use his techniques. He turned around sharply, sensing something was wrong. Ras grabbed the hilt and sheath of his sword and began to concentrate all the mana in the area into them. A moment later, Ras ran past the monster, causing numerous cuts all over its body. The chimera released steam from its mouth and looked up, making strange sounds. Suddenly, the chimera looked sharply towards the guy. Ras, who ran past chimera, instantly sensed trouble. A huge chimera appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Ras immediately began to retreat, but soon realized that it was too late to dodge. One of the ghostly swordsmen landed hard on Chimera's arm, which nearly grabbed Ras, simultaneously wounding and deflecting her. The chimera raised its head and began to scream loudly in pain. The two squad members stood in front of a shocked Ras, debating whether or not to retreat. The girl looked at the body of her wounded partner, deciding to pick him up, but her second partner abruptly interrupted her, saying that they would leave him there. The Dark Man, one of the squad members, said that they had been ordered to assist Ras in his mission. Ras began to cry when he heard the man say that they should ignore the interference. One of the squad members rushed straight towards Chimera, who covered her wound with her hand. The man jumped up and raised his sword to strike, saying that he would open the way for them. The second member of the squad hugged the shocked Ras, telling him that while he was a distraction, they should get out of there. But Ras resisted, knowing that the man would definitely die fighting alone. Then the knight walked around the shocked Ras, saying that he understood him, but they were different because they acted for optimal results. Ras's subconscious sank into darkness, realizing that loyalty to their master was the only purpose of the Phantom Knight's existence. Their own lives were merely tools in the eyes of their master. At that moment, the squad member was pinned to the ground by a punch. He pulled out his sword, blocking the monster's fist with it. Suddenly, holes began to appear on the ceiling and walls of the room. Ras watched in shock as the boy was about to be stoned to death. A moment later, the entire ceiling collapsed, burying the chimera underneath. But suddenly the chimera's hand emerged from under the rubble, and Ras and the man shuddered at this turn of events. The chimera stood up, holding the recently attacked member of the Phantom Knights in her hand. Suddenly, the second member of the Phantom Knights turned around, grabbed Ras by the shoulder, and began to persuade him to leave. The chimera smiled evilly, squeezing the man's body in her hand. The girl screamed in pain and her body trembled. Ras's face contorted with anger and he began to shout, ordering Chimera to let her go. Ras immediately grabbed the hilt of his blade. The tension caused capillaries to appear in the guy's eyes. The Dark Man looked at Ras and tried to convince him again. But Ras had completely calmed down. A strange warm light began to emanate from him as he began to pray. He closed his eyes and a huge magic circle formed behind him. The sword in his hand was covered in holy energy. Then Ras opened his eyes and looked at Chimera. He swung his sword, sending a stream of golden energy straight towards the creature. The chimera screamed in pain as the golden slash hit her body. The concentrated boy thought that he had borrowed the power of the Holy Marshal again, Saint Marshal Pyro. This was a story about 7 holy knights who were given unique powers by the goddess of mercy and justice. Such power was only good for short attacks, but after that there was a strong reaction, demonstrating great holiness. The 3 masked young men stood there, completely stunned, one of them asking if the other was okay and the other was amazed that he was still alive. Then Ras looked up and said that she, Pyro, the goddess of mercy and justice, had given this to him. One of the 3 young men already looked pleased and stood in awe. While the boy's thoughts were heard, he thought that once Marshall's power was exhausted, all their suffering would fall upon him. Deciding that they shouldn't know about it, he smiled and said he was glad they were okay. Then they took off and ran. Meanwhile, the disfigured man used his long tentacles. Jamie rushed through them, covering himself with his hands. The man looked furious, asking how his opponent dared to interfere with his experiments and showering him with insults. However, Jamie just stood there, stating that it was funny because he didn't think he'd hear that from someone who had abused their body like that. The man laughed, saying that he was just blind and that it was real art. His expression was wild, and he said he would put on a special show for him. Jamie smiled awkwardly, saying that chimera wings were in bad taste. The man then frowned and was about to say that the young man had dared to insult his majesty, but Jamie interrupted him, asking if he had forgotten anything. The creature next to the young man was flattened by magic. With a creepy smile, Jamie clenched his fist, saying that the thing was quite interesting to play with. The creature was already feeling as bad as it could possibly feel. The man shouted angrily about how crazy Jamie was. Then Jamie pointed at the magic circle, muttering about how much emotion one broken toy evoked, and suggested changing the location. The magic circle became larger and the man found himself in it. He clenched his jaw, wondering if this was dimensional magic. He stated that there would be nothing left of her if he dealt with her. The man clenched his fist and declared that he would tear this magic into pieces. He looked at his shining hand in bewilderment, not understanding why it wouldn't give in to him. Particles of dark magic flew through the air, and the man watched with wide eyes as the magic enveloped him, and he cursed the young man. Meanwhile, Jamie rose above the ground using his wings. The man frowned, asking why he couldn't break through that magic, to which the young man smiled and said that it was simply because he was terribly weak. He extended his hand, asking how the man would feel about having some fun in the woods. His face turned wild as he declared that once the game was over, he would take the man's body apart piece by piece and make him his slave. The man then extended his tentacles towards Jamie, saying that he had thought too highly of himself. Whistling, Jamie calmly dodged all the blows. He then landed on a branch, assuming the battle must be over. The man raised his head and said that he would send 2 elite chimeras, asking how things were going. The young man frowned slightly as he asked if they were elite. Suddenly, the man's hand turned into a tentacle, and he said that was all Jamie needed to know. He extended his hand forward, ready to start the fight, and struck the tree trunk. Jamie took off, grinning wildly. The man said that people somehow dealt with 1 chimera, but they won't get out alive with 2. Then Jamie looked down, claiming that the man had crossed all boundaries of reason. The man attacked Jamie, claiming it was just confidence. The young man opened his eyes wide, thinking that it looked like the man had implanted 7 different life forms into his body, the idea being that this creature could no longer be called human. The man charged into the fray, and Jamie thought that all this collected terror in the form of a man was showing good results. He smiled broadly, declaring that he would make this man his slave. Meanwhile, a door opened in another place and a man in a red robe appeared next to her. The red-haired girl in the mask looked surprised and thought about this place. Ras, for his part, said he first needed to find the child, thinking he had about 20 minutes left. They needed to find Ricky before Marshall's will was released. Then the young man turned away, reaching for the door handle. He suddenly looked away, stunned by the sparks of magic. He frowned and screamed. A boy with red hair appeared above them, and a cry from his comrades rang out, calling for caution. Ras raised his head in fear as a terrifying creature appeared. At that moment, people realized that it was an armed chimera. Suddenly, Ras froze in place, watching what was happening. He thought that it was impossible. A red-haired girl came up to him and told him to look over there. It turned out that it was a chimera, a combination of an ogre and a demonic horse. The blonde turned blue with horror, thinking that these were monsters that even the experts couldn't handle. He thought about Ricky and began to worry that nothing would work out. However, then he shouted to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Ricky began to come to his senses little by little. He put his hand on the place where he was lying. Ricky, with his head down, wondered where he was. He rose to his feet, asking why he was there and where the priest had gone. He looked to the side, noticing that there was nothing there. Then he stood in front of the flask with the man. He looked at this now creature with fear, realizing that it was Shino. He remembered the happy men, wondering why he was here, even in this form. It seemed like Shino was going to be incredibly lucky. At that moment, it became clear to him that they had been chosen by God. Tears streamed from Ricky's eyes as he asked if this meant a blessing and how something like this could be called a blessing. He frowned, telling himself to calm down. He realized that he had to get out of there, so pretty quickly the young man turned around and left. He reached for the door handle but suddenly stopped and mentally called out Shino's name. He looked at him with tears in his eyes, apologizing, saying that he would definitely come back for him. After that, the doors swung open and Ricky ran away, thinking that the Church of Genis would not get away with this. Ricky continued running for a while. Suddenly he looked away, wondering what that noise was. He wondered if people had really come to save him. The out-of-breath young man stopped, realizing that they were close. There was blood under Ricky's feet and he thought it looked a little scary. He supposed he might have to go back. Someone's leg appeared and a cry was heard that they were being attacked from the right and needed to dodge. Ricky smiled hopefully with tears in his eyes. As it turned out, it was Ras. He was fighting with the Chimera and Ricky caught this moment. He smiled in response, telling the young man to call him brother, as they had agreed. Suddenly, one of the Chimeras turned towards the voice. She put her muscular arms out in front of her and ran towards him. The blonde looked at this in shock, ordering his partner to block the creature. The red-haired girl jumped with a weapon in her hand, ordering her to stop. The Chimera prepared to attack, and the people were shocked. Ras, with his mouth wide open, shouted at Ricky to run. Then the man in the cloak looked at the Chimera, and a cry was heard that someone was stuck. Ricky was scared. Tears streamed down his face, and he said that his body was not obeying him. Suddenly, the Chimera jumped on him, and Ricky just froze in place. Then he shouted at Ricky, realizing that he was in danger. Then he swung his sword, and the Chimera was illuminated by magical light. At that moment, something terrible happened and a cry was heard calling for Sir Ras. With tears in his eyes, Ras called out to Ricky. The storm was raging, and the boy wondered if he really had failed to save Ricky. Suddenly, someone's hand reached forward and the crying young man began to cough. He looked to the side, calling out to Ras. The fair-haired guy, in turn, watched what was happening in fear. He rushed to run, saying that it was still dangerous there and they needed to run to him. Ricky let out a scream as he threw himself into the boy's arms. Ras frowned and looked away, wondering how his partners were coping. Meanwhile, the Chimera continued to attack his men. Then Ras pulled the young man close to him, thinking that he had 10 minutes left, maybe less. He realized that he couldn't fight while he was protecting Ricky. After that, he clenched the sword in his hands. Ras looked into the eyes of the sobbing Ricky and told him that they needed to go upstairs first. The young man suddenly stopped crying. Realizing that if he stayed, he would only be a hindrance, he replied that he understood everything. Then Ricky jumped up and ran away. Then he turned around with tears in his eyes and told Ras to come back safe and sound. The guy raised his hand with a clenched fist. His gaze was full of determination. Ras frowned, standing with the weapon in his hands, saying that only this creature remained. Then, the Chimera suddenly moved towards him. Ras had a serious expression on his face and declared that he would crush the monster into dust. Meanwhile, Ricky ran up the stairs, wondering what just happened. He remembered how he had protection from the Chimera's attack. Then Ricky ran in fear, thinking that after the light scared the monster away, his stomach began to rumble and he had that strange feeling he had when he saw the monster. He thought it was similar to the level at which he experienced horror, and frighteningly, he seemed to feel anger. Suddenly, a door appeared in front of him, which the guy was extremely happy about. He entered her, stopping to catch his breath. Then he looked up at the dark, starry sky, wondering if it was all a lie about salvation and faith. Then, Ricky started crying uncontrollably again. He remembered the girl with braids and thought that Anna was now alone in the orphanage. He wondered what would happen if someone touched his little sister. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking down. The young man pressed his hand to his chest, wondering what this terrible feeling was. He looked away and admitted that he felt like he needed to leave. Then Ricky walked forward, moving through the forest. He continued his way forward silently, guided by an incomprehensible feeling. Meanwhile, a disfigured man with tentacles and a wild expression said that Jamie was a master at running away. He shouted angrily that he would kill him. The young man recoiled tensely as the man shouted out death wishes. The tentacles began to attack him, and the man screamed that this would be the end of Jamie. The young man jumped up and explosions were heard. He smiled, thinking that it was powerful and it wouldn't hurt even if the man touched him lightly. A magic ball formed in his hand and he thought that his magic should be enough. He thought that if he continued like this, he could win this fight. The man clenched his jaw, insulting Jamie for his antics. He looked up and said the jokes were over. Jamie looked worried as the man squeezed his hand, telling him to die already. He took off, attacking with his tentacles, which swirled like a whirlwind. The man watched what was happening in shock. When Jamie was out of his sight, the freak started looking for him. Meanwhile, Jamie hid behind a tree while the man asked where he was and where he was hiding. The young man let out a sigh of relief, then he used the Dark Dimension skill. The man looked away, realizing it was a trap, and wondered if Jamie was trying to hold him back. Then he smiled, calling the guy a fool. He jumped up, trying to prove that he could not be held back. The young man swore loudly. As it turns out, he used a skill known as a tentacle hurricane. The man who cast the spell pointed his hand downwards, creating shimmering red magic circles in the air. His arm was wrapped in intertwining chains like a living embodiment of power. Jamie couldn't help but notice how amazing it was that this man was able to combine his chimera abilities with magic. The young man frowned, deciding that this was probably all his opponent was capable of. However, the man smiled widely and said that he was amazed at Jamie's resilience in holding out for so long. But at that very moment, the boy appeared behind him, so quickly that the man did not even have time to notice how it happened. Then he tried to protect himself from a possible attack using his tentacles. Taking flight, he looked away as it landed softly on a tree branch again. The man asked with obvious bewilderment how he managed to do this, because he was absolutely sure that he saw the boy in front of him. Jamie replied with a slight smile, wondering if his opponent was so blind that he couldn't tell the difference between a clone. At that moment, 4th tier dark magic came into play. A double of Jamie appeared next to him, a clone possessing some of the same abilities as the original. After a short visual contact, the clone suddenly disappeared. Jamie grinned widely, extended his hand, and remarked with disdain that his opponent had been fooled into not even being able to appreciate his strength. The man, clearly confused, felt his hand becoming covered in blood, and his consciousness was flashing with the thought of the body decomposing. He clenched his hand into a fist, and Jamie coldly explained that it was magic that would cause his body to slowly rot and disintegrate. The man, screaming in anger, called it a cheap trick and asked in desperation what would happen if he killed Jamie, who in turn mockingly stated that this was precisely why he had the advantage. Holding a dark magic circle in his hands, he announced that it was a black ball. The magic balls rose into the air and the man, worried, asked what exactly his young opponent meant. One of the balls touched the man's wing, and his face was immediately covered in dark magic. The enemy's body began to collapse, and he screamed in unbearable pain. Jamie explained that it was a spell that tripled the suffering of contact with the orb. Floating in the air, he asked with cold curiosity what it was like to suffer more than death. The man, filled with rage, showered Jamie with insults, releasing magic. He only noted that his opponent was still able to speak. Suddenly, gravity kicked in and the man, eyes wide, fell backwards and crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A pool of blood spread around him. Jamie looked at his wings, calmly said that he was fine, and told Blackie to rest. The creature squeaked softly, and the young man's wings gradually disappeared. Meanwhile, the man, despite the suffering, tried to rise from the ground. Jamie watched this with indifference. Noting that such pain would have killed an ordinary person long ago, he reproached his opponent for mutilating his body so much, connecting it with chimeras. Placing his hand on his head, Jamie mused that the man had been destroyed to such an extent that he doubted he could use him as an undead. However, he decided that he could at least gain some useful knowledge from it. Suddenly, the young man looked away in shock, stepped back, and turned his questions to the standing man and the group of monsters that appeared out of nowhere. Jamie realized that there were still chimeras in front of him, and he realized that he had made a mistake. He brought his fingers to his face, breathing heavily and realizing that he had used up too much mana. His thoughts were ringing in his head. Now he won't be able to wait for an easy death. At that very moment, a magical beam pierced the man, causing him to clutch his bloody chest. Then Jamie chuckled, thinking that if the man had died immediately, there would have been far fewer problems. As if mockingly, he suggested to his opponent that he finally die. Jamie looked down slightly, admitting to himself that he might not have the strength to handle this situation. His mind occupied with the agonizing question of how he could defeat his opponent. Meanwhile, Ricky, clenching his fists, looked at all this with tears in his eyes. He felt how with each step closer, he became more and more nauseous. But he knew that he had to go further. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion behind. Stunned, Ricky turned around, ready to leave, thinking that maybe all this wasn't worth the effort. At that moment, another powerful explosion was heard. Meanwhile, the guy in the robe collapsed to the ground. Jamie, covering one eye with his hand, realized that his mana reserves were so depleted that there was not even enough left for a magic shield. He knew that he would not be able to dodge the next attack. At that moment, Ricky noticed him and, amazed, wondered what he was doing in that place. The stone-faced man coldly told Jamie to die. Meanwhile, a magic ball began to form above the Chimera's head. Then Ricky rushed towards Jamie, screaming his name. The young man, sitting on the ground, asked himself in confusion why Ricky was here. Everything happened instantly. The Chimera released a powerful stream of magic in their direction. Jamie, in desperation, screamed, begging Ricky not to come any closer. But he stopped right in front of him, covering the boy with his body. He said apologetically that his body moved on its own. A bright magical explosion blinded them both. Jamie sank to the ground, blood running down his face. He crawled with difficulty towards Ricky, who was lying with his eyes closed. Tears glistened in the young man's eyes when he noticed that there was blood on Ricky's face too. Jamie reached out to him, looking at his lifeless hand. A bitter thought flashed through his mind. All this was happening because of him again. Memories from his past life flashed before his eyes. He saw himself surrounded by many bloody bodies and heard everyone shouting his name. Suddenly, a voice from the past said that he must live. Jamie, overcome with despair, covered his ears with his hands, trying to drown out the voice that reminded him that everyone had died to save him. He parted his lips, begging that this would never happen again. A man nearby laughed, mockingly noting what a touching scene the mere test subject had turned out to be. Jamie looked down in pain as he heard the threat that he and his friend would be killed right now. Images of people from the past who begged him not to leave them flashed through his mind. One of them was sobbing, repeating that he would not leave Jamie, even in death. The power within the young man suddenly awakened, declaring rebellion against the divine. Leaning over Ricky, Jamie felt the magic swirl around him. Chimera, confused, did not know what to do. The man frowned, realizing that the young man's aura had changed. His hand began to shake as he realized the situation was getting out of control. Meanwhile, Jamie was standing right in front of Ricky, with magic particles flying around. He turned away and quietly asked his friend to wait a little longer, promising that it would all be over soon. A thought flashed through his mind, asking how he could have forgotten about it so easily. Meanwhile, dark magic enveloped Jamie, and he remembered his first created power. A bony hand appeared from the ground, and the dead began to rise behind it. The man, shocked by this sight, angrily asked who this bastard was. The skeletons surrounded Jamie, revealing themselves to be part of an army called to rebel against the 12 gods. It turned out that he used the necromancy skill. The man just chuckled, doubting that this weak undead could defeat him. Then Jamie smiled, explaining that all these dead people were victims of this man. He snapped his fingers, ordering the skeleton army to attack, and they wasted no time in charging forward. Jamie told them to take revenge for all the pain this man had caused. The chimeras rushed to defend their master. One of them stuck out its tongue to attack the skeleton, but it bit it back, causing it to bleed. Another chimera opened its mouth, gnawed at the enemy, and the skeleton collapsed. Meanwhile, Jamie noted indifferently that his warriors had surpassed death itself. One of the skeletons with glowing blue eyes cornered the man. He crashed into a tree in horror, begging for mercy. At that moment, one of the skeletons grabbed his face. Then Jamie, with an impassive expression, extended his hand forward and declared that this was his domain, where death reaps death. The skeleton attacked the man, covering his body in blood. The man tried to break free, but the skeleton's grip was so strong that he was unable to do so. The dead watched in silence as he lay motionless. Jamie wondered with cold indifference if he was alive. Suddenly, the main character kicked the corpse and noticed something strange. Suddenly, a green bead rolled out of the man's mouth. Jamie picked it up, looking at it in surprise. The bead was identified as the bead of life, filled with life energy. An image of a man clutching his chest flashed through his mind. Jamie realized that despite his mutilated body, he was hiding something valuable. The young man smiled, realizing that the bead had surpassed all his expectations. Now he could go beyond the limitations of his childish body. After that, he enveloped his bone subjects in dark energy. He snapped his fingers and cast a spell, causing the skeletons to disappear. At that moment, blood suddenly gushed from Jamie's mouth. Then he thought that challenging the divine was still too difficult. Jamie wiped the blood from his face, firmly reminding himself that he could not lose consciousness under any circumstances. Ricky lay unconscious again, and Jamie leaned over him, looking at his friend with a sad but determined smile. He said out loud that he could not allow his friend to die as if forgotten and abandoned to his fate. There was confidence in the young man's voice, and he thought that it would be much better if Ricky became his faithful servant rather than his victim. With restraint and quietness, but with complete determination, he ordered his friend to rise. As soon as Jamie touched Ricky's chest, the air around them suddenly filled with magical energy. However, what happened caught Jamie by surprise. Ricky began to rise above the ground, illuminated by a blinding light. The young man covered his eyes with his hand, trying to protect himself from the bright light, wondering what it could mean. It seemed to him that he had lost the thread of events, and that what was happening was much more complicated than he could have imagined. Suddenly, a majestic woman appeared before him. She picked Ricky up in her arms and, approaching Jamie, angrily asked who he was to dare to encroach on what belonged to her. It was only then that Jamie realized that the goddess Pyro stood before him. There was something majestic and terrible in her gaze that made him freeze. She looked at him attentively and asked sharply if he knew her name. Meanwhile, the story moves to the place where the bishop was. There he was, frightened and saying that he still had things to do. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw a shining blade in front of him. The hooded girl cut off his head with one deft blow, calling him useless. She then declared that Hayes had been disposed of and ordered the trial of the heretics to begin. Meanwhile, Ras sat on the ground, painfully thinking about how he miraculously managed to finish everything on time. He couldn't understand what was really going on. Ras, closing his eyes and trying to get rid of the pain of thoughts of death, was interrupted by the voice of a red-haired girl, worriedly asking if everything was okay with him. He looked up to see particles of magic swirling in the air, and then he felt the golden magic taking over his body, filling him with all its power. After that, he suddenly broke through the magical curtain and ended up in another place. Ras looked at his hands with concern, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, the goddess Pyro herself appeared before him. Meanwhile, she asked the protagonist if he knew who she was. When the goddess Pyro appeared before him again, Jamie felt a sense of confusion. He realized that her descent from the heavens was a harbinger of serious consequences. Pyro called out to him, asking if he could hear her voice, frowning, demanding an immediate answer. But Jamie, irritated by the whole situation, shouted back that all he knew was that Ricky's sanctity was now hers. Pyro, not wanting to listen to excuses, immediately asked if Jamie really intended to turn Ricky into an undead. Jamie looked a little embarrassed, but replied that he just didn't want his friend to die. The goddess's face darkened and she sternly declared that undead were not life. She continued, accusing Jamie of disrespecting the dead. However, the young man, gritting his teeth, interrupted her, declaring that it was the deities who belittled human life, putting their own ambitions above human destiny. The shock that showed on the goddess's face was evident as she looked at Rika's body. Jamie, for his part, thought that her reaction to what was happening looked strange. Pyro then announced that Ricky would become her apostle, and warned Jamie that if he continued to try to turn her friend into the undead, she would not forgive him. Pyro explained that the apostles are the chosen ones who are closest to the gods. Their mere existence places them in the status of a priest. Their strength was majestic, and their status as holy knights made them the greatest protectors. Jamie realized that Ricky had a divine nature, and it was now clear to him that it was because of this that Pyro was able to descend from the heavens. He chuckled to himself. Things were getting much more exciting than he could have imagined. He looked at the goddess and declared that the darkness had already penetrated Ricky. This meant that part of him had already become undead. The goddess angrily asked if Jamie realized what he had done. He, losing patience, mentally cursed her for interfering. Her words, full of threat and determination, became more and more harsh, and she asked if he himself wanted to die. But Jamie firmly replied that if her wish came true, it would lead to Ricky's death, and he could not allow that. The goddess frowned and asked if the young man really thought that such pathetic threats could have any effect on her. In response, Jamie smiled and defiantly stated that there could only be one apostle. If she lost Ricky, she would have to spend a lot of time to find a new one. The goddess's displeasure became obvious, but Jamie continued in a measured tone that the loss of time was not so important. Much more significant was that the presence of the apostle ensured the possibility of the constant appearance of the gods. Meanwhile, Ricky lay motionless with his eyes closed. Jamie calmly added that, as he had already said, he had no desire to kill Ricky. He was his friend. The goddess looked closely at the young man and coldly remarked that he was vicious and had only made up a plausible story to save his worthless life. Her voice hardened as she asked why he was so keen to have Ricky as her apostle. Jamie looked up and calmly replied that there was no need for an apostle now, as the world existed as the two gods had intended, a harmony that they had created together. He remembered the system they were working on, and its perfection seemed indisputable to him. The goddess gritted her teeth, looking at him intently, and asked sharply how deep his knowledge was. In response, Jamie raised his hand and spoke of the holiest of gods, whose love extended to all without exception, a holiness so great that it allowed her to gain the power to destroy evil. His confident smile fueled her doubts. The goddess frowned, embarrassed, as if she was overcome with bewilderment. Jamie was pleased with himself and thought that their argument was nearing an end. The goddess could not lie, since lying was contrary to the very nature of her holiness. The name Wolfer was mentioned in the conversation. He was a dark-haired man, and at this mention the goddess noticeably tensed up. Her voice wavered as she asked how Jamie knew that name. Placing his hand on his chest, he proudly declared himself Wolfer's heir. Before Pyro's eyes appeared the scene of Wolfer's death, and how he lay in a pool of his own blood. The goddess was shocked. Her thoughts were racing, refusing to accept what was happening. Then Jamie extended his hand, offering to make a truce. However, the goddess suddenly disappeared, leaving a last request for him to come to her in Afton for further conversation. Ricky's body fell lifelessly to the ground. Jamie stood over him, thinking that if everything went as he planned, Ricky would become an indispensable tool to him. When Ricky opened his eyes, Jamie looked at him awkwardly. Ricky immediately jumped up and, alarmed, began asking if Jamie was okay, if he was hurt, why he was bleeding, and what was wrong with his eyes. He also noted that strange sensations began to appear in his own body. Jamie looked down and wondered how it was that even in this state, Ricky was still concerned about others first, finally admitting to his friend that he had become the apostle of the goddess and at the same time undead. Ricky listened calmly as Jamie explained that he had used black magic to save him. He thought Ricky would hate him for this, but instead Ricky just smiled. Jamie frowned and asked if that was all. Ricky calmly replied that just because Jamie was a dark wizard didn't make him evil. Then Jamie looked down, admitting that he knew it, but still sent Ricky to a dangerous place and even tried to kill his sister. However, Ricky closed his eyes and firmly said that Jamie, despite everything, saved him and did not even touch Anna, which meant that he was a good person. Then Jamie cursed Ricky in irritation, but their hands touched and magic enveloped them both. Suddenly, Jamie felt the wounds on his body begin to heal. Ricky noted with relief that it worked as he had expected. They looked back and saw Ross approaching them. Jamie said it was time for him to leave, and as he said goodbye, he looked at Ricky again, remembering their recent conversation. In response, Ricky asked with a wide smile if he really seemed so stupid, and waved his hand goodbye. Meanwhile, the story moves to another building, the Genis Church branch in Hayes. The man in the robe bowed to Argino, announcing that they were judges affiliated with the Church of Genis. He apologetically explained that due to certain circumstances, they could not reveal their names. Count Argento, crossing his arms over his chest, asked with distrust what the judges were doing in his lands. The man in the robe calmly replied that they had arrived on orders from their superiors to hunt down heretics. He handed the flask to the Earl, informing him that, having done everything possible, they had discovered that Father Lincoln was a heretic. After Lincoln admitted this, he was executed. Rass, who had watched his execution and now listened to the man's words, clearly realized that they had only found a convenient scapegoat. The man in the robe added that the matter was of great importance and was kept secret by the church, so they conducted a thorough investigation. An indignant Ross shouted that this was nonsense, but stopped short when he saw Earl Argino raise his hand, gesturing to stop him. Argento, smiling slightly, remarked that perhaps they should be praised for their courage, or perhaps it would be better to express sympathy to them. But his face suddenly became stern and terrifying as he declared that they had dared to kill a man on his property. His voice rang with menace as he asked if they were prepared to share Lincoln's fate. The man in the robe fell to his knees, declaring that they were only punishing the sinners of the church. The Count looked at him with cold condescension and said that he, Argento, was the judge in these lands, and therefore no one had the right to harm his subjects without his knowledge. The man folded his hands in a prayerful gesture, begging the Count to listen to him. But Argino, remembering the Church of Genis, looked down on him and said with disdain that they had crossed all boundaries. The man in the robe trembled, realizing that his life hung in the balance. He raised his head and, trying to appear firm, declared that the Count was too presumptuous and that it would be unwise to turn his back on the church. Suddenly a scream was heard. As it turned out, the man's arm was torn off. This happened because of one swing of the Count's sword. Argento, without batting an eye, announced that the right arm would be next, and then the head. The man looked at his bloody wrist in shock as the Count calmly added that if he wanted to keep his head, he'd better leave Hayes immediately, the man frantically thinking that this was completely inconsistent with the promises of one girl. Meanwhile, Ross watched the Count's actions with amazement, thinking about how he confidently put everyone in their place. Ross smiled slightly and thought that with such determination they would definitely win. Trembling all over, the man fell to his knees again and, interrupted by sobs, begged the Count for forgiveness. He offered compensation from the church and vowed that such a thing would never happen again. However, the Count walked past indifferently, throwing over his shoulder that his decision was final. He added that from now on, he was cutting all ties with the Church of Genis, as they had lost his trust. Ras stood to the side, watching the scene, and understood with what calculation the Count conducted his affairs. The man, bowing his head low, muttered that he was leaving these lands. Then Ras smiled with relief, feeling almost sorry for these pathetic people. Later it became known that the church paid a huge compensation and then disappeared from these places. Someone asked why everything happened so suddenly. It turned out that the guests had arrived for Ricky and Anna. Ricky looked confused, and Anna, pale, pressed herself fearfully against her brother. The girl with a trembling voice asked who they were. Then Ras, smiling affably, introduced himself again as the Holy Marshal of the Church of Pyro. Ricky and Anne were announced to become symbols of the Church of Pyro as apostles of the goddess. Anna was told that one day she would awaken as a saint and that her gaze would become truly sacred. Ras, closing his eyes, added reverently that Afton would do everything possible to meet her with dignity. Then Ricky, with tears in his eyes, told about his sister, hugging her tenderly. Anna stood with her eyes closed, and Ras assured her that very soon she would be able to open them. The brother whispered back that it was wonderful and then hugged his sister. However, the fact is that the simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saint is considered a harbinger of disasters. Ras, placing his hand on his chest, reverently said a prayer, promising the goddess to protect them, and then quietly asked the goddess to grant him the power to protect them. Thus, they came under the full protection of the Church of Pyro. At the same time, something important was about to happen to Jamie. He announced that a test of faith awaited him and took a step forward. It soon became known that the two gods had split into factions, and this likely prompted Genis to create sacred knights from chimeras. Jamie guessed that Pyro was partially isolated. For a moment, Pyro appeared before his mind's eye, and the young man realized that in order to confirm his suspicions, he needed to go to Afton. Approaching the huge gates, he stopped, gathered his courage, and resolutely entered inside. He made a sweet face and, like a little child, tenderly called out to his mother. His sister and mother looked at him with surprise and slight embarrassment, not accustomed to seeing the young man in such a state. He moved closer to the astonished women, shifting awkwardly from one foot to the other, until his mother, concerned by his behavior, asked him what had happened. He quietly, as if embarrassed, admitted that he had really enjoyed drinking tea with her and Sarah. The woman smiled back, but suddenly grew serious, reminding him that he usually found such events boring. The young man hesitated for a moment, then said sheepishly that this was not at all the case, and wondered whether she had guessed the reasons for his change. The mother, looking at her son with warmth, smiled and, as if trying to help him cope with his awkwardness, asked if he needed anything from her. Jamie felt like he would have to work harder to not be embarrassed next time. But for now, he sat down on the chair, cheerfully declaring that he was just in a good mood. A simple phrase that made the women laugh and brought a happy smile to the young man's face. His mother, still smiling good-naturedly, gently asked him to tell her directly what he wanted, adding that she was ready to listen to him. Then Jamie clenched his fists, gathering his courage, and finally admitted that he would like to visit her homeland, Afton. The woman raised her eyebrows with interest and asked what caused this sudden interest in a distant place. Then Jamie raised his hand and excitedly told them that he had heard about a mountain with huge water bubbles. His mother laughed, noting that she now really wanted to see his unusual behavior. She folded her hands over her face and said that unless he had a serious reason, the trip would have to be postponed. Then Jamie remembered that he never backed down from a challenge, and he chuckled to himself, reminding himself that he was the great dark mage Wolfer. To prove his determination, he shyly folded his hands into a heart shape and, looking straight into his mother's eyes, said that he loved her. The woman, touched by this gesture, admitted in a satisfied tone that she had no choice but to agree to her beloved son's request. But the young man was already feeling slightly depressed, convincing himself that great magicians should be able to overcome even such trifles. When his mother announced with a smile that they would be going to Afton the following week, He breathed a sigh of relief, but still wondered why he had gotten himself involved in this adventure. Left alone with his thoughts, Jamie looked out the window, addressing the goddess Pyro, and with a bit of humor promised to deal with his mother if she became too demanding. Meanwhile, Ras, with a wide smile and a slight squint, came closer, asking what the young magician was doing here. Jamie, still lost in his own thoughts, turned around abruptly and said that he was with his mother and Sarah. But Ras, without losing his smile, immediately noticed that Jamie looked too serious. Jamie frowned, acknowledging that something had happened and mentally scolded the fire starter for the recent troubles. An unusually cheerful Ras gave him a thumbs up and enthusiastically assured him that, although he didn't know what had happened, everything would definitely work out. Jamie, for his part, wondered gloomily whether he should send this optimist far away. When the conversation turned to the Count, Ras said that he needed to discuss something important with him, which surprised Jamie quite a bit. He admitted that he had told his father that he would be back soon, but it seemed right to him to tell the young magician as well. Jamie, trying to hide his growing excitement, wondered if this was connected to some revelation from the goddess Pyro. Hearing that Ricky and Anna were going to go with Ras, Jamie felt mixed feelings. On the one hand, it was expected. After all, he was an apostle and she was a saint, but on the other hand, he was overcome with anxiety. When Ras said that goodbyes were never forever, Jamie's face darkened. Ras then hugged him tightly, saying that he wanted to maintain their friendship and believed that this was just the beginning. Jamie felt embarrassed and couldn't hide his irritation. However, Ras, satisfied, left, assuring that they would see each other more than once. Left alone, Jamie sighed heavily and turned his thoughts to the goddess again, asking her to better control her people. That evening, Argento and Sears sat in the luxuriously furnished living room, which was decorated with an elegant square table of white marble. The man, worried and anxious, shared with his wife his confusion about his father-in-law's plan to demand a meeting with Jamie. Sears laughed a little sheepishly, noting that even their late mother had little idea what was going on in his head. With a worried expression on his face, the man told his wife that she was leaving tomorrow, but he was not sure that everything would be okay. The woman, touched by his concern, said that it was unlikely that anything could go wrong. Sears, trying to support her husband, moved closer and laid her head on his shoulder. The woman said that they would be accompanied by the best knight order of Count Welton. The man, smiling thoughtfully, noted that he trusted the order, but expressed a desire to accompany them himself. Sears, looking down modestly, noted that it was unlikely that anyone would dare threaten them, because her husband was the Earl of Welton himself. Then Argento, smiling happily, blushed, for the woman's flattery had achieved its goal. Then Sears thought about Ras. She told her husband that Ras would be with them, and added that she was very surprised that he was the Holy Marshal. Sears noted that the Holy Marshals usually did not leave Afton, which emphasized the seriousness of the situation. Argento thought that this showed how seriously the Church of Pyro took the incident and admitted that he was worried about Jamie. The man, lost in his thoughts, remembered how his son had trained his mana breathing while sitting in a meditation pose. He also remembered how the ice covered the body of Count Simon's son. Argento thought that his son's strength had developed beyond his years, and if, like last time, he couldn't suppress his emotions, then perhaps even the head of the order wouldn't be able to stop him. Sears clasped her hands to her chest and said she didn't think they should worry, which upset her husband. Then she went on to share what happened that day, adding details and explanations to clear things up. Jamie smiled slyly and put his fingers in a heart shape, showing a mischievous, happy expression on his face. Sears, watching him, confirmed with a slight smile that everything happened exactly like that. Argento, still overcome with confusion, remarked that he would like to see it with his own eyes. The woman, tenderly pressing her cheek to her husband's hand, calmly replied that each of us can make mistakes, but she always believes in their son. The man, warmly taking her hand, quietly admitted that he was happy that they were able to see each other before her departure. Meanwhile, Jamie and Blackie were floating in the air, surrounded by magical flows of mana. Raising his hand in a victory gesture, he enthusiastically exclaimed that he was incredibly happy. Although it took him longer than he expected to get used to the rhythm of life, the young man was delighted with the results, which exceeded his expectations. Smiling proudly, he turned to the demon hovering nearby, noting that they were incredibly lucky, and added that reaching rank 6 was now only a matter of time. These thoughts stirred up memories of his previous incarnation, Diablo Wolfer. Jamie understood that the path to returning to his former greatness was still long, but at the same time he felt confident that he could cope with an opponent equal to him in strength. As a low wooden building appeared ahead, Jamie began a leisurely descent. His subordinates, Rise and Azard, surrounded by magical energy, dropped to one knee, respectfully bowing their heads to their returning master. Jamie's face remained hidden under the shadow of his hood, and he informed his servants that he was going to Afton and would be away for some time. Upon hearing this news, the men became visibly alarmed. Rise turned pale, explaining that Afton was on the northern border, adding that the journey there would take almost a month. Azard, in turn, clutched his heart and exclaimed indignantly that they were tired of pretending to be lumberjacks. Then Jamie, with a menacing note in his voice, immediately put them in their place, asking if they really had any real problems. The men, realizing their situation, became embarrassed and hastened to assure that there were no problems. Sparks of magical energy flared around Jamie, and he calmly announced that he was taking them with him. Raising his hand, he created a glowing ball of mana that began to emit a purple glow. As the darkness swirled around them, Jamie casually informed his subordinates that he had finally remembered something long forgotten. Noticing the frightened looks of his servants, he explained that this was his vault. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he announced that this would now be their new home. The servants looked dumbfounded. Rise tried to explain the meaning of his master's words, while Azard despairingly admitted that he was not ready to live in such a place. Jamie gave them a stern look and reminded them that no one had objected before. He then ordered them to stop talking and go inside. When they hesitated, he kicked them mercilessly to hurry them up. The men complied and the darkness swallowed them up. Jamie watched them go, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He thought that these two were quite unusual, being able to show such strong emotions, and the thought occurred to him that, if approached correctly, they could become quite useful. When the men found themselves inside the vault, they were overcome by a strange mixture of calm and curiosity. Azard, looking around, admitted that he expected something completely different. But the space turned out to be surprisingly spacious. Then, Jamie brought them back into the hall, and standing before their master, they shared their impressions. Rise noted with surprise that, while inside, he felt something begin to fill him from within. Jamie explained that it was the primal force. He then spoke of the rebellion against divinity, causing a tense silence among the men. Rise then asked the owner if this was too much for him, to which Jamie asked him in return why he was so worried. After this, the man bowed and apologized, and Azard asked if Jamie could make them even stronger. However, before he could finish his thought, his partner covered his mouth with his hand. Jamie's face showed great confusion. At that moment, the sun's rays illuminated the majestic mansion of the Welton family. A bridge passed over the canal leading to the building, along which people were leisurely strolling and carriages were driving. Jamie felt a little embarrassed when he saw his father's figure. However, the Earl, beaming a wide smile, picked him up in his arms, and Jamie thought irritably that he was not a toy for his father at all. But the Count's words that a son must protect his mother, sister, and friend took the boy by surprise. He lowered his eyes in shame, but when he heard his father's question about whether he could be relied upon, he firmly answered in the affirmative. Argento gave his son a warm hug, wishing the entire family a safe return. A slight blush appeared on the hero's cheeks, as he was slightly moved by the situation. Meanwhile, Jack O'Brien introduced himself with a slight smile, explaining that the delegation would soon be on their way, and he promised to give them a detailed plan of action once they got going. Ricky and Jamie took their places in the carriage. The boy, with his hands behind his head, looking clearly annoyed that Ras was not traveling with them, but in another company. Jamie sat opposite the window, lazily propping his head up with his hand, boredom frozen on his face as if reflecting the monotony of the road ahead. He wondered why such a long route had been chosen, which would obviously increase the travel time. Meanwhile, Sarah had settled down comfortably, resting her head on her mother's lap, and Sears, with a soft smile, hugged her daughter and noted that the girl always fell asleep instantly once she was in the carriage. The crew set off and Argento and the servants watched them go, remaining behind. Meanwhile, Ras rode on his white horse, holding the reins confidently, while O'Brien, who accompanied him, guided the dark steed. The blonde soon warned that he would cover the rear, to which Ras only winked, rushed past the carriage window with a wide smile and, as always, charged the atmosphere with his cheerfulness. Jamie, watching him go, thought with slight disdain that Pyro seemed to be up to something. He turned away from the window, this time simply staring blankly into space. He decided that since nothing happened after the name was mentioned, it meant that the goddess had apparently remained silent in front of the other gods, and an evil grin flashed across his face as he assumed that Pyro simply had nothing to surprise them with. The carriage, drawn by a pair of hardy horses, raced along a narrow forest road, surrounded by horsemen. Sarah began to wake up, moving slightly, which did not escape the attentive gaze of one of her companions. Ricky, sitting opposite her, smiled broadly at her and introduced himself with genuine enthusiasm. However, his good nature had the opposite effect. The girl froze in fear, and tears glistened in her eyes. Ricky's smile, serene just a second ago, began to seem ominous. A scream rang out and echoed through the forest as the carriage continued on its way. Someone immediately reprimanded the frightened Sarah, but Jamie stood up for her. 2 days passed and the travelers found themselves in pouring rain. The narrow road that skirted the cliffs ran between a raging river and steep mountain slopes. The Welton family, exhausted by the journey, slept peacefully inside the carriage. Meanwhile, Ricky, watching them with obvious interest, looked out of the window where Ras had already appeared jumping. Jamie was delighted to see him and greeted the rider. In response, the protagonist woke up from their voices. He saw Ricky sitting by the window and realized that he had slept for about 2 hours. Ras, in turn, noted that the travelers were probably quite tired and offered to distract them from boredom with a story about a local legend. Jamie wasn't very keen on the idea, but Ricky was thrilled to hear the story. The story began with a mention of ancient times, when elves and dragons still inhabited the world, and the Mage Mountains were a single rock. Jamie, although he looked skeptical, listened to the story with interest. He became especially interested when the conversation turned to the battle between 2 dragons. The battle was between 2 dragons. One of them was evil and black, and the other was a generous blue one, named Mage. He fell in love with a human girl, a sorceress, but their love was doomed. The black dragon, following the orders of the other dragons, killed her. This event not only broke their connection, but also led to his expulsion from the community. After his expulsion, he disappeared among the mountains, leaving only legends about his tragedy. Anna, awakening from her sleep, said words that made Ricky wary. People believed that it was after these events that heavy rains began. Then, Ricky tried to pull himself together, turning away to the window to hide his inner anxiety. Ras was glad to see him, confirming that in legends these phenomena are called dragon rains. Jamie wondered if the story might be true. However, even in ancient times, dragons were considered creatures shrouded in mysticism, so he was not sure of its veracity. His thoughts were interrupted by a bright flash of light that flooded the carriage. The carriage was moving along a rocky section of the road while thunderbolts tore through the sky. The storm was getting worse, causing concern among the passengers. Anna covered her face with her hands, trying to protect herself from the lightning. Sarah was frightened and, overcome with fear, pressed herself against her mother. Then Sears, despite her own fear, hugged her daughter and tried to calm her down. Jamie tried to maintain an outward calm, although inside he felt an ominous sense of menace. The rain became heavier, turning the road into a muddy mess. The crew moved with a loud creaking sound, having a hard time overcoming obstacles. Suddenly, lightning struck an old tree by the road and it fell with a loud crash, blocking the path. The coachman was forced to pull sharply on the reins, directing the horses around the wreckage. The carriage jumped on a bump, causing the passengers to sway. As lightning lit up the night sky and the carriage rocked violently, Sears instinctively hugged Sarah tighter, trying to calm her down, even though she was scared herself. Suddenly, lightning struck a tree, causing the crew to make a sharp turn. The carriage swayed, and Sears and Sarah were on the verge of falling. In a desperate attempt to save them, Jamie activated mana, creating glowing ropes. The magic ropes managed to wrap around the bodies of the mother and sister before they fell into the abyss. Concentrating with all his might, he held the magic net. Meanwhile, O'Brien and Ras watched his efforts. When Sears and Sarah were safely lifted, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, a mixture of pride and weariness on his face, and the thought was spinning in his head that this path would be more difficult than he had expected. The fingers, folded in a peculiar gesture, sought support, and a soft glow emanated from them. But suddenly the hand, firmly holding onto the window frame, slipped, and the next moment Jamie fell out of the carriage. Sears called out for her son in panic, and the pale young man, already falling, tried to calm her down, assuring her that he had the magic of flight. But his eyes widened in fear and confusion when he realized that he couldn't activate his magical energy. He continued to fall, feeling his strength fading, and soon realized that he was experiencing mana burning, a special magic that drains a mage's strength. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice asked the hero who he was. He seemed to see an unfamiliar woman in front of him who asked him if he was really a dragon. As he landed in the river, spray rose around him. He lay there trying to collect his thoughts. Sears stood at the edge of the cliff, screaming her son's name, and someone held her tightly by the waist, preventing her from falling. People were bustling around trying to help, but Sears was hysterical, struggling and demanding to be let go because her son was there. The maid, trying to calm the woman down, told her not to worry, but Sears couldn't calm down until her gaze was drawn to the streams of yellow mana. She turned around to see an embarrassed Ricky standing there with his magic activated. Ricky stuttered as he apologized and explained that he just wanted to help. A frightened Sarah sat in the arms of Anna, who called her mother, crying. The girl began to cry, calling out to her brother. Then Sir Ras knelt before Sears and bowed to her, saying that he believed Jamie would be all right. The woman stopped crying, and the knight added that even if it was just an optimistic prospect, he knew how strong the young man was. Ras, looking up with determination on his face, stated that the currents could be dangerous, but he was confident that once Jamie's magic returned, he would emerge unharmed. The knight rose to his feet, clenched his fist, and declared that he would go down himself, assuring that it would not be difficult for him to return with Jamie alive. Ricky and O'Brien were horrified by the idea, shouting that these streams could be dangerous even for Ras. The knight promised to return in 3 hours. The woman, having replied that it would be dangerous even with his power as the Holy Marshal, again met Ras's gaze, which, despite the risk, was determined. She firmly asked him to come down, despite the danger, begging him to carry out this order. In desperation, with a pleading expression on her face, she told the knight to return with Jamie alive. Then Ras kissed her hand and promised to fulfill her request. Meanwhile, in the cave where the main character ended up, it was dark and damp. A river flowed through the cave, and stalactites hung from the ceiling. Jamie opened his eyes with difficulty to find himself suspended by his arms by chains that were emitting a soft blue light. He couldn't understand where he was and with difficulty raised his head to look around. He noticed that the chains that bound his wrists were sparkling with magical energy. Jamie tried to figure out where he was and who was in front of him. The young man's face was covered in sweat when someone spoke, saying that he was finally awake. In front of him stood a disgruntled girl in a white dress with an amulet on her chest, the same one that Jamie saw when he fell. He tried to understand what was happening, but the girl did not try to calm him down, but only asked if he thought he looked like a dragon. She added that it was immediately obvious that he didn't look like a dragon, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Jamie was shocked by her aggressive behavior, a cold sweat breaking out on his face as the horned lady with blue hair continued to glare at him menacingly, asking for an explanation as to why his strength and mana were similar to that of a dragon. Then Jamie, remembering the mana exercise, suddenly realized that his energy really did resemble the power of a dragon. A look of concern flashed in his eyes, and his gaze at the girl became increasingly wary. She stated that human mana breath was terrible and that humans were incapable of imitating dragons. The horned lady, noticing his confusion, came closer to the captive and, smirking, suggested that he might be from the elven tribe. Her gaze was sharp and cold, which made Jamie even more wary. He gritted his teeth and tried to move his shackled hands, accusing the horned girl of kidnapping an innocent man. As she moved towards him, Jamie began to remember the incidents along the way: the sudden downpour, the lightning strike near the carriage, and the strange magical flashes. All these events were clearly connected with something more than coincidence. The horned girl, noticing his thoughts, raised her hand and calmly admitted her involvement in the disaster, which shocked Jamie. Hearing that she wanted to make sure he wasn't a dragon, Jamie exploded in anger, worrying about his mother and sister. Then, suddenly, he realized that he hadn't thought about his family until that moment, and his anger subsided. The horned lady turned sideways to the captive, looked at him suspiciously, and, noticing his anger, quietly asked who he really was. Jamie turned away with a sly grin, saying that he would not pester her with any more questions, and asked her to remove the magical shackles. He was stunned when he heard her refuse, saying that he looked rather funny in that position. Then Jamie, frowning angrily, screamed, and the girl with the horn laughed at his expression, her mocking laughter causing him even more irritation, but his restraint was at its limit. Given her behavior, he was already beginning to suspect that the blue dragon Maitre might be standing in front of him. Such dragons were known for their kindness, but always showed hostility towards humans, whom they considered foolish. Jamie thought he was lucky to have met her, and not the cruel red or black dragons. Thinking about this, he asked the girl why she kidnapped him if she thought he was a dragon. The whites of Maitre's eyes turned black, and her long claws flashed as she grimly reported that it was done to kill the boy. Horrified by the blue dragon's thirst for blood, Jamie tried to defuse the situation with laughter, asking if she would let him go now, but received a negative answer. Taken aback by this answer, the protagonist one anxiously asked why this had happened. Closing her eyes and smiling with satisfaction, Maitre declared that she could not let him go. With a sly look and a frown, she announced her intention to use the boy as an ingredient to prepare a superior Sparta masterclass. Jamie, confused, fell into deep thought, wondering what he would do in the dragon's place with such a valuable specimen. Suddenly, the boy stopped his thoughts, realizing that this was not something to think about while under threat of death. Pretending to be a naive child, Jamie smiled and asked why she wanted to kill dragons. The girl looked at him menacingly, outraged by his treatment. After that, Jamie asked with a sly smile whether the reason was related to love for a person. Suddenly, the shackles on his hands disappeared and the boy collapsed to the ground. Maitre loomed over Jamie, extended her hand with activated mana, and threatened that if he said anything like that again, he would neither live nor die. Frowning questioningly, the boy asked whether the dragon race really had not accepted the girl's lover. Maitre's mouth twisted in irritation as she looked at the captive. He continued to wonder if she had betrayed her race to save his life. Enraged by the boy's curiosity, Maitre furiously released a powerful stream of water into the air, spreading throughout the entire space. With his neck in the water, Jamie began to furiously wonder if the blue dragon intended to kill him or turn him into Sparta, adding that it would be easier for her to use magic to probe his mind. Choking on the liquid, Jamie closed his eyes and screamed that Maitre was so kind it was hard to believe she was a dragon. The horned girl had memories of another person saying exactly the same words to her. Indulging in these memories, Maitre's lips curled in tension as she looked menacingly at the boy. Raising her fingers, she declared that this was his last chance and there would be no other. The water began to recede and Jamie, sitting on his knees, began to feel sick, and he came to the conclusion that the girl was very serious. Wrapping her arms around herself, Maitre looked tenderly at the boy and acknowledged that he was the same. Wiping his mouth, Jamie looked up at the girl in confusion, not understanding who she was comparing him to. Then Maitre replied that it was about a guy from Legends who was betrayed by the human race. Meanwhile, the stormy river quickly rushed along the mountain bed, crashing against rocks along the way. Ross wandered along the bank, getting wet under the incessant downpour. He lowered his head sadly, staring at the ground, wondering where Jamie was. The action returned to the cave, where Maitre told a story that happened 700 years ago with the dark wizard Ganon. Jamie was stunned when he heard about dark magic. The horned girl began to sheepishly justify herself as to how a dragon, a creation of holy magic, could fall in love with someone like that. As Maitre continued her story, the boy was greatly puzzled to hear the mention of the 9th level that the wizard had been able to reach. The girl turned away and responded calmly to his remark, saying that she would now tell him why no one had been able to reach such a high level in thousands of years. Ganon began searching for answers long before meeting Maitreya, and after that, the girl joined him. After overcoming many obstacles, they fell in love with each other and felt good in each other's company. The idyll continued until the Dragon Lord gave the order. A blond man with horns and glowing eyes arrogantly declared that Ganon was evil and must be destroyed. All the dragons obeyed the order and began to make attempts to kill Maitre's beloved. Although the lovers escaped, their strength was not unlimited. One day, the girl plaintively asked him to go where the dragons could not reach, asking him not to worry about her. While the girl was sobbing, seeing off her lover, he retreated into the shelter of the ruins, where more than one creature is forbidden to enter. From that day on, Maitre was exiled for 1,000 years. Although it was an insignificant period by dragon standards, 1,000 years later, while the girl was still in chains, Ganon came for her. By that time, he had already comprehended the truth of the world, and carrying his weak and beloved in his arms, he became angry at the dragons, whom he considered the strongest living creatures. The main dragons only smirked, looking down at the foolish man who was unable to understand the truth. When Ganon rescued Maitre, they hid in this huge mountain to escape pursuit. Jamie, hanging his head sadly, came to the conclusion that Ganon had ultimately died. This was clear from the girl's expression, full of sadness. Maitre admitted that in her opinion, the young man would have been better off. She pursed her lips, indulging in painful memories. Maitre said that after Ganon's death, her brothers began erasing everything that was even slightly connected to the boy. Jamie frowned and began to come to a conclusion with horror about the truth that the dragons were trying to hide. Maitre, looking at the boy seriously, confessed how she protected the remaining memory of Ganon. Behind her, a grave was visible with a wooden cross and an artifact on it, after which the girl said that she would stay in this cave to protect the memory of her beloved. Reflecting on what the Master Dragons had done, Jamie realized with horror why nothing remained of his past life. When the protagonist realized that he had been reincarnated, he first began searching for information related to Diablo Wolfer, but was surprised to find no records. Jamie ran his eyes over the pages of the books and with each new one he realized that it was all pointless, as if someone had deliberately covered up all traces of his existence. The boy came to the conclusion that the twin gods had done this to Ganon first and then to him. Later he clarified that the main culprit was the dragon god Brahman and his relatives. Jamie thought about the dark mage Ganon, who had leveled up to level 9 to find the truth about this world, but still didn't understand why Ganon had gone so far. Looking sideways at the blue dragon, the protagonist thoughtfully assumed that the cave contained Ganon's tomb. Hearing this, Maitre froze in bewilderment. As the boy was surrounded by small purple sparks, he timidly lowered his eyes and admitted that as a person connected with magic, he would like to greet him. At first, Maitre hesitated, not saying a word, and then asked the child to follow her. She led Jamie to a green meadow where the bright rays of the sun fell. When she pointed to a grave with a wooden cross, she said that Ganon was sleeping there. Jamie's eyes widened and he broke out in a cold sweat as he noticed his own bracelet with a purple stone on the cross. It was an absolute immunization, a perfect cell. Jamie didn't even think that he would find here one of the 3 divine mechanisms created by Diablo Wolfer to confront the 12 gods. An artifact that protects against all diseases and curses. Standing next to the dragoness, the protagonist was shocked to realize that Ganon was searching for the truth about this world because he learned of Diablo's existence by wearing the bracelet. The boy looked at the horned lady with confusion, wondering if she would kill him if he asked for the bracelet back. The blue dragon folded her hands in prayer, addressing her deceased lover. While Maitre was praying fervently, the boy approached her and asked about the bracelet. Without interrupting her, she said that this item had saved Ganon's life more than once. Then Jamie folded his arms across his chest, wondering in amazement how the girl knew so much about the bracelet. Turning away with a smile, the boy tried to unobtrusively find out if this was all that was left of Ganon. Then, Maitre looked warily at her interlocutor and asked why he was asking such a question. Jamie, sweating, waved his hand awkwardly, insisting that he was simply curious if there was any record of Ganon having realized the truth. Looking down sadly, Maitre admitted that she still had her lover's diary. Putting on a cutesy expression, Jamie tried to ask to see the diary, but the girl, shaking her head gloomily, said that she did not want to provide such a service. Jamie then asked with genuine interest to tell about it. He pressed the confused girl, asking if she knew anything about the truth of the world. The enraged blue dragon aggressively stated that this was already crossing his boundaries, since the truth about the world should not be known to a person like Jamie. However, Jamie disagreed, looking at the wooden cross with the bracelet. He came to the conclusion that Ganon risked his life for humanity, and although she failed, Maitre managed to protect his legacy. The boy furiously asked why it should be kept as a museum piece, rather than passed down from generation to generation, used to carry out Ganon's will. A puzzled Maitre looked sideways at the child, calling him smart, but declared that she did not need any souvenirs. She said that she kept every detail about Ganon in her memory. At that moment, Jamie was frozen as a speech from his beloved Jane's past life popped into his head, asking him not to forget her. As Maitre turned to leave, Jamie turned to her, acknowledging that perhaps he didn't quite understand yet. Then he asked her to stop. A book with a 6-pointed star on the cover appeared in the air, entangled in magical chains. As Jamie stared in shock at the floating diary, Maitre looked at him seriously and stated that the boy had convinced her, but warned that there was nothing written in the diary. Jamie reached out to the manuscript through the chains and asked if it was a seal. The blue dragon confirmed his guess, warning that it would be difficult for a normal person to remove it. Turning slightly towards the girl, the horned girl asked her to follow her so that she could escort the guest back to the carriage. Jamie, who stood with his back to Maitre, surrounded by dark magical energy, looked at her with glowing purple eyes and assured her that she should not be afraid, no matter what she saw. The girl's eyes widened and she froze in shock when she heard these words. Jamie, enveloped in the purple glow of mana, activated the power of the dark mage. Maitre, who was watching him in shock, realized with disbelief that such a small boy possessed such powerful magic, his abilities surpassing those of Ganon. Then Jamie, holding the diary in his hands, from which bright letters flew out and a golden glow emanated, calmly announced that he had managed to remove the seal. The letters flew high into the air, illuminating the entire space. Jamie and Maitre raised their heads, watching them. The diary described his first encounter with a dragon, who called the young man dirty because of his dark magic. It also contained information about how Ganon and Maitre began to explore the world together. The magician admitted that thanks to the girl, the adventure became enjoyable. Ganon described how one day, riding a blue dragon, He found himself in a land where no man could set foot, and it was there that he came up with the idea of naming the dragon Tlen. The diary also contained an entry about the day the Dragon Lord ordered Ganon to be killed. Ganon, however, was more concerned about Maitre, who betrayed her family for him, and the diary also contained a declaration of love for the girl. Later, in one of his entries, Ganon described how he came across a grave with a tombstone engraved with events that happened nearly 66,000 years ago. The diary mentioned a difficult period when Ganon and Maitre were forced to settle in the mountains, where they could safely temporarily hide from persecution. After this, the wizard planned to go to Garbman, a place in the north that was engraved on the tombstone, although at that time this land no longer existed. Staring at the glowing diary with violet eyes, Jamie came to the conclusion that there had to be something else. After reading all the entries, Maitre began to sob, folding her arms across her chest and repeating the name of her lover with bitter sadness. Jamie looked up and thought he knew which tombstone they were talking about. He remembered how, as Diablo, he had decided to strengthen his resolve by pouring out his sorrows about the past and his hopes for the future on a tombstone in the woods. Jamie then closed the book, coming to the conclusion that he had done this almost 66,000 years before Ganon. 700 years later, he was in Jamie's body. Kneeling down and handing the book to the sobbing Maitre, Jamie concluded that exactly 66,666 years had passed since that moment. He also tried to figure out where the land of Garbman was. Confused, Jamie thought that in the past he had declared victory and left everything as it was, but he could not remember a single mention of Garbman. Smiling happily, he came to the conclusion that everything had turned out wonderfully. He turned to the artifact, amazed that Ganon was able to learn the hidden truth about the two gods only with this bracelet. An inner voice asked Jamie, who learned of the enslavement of the earth by the gods 60,000 years ago, to pull himself together. The symbol of the Church of Janus popped into his head. Diablo reminded himself that he came to Earth in the form of Jamie to incinerate the 12 gods so that humanity could one day be free again. Meanwhile, Maitre was clutching Ganon's diary tightly. With tears in her eyes, she smiled and repeated that he loved her. Jamie bowed to the dragon with a smile and asked her to remember these words so that Gon would continue to live in her heart. Maitre suddenly felt the presence of her lover behind her, smiling happily as he looked at the diary. Maitre concluded with tears and a smile that even as a child, Jamie knew how to say nice things. He sighed wearily and mentally declared that he was no longer a child. Resting her head on Ganon's treasured possession, Maitre indulged in a daydream, longing to return to a happier past. Jamie patted the girl on the head and smiled, coming to the conclusion that such thoughts overwhelmed everyone. Suddenly, the blue dragon grabbed the boy by the hand. Maitre, staring at Jamie in amazement, asked him about the dark mana, thinking that he was a dark mage. She looked at Jamie with interest and asked about the origin of his black mana. The question caught Jamie off guard. He tried to lie, saying that it was just regular dark magic, but the girl didn't believe him. She had already tried to use black magic to remove the seal. Jamie's face fell in surprise. He was amazed that the dragon could handle something like that. In response, Maitre called him crazy. Smiling smugly, she stated that she had brought those who understood black magic. Jamie became despondent, guessing that she had kidnapped these people. Then Maitre remembered how a man, wrapped in a black cloak, crawled on his knees before her, begging for mercy. She told Jamie that these people were happy to fulfill her requests in exchange for their lives, but the young man reminded her that this is exactly what kidnapping and intimidation constitutes. However, nothing could break the seal on the journal, which had a blue leather cover with metal inserts and a pentagram in the center, until Jamie showed up with his black mana. An image of Ganon smiling appeared in Jamie's mind. They stood back to back. Jamie didn't want to admit it, but the power this man was seeking came from another world. The young man decided that he could not remain on the sidelines and enthusiastically announced that he was the wizard fulfilling Ganon's dying wish. Maitre held the diary under her arm with a distrustful expression. She doubted that someone who had never met Ganon would be able to fulfill his last request, even though his entire inheritance was in this place. Jamie then said that, although they didn't know each other, they were pursuing the same goal, so he could be trusted. This news made Maitre weak. The dragoness avoided Jamie's gaze, turning away. Then she quietly asked if he intended to fight the gods. Jamie was slightly puzzled by this turn of events and asked if Ganon had mentioned it. Maitre clutched the diary tighter and said that from it she learned that Ganon was angry at the gods and hated the dragons for collaborating with them. She wanted to tell him what awaited the young man at the end of this path, but was interrupted mid-sentence. Jamie pressed his hand to his chest and stated firmly that Maitre was right, and he really was going to challenge the gods. Then Maitre looked at the diary through the blue strands of hair that fell into her eyes and stroked the seal thoughtfully. She said she hated the gods, but Jamie's plan was impossible, even with the power of such a dragon. She bitterly explained that he was unable to defeat 12 superpowered beings and urged him to live the life of an ordinary person. The girl demanded that Jamie surrender, but her speech did not touch the young man. He told her the story of Diablo Wolfer, who, along with his followers, wanted to overthrow the gods. However, everyone he trusted either died or betrayed him. He lost and was imprisoned in the realm of eternity. Only the hope of one day returning and taking revenge kept him from giving up. Jamie's eyes turned an ominous purple as he stated firmly that this was why he couldn't back down. Then Maitre realized that Jamie was telling her his own story, and she was amazed. Jamie thought of all the people the gods had wronged, Ganon and those before and after him. He said that as long as the gods lived, the dying wishes of those people would continue to exist. The dragoness was touched by this speech. She turned and ordered the young man to follow her. Soon Maitre stood over the grave cross, clutching a bracelet with a large purple stone in her trembling fingers. She said that Ganon would like her to give the bracelet to the young man. Jamie folded his hands and raised them, and the dragoness placed the bracelet in them. The young man could hardly believe what was happening, and Maitre was afraid to change her mind. Jamie put the bracelet on his wrist and was deeply touched by the girl's gesture. He raised his hand to examine the bracelet, and the stone glowed purple. Jamie was surprised that the artifact seemed to welcome him, thinking that it had been a part of him for a very long time. Then Maitre assumed a fighting stance. Streams of mana swirled around her. The girl decisively declared that if necessary, he could count on her help. Jamie smiled and thanked her, stroking the bracelet and mentally congratulating himself on receiving the dragon's promise. Suddenly, a portal opened behind him. Maitre told him to get lost. Jamie couldn't believe it was over so quickly. The dragoness kicked him and told him to be careful. When he left, Maitre sat with her eyes closed, her expression serene, a translucent mana flower hovering above her palms. The sunlight illuminated the spreading crown of a tree growing in the cave. A girl stood nearby, telling the resting Ganon that his work lives on. Meanwhile, Ra stood frozen, looking at the blue sky as the clouds parted and the sun came out. With an evil smile, Jamie greeted Ras and asked what he was doing. Jamie was floating in the sky, supported by the flows of mana. The knight was very surprised to see him. Then Ras took Jamie's hand and suggested that they go back. When they returned to the carriage, the sun was shining brightly over the mountains, and a happy Sears rushed toward her son, knocking him down. Ricky and Anna, overcome with tremulous emotions, could hardly hold back tears of joy as they looked at their friend. The party assembled on the riverbank, and jubilant applause filled the air, dispersing the remnants of the recent tension. One of the men, bowing his head in gratitude, expressed his thanks to Ras, specifying that they all now felt indebted to him. The knight, not hiding his embarrassment, timidly tried to explain that his actions did not deserve such a high assessment. At this time, in the county of Pierre Nesman, located in the vastness of the Seldom Empire, a sunny day dawned. In the very center of the city, a majestic clock tower rose. The city streets were bustling with people going about their daily business, and school children chatting and laughing past the massive double doors. This idyll was broken by a piercing scream that suddenly rang out. A pink-haired girl named Venna stumbled and lost her balance. The guy who was nearby recoiled in horror when a white rat with eyes glowing with red fire quickly darted across the floor. The schoolgirl, frightened to the depths of her soul, convulsively pressed her hands to her chest, and desperate tears froze in her eyes. The people around did not hide their irritation. Some openly reproached her, and someone even allowed themselves to call her a fool. They claimed that the rat ate a drug that turned into a zombie, and persistently urged others to beware of its bites. Venna stood in the center of the destroyed office, sadly clutching a mop in her hands. Thoughts of how much more time she would have to spend on this work tormented her. Her mood worsened further when she overheard a conversation in which she was called a blockhead and hoped that she would simply disappear. Behind her, a green-haired boy and a blonde-haired girl were happily discussing her mistakes. They couldn't hide their surprise at why the school principal continued to defend Venna, since, in their opinion, she was the only one who clearly did not meet the standards, and this ridicule caused the girl great pain. The blonde girl, standing in a defiant pose, accused her of being unable to complete even a simple task with arrogant confidence. The girl pointed out that now she would have to repeat the entire experiment and demanded that Venna bring everything necessary from the list. The pink-haired schoolgirl, feeling angry and hurt, folded her arms across her chest, barely containing her emotions. However, in order not to aggravate the situation, she reluctantly agreed to do what was required. Leaving the place, accompanied by contemptuous ridicule and insults, Venna cried bitterly, clutching the piece of paper with the assignment in her hand, her soul tormented by thoughts of her own worthlessness. Meanwhile, in the estate of Count Pierre, in a spacious room covered with a carpet with an exquisite blue pattern, there was a long dining table. At the main place sat a stocky blonde man. On either side of him sat Sarah, Jamie, Ricky, and Anna. The Count, pleased and a little majestic, thanked the guests heartily for the work they had done. His plump face lit up with a joyful smile. With a broad, good-natured smile, he noted that his cook had tried his best and invited everyone to help themselves. Seeing the abundance of delicious dishes before them, Ricky, Raz, and Anna were delighted. Hunger made itself felt, and their faces involuntarily reflected the delight of the upcoming meal. Sears smiled warmly, sincerely expressing her gratitude to the Earl for such a warm welcome. The Earl, slightly embarrassed, responded that it was not a burden for him. While he mentioned that the dish still did not meet the standards of the daughter of the Bell family, Sears, noticeably embarrassed, responded with a shy smile, unable to hide her gratitude. Night slowly enveloped the estate, and soon the lights in its windows went out one by one. Wrapped in a dark cloak, Jamie went outside. His gaze slid over the surrounding buildings, and he thought that there was nothing worthy of attention in this place. He even decided that he should return. However, the likelihood that Ricky would decide to disturb him seemed insignificant. His friend had previously been too persistent in trying to find out where Jamie was going, which only increased his suspicions. Jamie's attention was drawn to the familiar silhouette of Chernish, who appeared nearby. The demon, as always, moved silently, and Jamie extended his hand to him. Then he showed his companion a twisted bracelet decorated with large purple stones, a gift from Maitre. Meanwhile, two strangers in cloaks with deep hoods lurked around the corner, watching Jamie closely. They instantly realized that the jewel on the young man's wrist was a valuable artifact. One of them turned to his partner and remarked with disdain that the brat shouldn't have such a valuable thing. The second man nodded, suggesting that the bracelet could have been given to the young man by his unsuspecting parents. The man with the hooked nose grinned predatorily, adding that the director would certainly like the artifact and would certainly reward them generously. Meanwhile, Blackie, as if sensing danger, made several low sounds, attracting the attention of the owner. Jamie looked closely at the demon, not even suspecting that two strangers were already sneaking up on him from behind. The wind fluttered their cloaks as Jamie, noticing their shadows, calmly told his companion that two bastards were following them. The demon squeaked anxiously, but the owner only grinned, assuring them that he didn't care at all why they came. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he added that perhaps he could relieve his boredom thanks to these pursuers. On the roof of a tall building, someone's silhouette was barely visible. At its foot, two bandits were arguing animatedly, fearing that the boy would slip out of their hands. Jamie smiled contentedly. He concentrated, and streams of mana sparkled in the air, inviting Chernish to join in the fun. Suddenly, one of the men noticed a strange blue glow around the corner and quickly signaled his partner, and they rushed in pursuit. Jamie, feeling the excitement growing, clapped his hands and wondered if he should try out the new technique. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a portal right behind him. Jamie flinched as hands reached out from the dark abyss. Through the darkness, he noticed a strand of pink hair. The stranger, quietly apologizing, jerked him into the portal. The bald bandit, seeing what was happening, froze in confusion. The boys stared at the empty alley for a few more seconds before one of them noticed with annoyance that their prey had escaped. A moment later, a girl flew out of the portal with a scream, landing heavily on the cold floor. Jamie watched her with obvious irritation, streams of mana trembling in his palms and a sinister grin playing on his lips. He firmly stated that her time was up. The girl, sitting on her knees, cried out pleadingly, hoping to be heard, but Jamie didn't even try to listen. His magical energy slowly but inexorably reached out to its victim. Venna desperately covered her head with her hands and screamed, releasing dark mana that swirled around her palms. Surprised, Jamie instantly assumed it was dark magic and went on the attack without the slightest hesitation. With a loud bang, the girl crashed into the wall, leaving a noticeable network of cracks on it. Jamie's face was hidden by the deep shadow of his hood, and the crackling streams of mana emanating from him created an invisible barrier between them. And in a voice that was filled with cold determination, he demanded an explanation.